Chapter 5778. It was a rare opportunity to show off in front of their master. Everyone was extremely excited and fought to be the first to attack. In the thick fog, the people who tried to attack were dumbfounded. The first wave of attacks didn't even make contact with the enemy's formation. A group of people even more terrifying than the beasts had jumped out from the formation and defeated the beasts. The information was wrong. A large group of experts suddenly appeared. What's going on? In the sky, a few dozen miles away from Dongyue Shue's group, there was a small mountain floating in the air. On top of the mountain stood a few people. The one at the front was a bearded old man in black. The old man was tall and had a dignified appearance. He held a formation plate in his hand. Countless runes intertwined on the plate, forming a mysterious formation diagram. At this moment, the old man's expression was not good. "Young friend Huang, how you explain this?" Seeing the countless dots on the formation plate quickly disappear, Grandmaster Tianming looked at the young man in black next to him with an unfriendly expression. I bought all my information from the Tower of Babel." The young man in black glanced at the young man next to him. How can the Tower of Babel's information be wrong? The young man from the Tower of Babel was very displeased. One should know that the Tower of Babel's information was not inferior to others. Could it be that these experts from Dongyue Shue's group suddenly appeared out of nowhere? Grandmaster Tianmeng was even more displeased. No, the successor of the Tower of Babel panicked. He didn't know what to say at that moment. His forehead was covered in sweat. "All right, what's the point of saying all this now?" Grandmaster Tianmeng shook his head helplessly. If it wasn't for the rewards from the dark roll, he wouldn't have bothered to deal with a little girl. Anyone could accept a mission for the dark roll, and there was no need to worry about the person accepting the mission. The dark roll would never reveal any information about the person accepting the mission. The Tower of Babel, the 9 mystic sacred land, and Grandmaster Tianmeng had teamed up to kill Dongyue Shui and obtain the mission rewards. Even if the 3 forces split the rewards equally, it would still be a huge profit. They had done their homework and knew that the Shadow Mountain Sacred Lord had mysteriously died after attacking Dongyue Shui, which was why the 3 factions had teamed up. Sure enough, after just a small test, dozens of extremely fierce experts suddenly jumped out from the other side. And these experts were all above the Heaven Realm. If dozens of Heaven Realm experts jumped out at once, then even if there were not as many God Realm experts as there were Heaven Realm experts, there would definitely be a lot of them. At this moment, the countless light spots on the formation plate in Grandmaster Tianmeng's hand had all disappeared, leaving only a ball of bright divine light. In other words, the savage beasts they had sent out to probe the other party had all been killed. Only the Beast King was still alive, and it had become a lone general. Roar! In the dense forest of Pandi, the mist was rolling, and deafening roars shook the heavens and the earth. More than a dozen figures were surrounding a mountain-like beast, fighting fiercely. Violent yuan qi fluctuations spread out from the dense forest. Wherever the battle passed, even the towering ancient trees were directly shattered into pieces. It's the 12 great bandits of the Black God Ridge. High up in the sky, the descendant of the 9 profound sacred land, Huang Zheng suddenly exclaimed, "The 12 great bandits of the Black God Ridge." The mysterious young man from the Tower of Babel was also shocked. "They are just a bunch of clowns. Once I activate the formation, they will all be dead." Grandmaster Tianmeng said proudly. As a formation Grandmaster of the Extraordinary Heaven Sect, he had such confidence. "Then why aren't you activating the formation?" Huang Zheng and the mysterious young man could not wait any longer. The rewards on the dark roll made them very jealous. "You want to get nothing? Grandmaster Tianmeng's voice turned cold. Wanting to get rewards without doing anything? How could there be such a good deal in this world? If I killed Dongyue Shui, and the others by myself, then what use do I have for you? Don't misunderstand. The half-saint of the 9 profound sacred land has long been hiding near Dongyue Shui, waiting for the chance to deal a fatal blow to her. Huang Zheng hurriedly said, "Humph, when it comes to assassination, the half-saints of the Tower of Babel are the professionals." The mysterious young man sneered. "Ha, then let strength do the talking." Huang Zheng laughed. "Without me using the formation to trap Dongyue Shui, how can you assassinate her?" Grandmaster Tianmeng said with disdain. "Yes, yes, yes." Huang Zheng and the mysterious young man smiled apologetically. Great Grandmaster Tianmeng was a formation Grandmaster of the Mystical Heaven sect, a half-step sage realm expert. He was only half a step away from becoming a true formation sage. Even if he wasn't a true saint of Array Dao, his Array Dao cultivation was extraordinary. With the help of all kinds of Array Dao treasures, he could compete with real saint realm experts. This was also why they dared to make a move even after knowing that the Ean Mountain Saint Lord was dead. "Let's go have some fun as well." Saint Ming Yang suddenly looked up into the sky. His gaze seemed to be able to pierce through the thick fog and see the small mountain in the sky, as well as the people on top of it. "There is a master beside Dongyue Shui." Floating on top of the small mountain, Grandmaster Tian Meng seemed to have sensed something and suddenly felt a chill down his spine. "TSK, so what? She is dead for sure today." The mysterious young man sneered. Huang Zheng of the 9 profound sacred land was also disdainful. The 3 great forces working together could not take down a mere princess of the Dongyue Empire. In the eyes of top forces like them, the Dongyue Empire was actually nothing. A mere princess was like an ant that could be squashed to death at any time. However, with the previous example, they did not dare to be negligent. At this moment, the Ridge Lord of the Black God Ridge still had a cold and arrogant expression, completely ignoring Saint Ming Yang. Meanwhile, Gu Fei's current identity was a spear wielder. An ordinary soldier was hiding behind a shield wielder, ready to attack at any time. However, who dared to let Gu Fei attack? Therefore, the entire battle formation was very safe because no one dared to let those blind things affect their master. Therefore, the safest people now were these ordinary soldiers. At this moment, with dozens of Heaven Realm cultivators guarding the front of the battle formation, the wild beasts had no chance to come into contact with the formation at all. Then, Gu Fei had no chance to attack. Gu Fei could not help but feel somewhat gloomy. What are these guys doing? I want to fight. Now, it seemed like there was no way to fight. Master seems to be a little unhappy. Is he blaming us for not doing our best? Dongyue Shui, and the other mercenaries were rather uneasy. That must be the case. Brothers, we can't hide anymore. Let's do our best. The dozens of mercenaries immediately attacked with full force as if they were on steroids. They even kicked the wild beasts they killed a few times. Chapter 5779. Gu Fei's new subordinates were all fired up. They wanted to show off in front of Gu Fei, to gain Gu Fei's recognition, and then Gu Fei's rewards. They couldn't help it. Their master's rewards were many times better than the Dark Rolls mission rewards. In the eyes of these people, all sacred artifacts were trash, dog shit. Master only needed to refine a random leaf from the roadside, and it would turn into a treasure with Dao aura. It was more powerful than any divine weapon. Who would still care about the mission to kill Dongyue Shui, on the Dark Roll? Ever since these people collectively recognized their master, they became more arrogant. They didn't even care about divine weapons anymore. They were too arrogant. And it wasn't just one person, but a whole bunch of them. They had no choice but to be arrogant, who told their master to be so powerful. At this time, the ground was covered in thick fog. The air was filled with the nauseating smell of blood. Dong Shui, Er's formation was surrounded by the corpses of wild beasts. These wild beasts came in all shapes and sizes, but they were nothing in the eyes of the ferocious heavenly realm cultivators. Roar. A terrifying roar came from the depths of the ground. Powerful waves of essence chi kept surging forward, and the group of heaven realm cultivators were all shocked. There's another beast king. Everyone, let's go kill the beast king. No one will stop you if you want to die. That's a beast king. It's suicide if you don't reach the immortal state. The dozens of heavenly realm cultivators were depressed. They could only hand over the credit of killing the beast king to the immortal state cultivators. Heavenly realm cultivators were nothing in front of the beast king. It's the 12 bandits. Dong Shui rode on the horned fire tiger and looked in the direction of the roar. She was very calm because her master was here. She didn't have to worry about anything. Meanwhile, Gu Fei was bored. He didn't even have the chance to do anything. All right, Sai. Gu Fei could only hold his spear and hide behind the shield bearers, watching his subordinates perform well. He was truly helpless. These guys had all guessed his intentions wrongly. These guys looked quite smart, but how could they be so stupid? At that moment, deep within the Pandi, the 12 great bandits and the Beast King were engaged in an intense battle. This was a Beast King at the peak of the immortal state. Roar. The Beast King roared, and the terrifying sound wave sent Ku Bei flying. His ears were bleeding and his eyebrows were broken. This made him shocked and angry. Old Ku, you can't do it. Ha ha. A brawny man who was as tall as an iron tower laughed as he carried a large machete and charged towards the Beast King. Clang! Sparks flew as the machete struck the Beast King's body. The brawny man only felt his hands shake, and the machete in his hand actually bounced back, the back of the machete hitting his own head. On the other hand, the Beast King did not break through its defense. Not a single scale fell off its body. This caused the surrounding bandits to be dumbfounded. You're still hiding it? Ku Bei was annoyed. The other bandits actually held back. They seemed to be fighting with their lives on the line, but in fact, they were just pretending. These guys were extremely shrewd. Therefore, apart from Ku Bei, the others were all acting. You're really too cunning. If Master finds out that you're acting, he will not be happy. Ku Bei sneered. The other bandits couldn't help but be shocked. Didn't it mean that they were useless if they couldn't take down the Beast King after such a long time? They couldn't let Master think that they were useless. Otherwise, how could they follow Master? Kill. The other bandits finally broke out. Boom. A violent power erupted from the bandits, and the surrounding trees were directly shattered. A shocking, murderous aura swept across the sky and the ground. Far in the sky, on the top of the small mountain floating above the mist, the 12 great bandits are quite ruthless. Huang Zheng, who was next to Tianmeng Grandmaster, said in surprise. The power that the 12 great bandits had erupted was really strong. They were originally at the immortal state, but now their cultivation had improved very quickly. They're just clowns, Yi Zichen said coldly. The mysterious youth sneered disdainfully. Yes, your sky tower is amazing, amazing. Huang Zheng was speechless. Although the 9 profound Holy Land was stronger than the heavenly martial Holy Land, it was really incomparable to the Sky Tower. The Sky Tower was in the business of assassination. The Sky Tower had never confronted other forces head-on, which was why the other forces were afraid of it. The Sky Tower was a professional among professionals, and it was the only one in the entire East Pole. All right, Let's use these 12 bandit heads as practice. The Grand Master of the Tianmeng sect smiled, and the next moment, the formation plate in his hand changed. Just as the 12 bandits attacked with all their strength, the ground suddenly shook violently, and the next moment, earth spikes rushed out of the ground. What the 12 bandits hurriedly dodged. The Beast King was not affected by the impact. Roar! The Beast King leaped and directly threw one of the bandits to the ground. Boom! Dust flew everywhere, and the ground was directly smashed by the man and the beast, creating a large pit. Evil creature! The bandit was shocked and angry. The Beast King opened its bloody mouth and ruthlessly bit down on the bandit. Just as the bandit was about to die, a divine light suddenly appeared on the bandit's body, and the next moment, the Beast King was directly sent flying. Taoist aura? How is this possible? High up in the sky, at the peak of a small mountain, the Grand Master of the Tianmeng sect's eyes suddenly burst out with a bright light, and a powerful aura burst out of his body. Huangzhang and the mysterious youth of the Sky Tower were both shocked. At this moment, the bandit slowly flew out of the pit on the ground, his whole body enveloped in a misty divine light, and his whole person looked unexpectedly holy. Taoist aura. The other bandits stared at the bandit. The treasure with Taoist aura really had protective power. Each of them carried a leaf on them, a small leaf that their master had casually refined. It contained Taoist aura and was a rare treasure with Taoist aura. At this moment, the bandit's treasure with Taoist aura showed its power. Kill! The bandit Emosia roared and raised his hands, bringing them together above his head. The power of Taoist aura immediately gathered in his hands, turning into a faint shadow of a blade. Without any hesitation, Emosia roared angrily and slashed at the Beast King that had been sent flying. The faint shadow of the blade flashed through the void, directly piercing through the Beast King's body. In the next moment, the incomparably powerful Beast King was directly cut in half, killing the Beast King with one slash. Chapter 5780. While the leaf that Gu Fei gave them was a treasure of Tao, it was also a consumable item. Since it had not been used, the Tao within the leaf would not disappear. However, once it was used, the Tao within the leaf would be used up. At this critical juncture, Emosia had no choice but to use the leaf that Gu Fei had given him. The power of the Tao runes condensed into a saber shadow. With just one slash, the powerful Beast King was split into two. The other bandits were all dumbfounded at this scene. They had never imagined that the leaf that their master had bestowed upon them would have such great power. Perhaps even a sage expert wouldn't be able to resist that blade of Emosia's. However, at this moment, Emosia, who had used the leaf, felt his heart bleed. He realized that the Tao within the leaf had become much weaker. The bandit Emosia was about to go crazy. This was a treasure of Tao. It would be easier to train with half the effort. This Beast King had forced him to use the leaf. From the looks of it, this leaf would probably become an ordinary leaf after a dozen or so more uses. Emosia, what's wrong? Why do you look so bitter? A bandit who was as skinny as a monkey watched Emosia's face twitch in pain and couldn't help but laugh. Monkey 6, I'm warning you. Don't mess with me. Emosia was very unhappy. Buffed. So what if I mess with you? We've fought a lot. Monkey 6 sneered. Are you looking for a beating? Let's have a fight then. Emosia was about to make a move. Enough. Look at the situation now. Why are you still fighting among yourselves? Kume suddenly said angrily. When the bandits heard this, they realized that although they had killed the Beast King, they had also been trapped. There were earth spikes all around them, and formation patterns were faintly discernible in the void. Shameless bastard. Cowardly scoundrel. Come out and fight me if you have the guts." The group of bandits immediately started cursing. "You're just a bunch of bandits. How dare you act so presumptuously in front of me? You don't know what's good for you." At this moment, a majestic voice descended from the sky. F***CK. Can you be a little more shameless? Why are you talking about me? Why are you pretending to be an expert? There are all kinds of people these days. As long as you have a bit of face, don't use these despicable methods to deal with us. The bandits began to mock him again. They had leaves with Dao charm on their bodies to protect them, so they were full of confidence. What was there to be afraid of? Even if they couldn't win, they still had their boss, the Black God Ridge Lord. Even if their boss couldn't handle it, there was still a master. Of course, with his master's personality, he probably wouldn't make a move easily. At this moment, the fog in the Pandee became even thicker. Furthermore, the entire world darkened, as if the gates of hell had been opened. Ghostly wails and wolf howls resounded throughout the world. The countless people trapped in the Pandee were terrified. In the sky, Fatty suddenly roared. In the next moment, countless black shadows descended from the sky and pounced on the battle formation at an extremely fast speed. Archers, shoot! Dragon Elephant Barbarian was, after all, a seasoned general. When he felt something was wrong, he immediately ordered. The sound of breaking through the air rang out, and a rain of arrows immediately rose up in the battle formation. Then, the black shadows in the sky fell from the sky like dumplings. This is bloodthirsty demonic crows. Seeing the black shadows that fell to the ground, many people exclaimed. Those people in the dark actually used these things to attack them. Dong Yue Shui flipped her right hand, and the East Moon bow immediately appeared in her hand. A powerful aura immediately surged from the bow, and the person, "Finally, I can play." Gu Fei, who was pretending to be a spear user, raised his right hand and directly stabbed a bloodthirsty demonic crow that was pouncing on him from the sky. At this moment, the importance of archers was immediately revealed. Nearly 1,000 well-trained archers were extremely calm. After shooting an arrow, they pulled out a sharp arrow from the quiver on their back and shot another arrow. Their movements were as smooth as flowing water. Soon, more than half of the attacking bloodthirsty demonic crows were killed or injured. However, there were still more than a dozen bloodthirsty demonic crows that broke through the defense and charged into the battle formation. Screams immediately rang out, and the battle formation instantly became a little chaotic. "Kill!" Yang Feiyun and the others attacked one after another, and the dozen bloodthirsty demonic crows that charged into the battle formation were immediately killed. Even though the heavenly realm cultivators attacked in time, there were still dozens of soldiers that died under the claws of the bloodthirsty demonic crows. At this moment, the dozens of heavenly realm cultivators outside the battle formation also attacked. All kinds of treasures flew in the sky, and it was very dazzling and colorful. The small, bloodthirsty demonic crows were naturally not a threat. However, when a huge black shadow appeared in the sky, it broke through the layers of fog and pounced down. Everyone's expression changed drastically. Roar! A terrifying roar came from the sky, and the next moment, a beam of fire lit up the dark sky, turning into a pillar of fire that blasted towards the battle formation below. "It's the Scarlet Demonic Dragon." Fatty roared angrily. Someone actually drove such a powerful demonic creature to attack them. The mastermind behind this really put in a lot of effort. The Scarlet Demonic Dragon was not something that ordinary creatures could compare to. It was still a dragon, after all. Even the Beast King from before was like a little brother to the Scarlet Demonic Dragon. Moreover, the Scarlet Demonic Dragon was different from ordinary dragons. The Scarlet Demonic Dragon lived in groups. At this moment, a total of 6 Scarlet Demonic Dragons appeared in the sky, and the terrifying demonic aura spread in all directions. Even the group of Heavenly Realm cultivators were stunned. Boom! Another pillar of fire descended from the sky. The dozens of Heavenly Realm cultivators were terrified, and they all retracted their treasures to protect themselves. These guys are not reliable at all. Seeing this, Fatty could not help but shake his head. The dozens of retainers under Dong Yue Shui did not even dare to say a word. It was not that they were unreliable, but they also wanted to put their lives on the line in front of their master. Unfortunately, their strength did not allow them to. Seeing that the first pillar of fire was about to hit the battle formation, Sacred Lord Ming Yang finally made a move. He just waved his hand casually, and the fire pillar exploded and dissipated in the void. Then came the second pillar of fire. Dispelling the scarlet demonic dragon's dragon breath attack with a casual wave of his hand made countless people extremely envious and respectful. This was the strength and terror of a sacred lord. At this moment, Gu Fei was depressed again. He only killed one bloodthirsty crow, and then he was idle again because the other bloodthirsty crows were all killed by his subordinates. Sacred Lord? There's actually a sacred lord. Far in the sky, at the peak of a small mountain, the formation Grandmaster Tian Meng's eyes suddenly lit up the moment Sacred Lord Ming Yang made his move. His gaze was extremely sharp. Yin Mountain Sacred Lord's death was not undeserved. Formation Rise. Ninth Hell's Sacred Destroyer. Today, I will hunt down the ninth Heaven Saint. Chapter 5781. In a region leading to the East Moon royal capital, thick fog rolled and covered the sky. High up in the sky, dragon roars could be heard. Flames constantly lit up the world. It was a terrifying dragon breath that turned into a pillar of fire that blasted towards Dongwei Shui's battle formation. This was a crimson flame demon dragon. It was covered in pitch-black scales, a ferocious dragon head, sharp claws that could pierce through stone and gold, and a pair of demonic wings that were dozens of feet long when spread. The crimson flame demon dragon was not a pure dragon. It only had a trace of dragon bloodline, and the bloodline was already very faint. There was basically no chance for it to revert. Even so, the crimson flame demon dragon was still very strong. An adult crimson flame demon dragon's battle prowess was comparable to a sage. Even a sage would have to take a detour to avoid the crimson flame demon dragon that had lived for countless years. Powerful creatures like the crimson flame demon dragon were usually not seen. But now, 6 of them had appeared all of a sudden. They were existences equivalent to 6 sage. What a great harvest! Is the mysterious mastermind in the dark crazy? Gu Fei, who was among the spear fighters, was speechless. Was there a need to mobilize such a powerful force just to kill Dong Yue Shui? This was simply like killing a chicken with a machete. Someone had put Dong Yue Shui on the stage and posted a mission to kill her on the dark roll. The mission item was only a sage tool. For a mere sage tool, such a powerful force was mobilized. Formations, Beast Kings, and now 6 Crimson Flame Demon Dragons. Was it necessary? At the very least, Gu Fei was depressed. In the end, only the mastermind knew what the mastermind was thinking. At this time, Saint Mingyang had to make a move, because the 6 Crimson Flame Demon Dragons in the sky were all adult Crimson Flame Demon Dragons. Each of them was extremely powerful. Among everyone present, only he and the Lord of the Dark God Ridge could withstand the attacks of the Demon Dragons. Of course, Fatty could do it too, but other than Gu Fei, who would dare to throw him out like a rock? Saint Mingyang casually waved his hand and blocked the descending fire pillar. The 6 Scarlet Flame Demon Dragons circled in the sky. They didn't seem to be in a hurry. At this time, in a place even higher up in the sky, above the thick fog, there was a small mountain floating in the air. At the peak of the small mountain stood a tall old man, and behind the old man stood two young men. A formation plate floated in front of the old man. Powerful array Tao energy surged out from the man array disk. The two young men looked solemn and extremely nervous. The half-step array saint of the mystical heaven sect was still very strong, and his array Tao cultivation was absolutely top-notch. As for whether or not he could hunt a saint, it would soon be known. The formation grandmaster of the mystical heaven sect was in the middle of preparing for a big move. His expression was sinister, and his old face was red. Those who didn't know would think that he was constipated. Rumble. At the same time, the area where Dongyue Shue's formation was located shook violently. The thousands of warriors in the battle formation were shaken to the point of staggering. A power of this level was not something that ordinary warriors could contend with. Formation. At this moment, Dongyue Shue's subordinates began to move. They instantly spread out and quickly took their positions. The void trembled, and a ball of divine light appeared, enveloping Dongyue Shue's entire battle formation. In fact, these dozens of heaven realm cultivators were originally the retainers of the second prince of the Dongyue Empire. They usually gathered together and practiced some joint attack techniques. The joint attack technique was, to put it bluntly, a formation, using a formation to gather the power of dozens of heaven realm cultivators, and the combined power was enough to contend against a godly realm cultivator. Of course, against a true godly realm cultivator. The joint attack battle formation of dozens of people was not enough at all, because a godly realm cultivator could easily break a battle formation. Once the battle formation was broken, these dozens of people would be directly beaten back to their original state. Oh my, I didn't expect you trash to have some ability. Seeing this, the fatty was also a little surprised. This was the power of dozens of heaven realm cultivators, and this power had just barely reached the godly realm. At this moment, a huge black shadow appeared outside the light shield. The black shadow wriggled and actually wrapped around the light shield that enveloped the battle formation. It was like a giant dragon wrapping around a giant egg. This, high up in the sky, at the peak of a small mountain, Huangzheng, the successor of the 9 profound sacred land, who stood behind the Tianmeng martial grandmaster, could not help but be shocked when he saw the huge figure suddenly appear in the thick fog below. Dragon Shadow? The mysterious young man of the sky-reaching tower exclaimed. It's not a dragon, Huangzheng of the 9 profound sacred land said in disbelief. He seemed to have noticed something. At the same time, formation patterns interweaved in the thick fog, and countless strange black auras rushed towards where Dongyue Shui and the others were like black snakes. The ultimate move that the Tianmeng martial grandmaster had been holding back was finally going to be used. 9 Serenities Saint Destroyer, drawing the power of the 9 Serenities to destroy a saint. One had to admit that the Tianmeng martial grandmaster's cultivation in formations was passable. After all, he was still a formation grandmaster. However, in the eyes of Gu Fei, a formation of this level was actually not even comparable to an ant. A sneeze could break this stupid formation. The entire sky darkened, and outside the light shield was endless darkness. This made everyone inside the light shield panic, except for Gu Fei, of course. Soon, the wisp of black aura collided with the light shield like a black snake. With a sizzling sound, the light shield immediately dimmed. The black aura had a powerful corrosive power, and it was corroding the light shield set up by dozens of heaven realm experts. Just as the light shield was about to disappear, the Ridge Lord of the Black God Ridge finally made a move. She raised her right hand, and a ball of divine light rushed out from her hand. Bam! The ball of divine light exploded in midair, and the power of the saint realm gushed out. The light shield immediately collapsed, and the countless wisps of black aura that rushed out from the fog were immediately dispersed. At this moment, everyone finally saw the huge figure that was as huge as a mountain outside. Dragon? The huge body was like a winding mountain, and the scales on it were as huge as a house. A pair of huge dragon heads were raised high, and the two huge eyes were staring at everyone. Those were blood-red eyes, and they were eerie and sinister. The moment those with weak cultivation saw those eyes, they felt as if their souls were about to be sucked out. The thousands of fighters were stunned, and their vision became blank. It's not a dragon. When Saint Mingyang saw the creature, he immediately broke out in a cold sweat. Although it had a dragon's head, it had no claws. Purgatory Fiend Snake. The Ridge Lord of the Black God Ridge's voice trembled. This was a creature that came from the real purgatory, and this was the power of the demonic Tao. Interesting. Gu Fei, who was disguised as a fighter, grinned. This was a demonic formation. Could the mastermind be someone from the demonic Tao? Chapter 5782. Gu Fei suddenly realized that there were immortals and demons in every world. Why was that? Even in the boundless realm, there were demonic cultivators and demonic beings. This was Gu Fei's first time encountering demonic beings in the boundless realm. Be it the gigantic purgatory fiend snake or the 6 scarlet flame fiend dragons circling in the sky, they were all extremely powerful, comparable to sage realm beings. Who was controlling all of this from the shadows? Although Gu Fei was curious, he still did not remove his seal. He was still an ordinary soldier. Little brother, I didn't expect you to be so calm. You have a bright future. An old soldier patted Gu Fei's shoulder and said, at this moment, the old soldier was so scared that his legs were trembling. He used his spear to support himself on the ground to prevent himself from being paralyzed. The giant serpent before them was too shocking, let alone these soldiers. Even the dozens of Heaven Realm retainers under Dongyue Shui Er's command had never seen such a terrifying demonic being before. Brother, you must be joking. I'm actually panicking a lot. Gu Fei smiled and said. He looked around and saw that the surrounding soldiers were indeed scared out of their wits. Some of them had even pissed their pants. I hope these lords can quickly chase these demonic beings away. The old soldier wiped the sweat off his forehead. At this moment, the Ridge Lord flipped her right hand, and the black dragon's saber appeared in her hand. The Ridge Lord gripped the black dragon's saber tightly. In the next moment, the black dragon saber let out a low hum, and a powerful saber aura spread from the Ridge Lord and the black dragon saber. Everyone was shocked. The Ridge Lord was a Sage Realm cultivator. Not only had her cultivation stabilized, but she had also broken through to the peak of Sage Realm primary level and could break through to Sage Realm intermediate level at any time. Even a veteran Sage Realm expert like Ming Yang Saint found it hard to believe that her cultivation speed was so fast. The leaf that Gu Fei gave her was truly amazing. Tao aura was absolutely important to cultivators. This was also why treasures with Tao aura were coveted by everyone. The Purgatory Devil Snake sensed the aura of the black dragon blade. It raised its huge head and glared at the Ridge Lord. Swoosh! The Purgatory Viper's crimson eyes glowed with a demonic light. In the next moment, the warriors at the outer perimeter of the battle formation fell one after another. Don't look at the snake eyes. The Black God Ridge Lord bellowed. Hearing this, the soldiers immediately closed their eyes, but by this time, over 100 soldiers had already been affected. Soul-seizing demon, When Fatty saw this, he was shocked. The Purgatory Devil Snake truly lived up to its name. Being targeted by this devil snake was definitely a terrifying thing. No one dared to look at the purgatory serpent anymore. The soldiers who fell to the ground did not die, but they had become soulless walking corpses. Preposterous. The black god Ridge Lord was enraged. She wasn't afraid of the demonic snake's soul-seizing devil, because she had a supreme treasure with Tao runes protecting her. She could disregard the soul-seizing devil, The others who had leaves with Taoist runes could also ignore the purgatory fiend snake's soul-seizing demonic eye. Kill. The black god Ridge Lord instantly disappeared from where she was. In the next moment, she appeared directly above the head of the purgatory devil snake and slashed at it with her saber. Swoosh! A dazzling saber radiance rushed out from the black dragon saber in the black god Ridge Lord's hand. Clang! Sparks flew everywhere. The purgatory devil snake actually didn't dodge. The black god Ridge Lord ruthlessly slashed at the purgatory devil snake's head. However, the scene of the purgatory devil snake being split in half was exactly what everyone expected. The black god Ridge Lord only felt her hands shaking violently. It was as if her saber had directly struck a piece of immortal divine metal. A strong rebounding force caused the black dragon saber in her hand to bounce back. Her hands were even more sore. Good heavens! The black god Ridge Lord was shocked. She didn't expect the defense of this purgatory devil snake to be so strong. Even the black dragon saber in her hand couldn't break through its defense. This black dragon saber had been refined by Gu Fei before. It was a supreme-grade sacred weapon. Even Gu Fei couldn't help but frown when he saw this scene. At this moment, on the peak of the small mountain floating in the sky, the Array Dao Grandmaster Tianmeng was extremely shocked. Someone actually dared to attack the purgatory devil snake. His 9 Serenities sacred extermination array actually didn't have any tricks. It only summoned the purgatory devil snake to kill the enemies in the array. The purgatory devil snake was strong enough, so he didn't need to use any other moves to kill everyone in the array. Not a single one would be spared. This kind of demonic array had a time limit. The purgatory devil snake was too strong and couldn't leave the purgatory space for a long time. Tianmeng had obtained this kind of demonic array by chance. He had the item to control the purgatory devil snake, which was why he could control such a powerful demonic creature. Otherwise, how could he have the ability to control a powerful demonic creature like the purgatory fiend snake with his half-step sage realm cultivation? Hiss! The purgatory devil snake flicked its tongue. The snake's tongue was like a blood-colored lightning bolt. It coiled around the black god Ridge Lord at an extremely fast speed. Void, shattering saber. The black god Ridge Lord roared and swung his saber. The saber light was like lightning and instantly landed on the snake's tongue. However, the purgatory devil snake's tongue was struck by the black dragon saber, yet it wasn't damaged at all. This made the black god Ridge Lord extremely depressed. Seeing the snake's tongue coming towards her, she had to pull back her saber and dodge. At this moment, the purgatory devil snake's huge body coiled around everyone in the array, trying to crush them into meat paste. Dong Yushui naturally wouldn't be spared. After killing Dong Yushui, the mission would be completed. Senior Tianmeng is amazing to be able to summon a demonic spirit like the purgatory devil snake. At the peak of the small mountain, Huangzheng, the descendant of the 9 profound sacred land, immediately kneeled down and licked his boots. Dong Yushui is definitely dead. The mysterious young man from the tower of Tongtian smiled apologetically. You people from the tower of Tongtian and the 9 profound sacred land can scram now. The array Grandmaster Tianmeng was very pleased. This Huangzheng and the mysterious young man were shocked. Is Tianmeng trying to monopolize the rewards of the dark roll? Originally, the three forces would work together to kill Dong Yushue and split the rewards equally. But now, it seemed like Tianmeng's appetite was really big. He wants to monopolize the rewards. Senior Tianmeng, I don't think that's a good idea, Huang Zheng said uneasily. Yeah, we have an agreement. The mysterious young man added. TSK, what qualifications do you two little brats have to bargain in front of me? Whoever's fist is harder is the boss. Strength is everything, and the weak are prey to the strong. Didn't your master tell you this? Tianmeng sneered. I can do it alone. Why should I let others get their hands on it? Chapter 5783. The great Grand Master Tianmeng of the Mystical Heaven sect had a great background. He was the only elder of the Mystical Heaven sect who was not in the sage realm. However, no one in the entire Mystical Heaven sect dared to defy him, because he possessed a supreme devil treasure that could control the Scarlet Flame Devil Dragon and the terrifying Purgatory Devil Snake. People of the Fiend Dao in the Limitless Realm actually did not reach the point where everyone wanted to beat them up, and they were detested like rats on the streets. In the Limitless Realm, countless living beings actually believed in the law of the jungle. If one's fists were hard, they would be right. If one's fists weren't hard, they would be wrong. To put it bluntly, the strong were respected. Although Tianmeng possessed the Devil Path's supreme treasure, he was not rejected by his peers. On the contrary, the sect master of the Mystical Heaven sect valued him even more and made him an elder of the sect. This was already an exception for Tianmeng, because in the Mystical Heaven sect, only the Sage Realm Array saints could hold the position of elder. Tianmeng controlled a supreme treasure of the demonic path. Everyone was envious and jealous of him. His fellow disciples were also in awe of him. Even the sect master looked at him in a new light. Over time, he became arrogant. Scram! At this time, high up in the sky, on the peak of a small mountain, Tianmeng sneered and waved his sleeves. Huang Zheng of the Nine Profound Holy Land and the mysterious youth of the Sky-Split Tower directly flew out of the small mountain while vomiting blood. Tianmeng decided to eat it alone. Huang Zheng and the mysterious young man were shocked. You win. Without hesitation, Huang Zheng and the mysterious young man fled. Tianmeng was a half-step Sage Realm expert, and he had mastered a peerless killing formation that could kill Sage Realm experts. How could they dare to attack Tianmeng? Humph! If it weren't for giving face to your elders, I would have killed you two brats. Tianmeng sneered. He didn't hesitate to offend the Nine Profound Holy Land and the Sky-Piercing Tower in order to obtain the rewards of the Dark Roll. However, he had the confidence to do so because he had the demonic path's supreme treasure in his hands. Behind him was the entire Eminent Heaven Gate, so he had no need to fear the Nine Profound Holy Land and Sky-Split Tower. All right, it's time to send these guys on their way. After Tianmeng drove Huang Zheng and the mysterious youth away, he immediately activated the trump card of the Nine Serenities Saint Exterminating Formation. Rumble, the entire ground below began to shake, giving off the feeling that the heavens were falling and the earth was splitting apart. The soldiers trapped in the Pan D collapsed immediately. A terrifying aura of destruction spread out. Even the heavenly realm experts felt their souls tremble. The 6 crimson flame dragons circling in the sky and the purgatory serpent coiled on the ground moved at the same time. Pillars of fire rained down from the sky, blasting downwards in a frenzy. The light of the fire illuminated the world. The mountainous body of the purgatory fiend snake coiled around Dong Yushue and the others. Everyone was in a dire situation. Even if Saint Mingyang and the Black God Ridge Master attacked with their full strength, they would not be able to withstand it. He's dead meat. Those soldiers were scared silly by this terrifying scene. We can't hold on anymore. What should we do? Saint Mingyang transmitted his voice to the black god Ridge Lord. Why are you looking for me? You should be looking for Wang Zhan. The black god Ridge Lord was speechless. Gu Fei was their master. They did not dare to trouble him. Wang Zhan was Gu Fei's personal disciple. It was easy to talk to him in front of Gu Fei. Wang Zhan was also dumbfounded. He had never seen such a huge scene before. The fatty also knew his place. He admitted defeat and hid near Gu Fei. Right now, Gu Fei's location was the safest place. Since the fatty knew, the others naturally knew as well. Therefore, Dong Yu, Shui, the other Heavenly Realm experts, and the 12 great bandits all came back. Everyone approached Gu Fei. At this time, no one cared about the Sky Overlord Battle God in the prison carriage. The Sky Overlord Battle God was also extremely depressed. He was supposed to be the main character. Didn't Dong Yu and Shui create such a huge scene just to escort him to the East Moon Royal Capital? However, at this time, everyone ignored the Sky Overlord Battle God. I want to be a bootlicker too. The Sky Overlord Battle God was almost depressed. Who would have thought that there was a super big shot hiding beside Dong Yu and Shui? Everyone wanted to bow down to the super big shot, and the Sky Overlord Battle God was no exception. At this time, he no longer dared to think about how to take revenge. Instead, he was thinking about how to suck up to Gu Fei. If he did not suck up to Gu Fei, the Sky Overlord Empire would probably be done for. Soon, a strange phenomenon occurred in the battle formation. All the experts were protecting an ordinary warrior who was clad in battle armor and holding a spear in his hand. What's going on? Am I seeing things? So many Heavenly Realm and Godly Realm experts are protecting a puny soldier? Shouldn't they be protecting that princess of the East Moon Empire? Does this puny soldier have a powerful background? High up in the sky, a few blurry figures appeared. Tianmeng's huge scene naturally alarmed many people. However, those who dared to appear nearby were definitely Saint Realm experts. I say, Old Gu, stop pretending. We're in a desperate situation. The fatty squeezed his way to Gu Fei's side and whispered. The only person who dared to speak to Gu Fei like that was the fatty. Master, something's wrong. Wang Zhan also said, although Saint Mingyang and the Ridge Lord were attacking with all their strength, they were also paying attention to Gu Fei. Everyone was looking at Gu Fei. You guys, it's just a few bugs. Why are you panicking? Gu Fei knew that he could not pretend anymore. He was also very depressed. He wanted to play and keep a low profile, but he could not do so at all. His strength really did not allow him to. Stop pretending. Gu Fei sighed, then directly released the seal on his body. A breeze suddenly appeared with Gu Fei at the center, sweeping in all directions. Wherever the breeze passed, the surrounding demonic qi instantly dissipated like snow under the scorching sun. The entire place lit up. Even the purgatory fiend snake suddenly became uneasy. Little Gu, these days, Gu Fei had made many friends with soldiers, especially an old soldier called Fenggan, who took good care of Gu Fei. Seeing Gu Fei stand up, it was as if he had suddenly changed into a different person. The surrounding soldiers were indescribably shocked. Greetings, master. Seeing that Gu Fei was no longer pretending, the surrounding people who knew his identity immediately knelt to him. When the soldiers saw that even their Princess Highness also knelt to Gu Fei, they were all dumbfounded. None of them expected that there was a monstrous figure hidden among them. Moreover, these days they ate, slept, and marched together with this monstrous figure. To ordinary soldiers, this was simply unimaginable and unbelievable. These guys are not qualified for me to take action. Gu Fei said indifferently. The surrounding people were indescribably shocked. Such powerful demonic beings were not qualified for their master to take action personally. Wang Zhan, Master will now grant you invincible combat strength. Chapter 5784. The Purgatory Devil Snake was invincible in everyone's eyes. Even a sage expert couldn't deal with it. However, it was merely an ant in Gu Fei's eyes. A bug like this was not worthy of Gu Fei's attention. He pointed a finger at Wang Zhan's forehead. Go, you have an hour. Gu Fei said calmly with his hands behind his back. Yes, master. Wang Zhan felt his body brimming with energy. He was about to explode. With a shake of his body, spatial ripples that could be seen with the naked eye appeared in the void around him. The void trembled, and a powerful aura surged from his body. Everyone around was filled with envy and jealousy. Kill! Wang Zhan roared and charged at the Purgatory Fiend Snake, as if he was on steroids. Swoosh! The Purgatory Devil Snake opened its bloody maw, and its blood-colored tongue shot out like a bolt of lightning towards Wang Zhan. Wang Zhan reached out with his right hand and grabbed the snake's tongue. He then pulled hard. Uffed. Blood splattered. The Purgatory Fiend Snake's tongue was torn apart by Wang Zhan. Everyone was dumbfounded at this scene. Bam! Wang Zhan teleported in front of the Purgatory Fiend Snake and punched the gigantic head of the snake. The gigantic Purgatory Fiend Snake was sent flying. Rumble, the Purgatory Demon Snake, smashed into the ground. The huge demon snake rolled on the ground for dozens of miles, crushing all the trees on the ground and sending dust into the air. Oh, everyone's eyeballs almost dropped to the ground. Is this real? I'm not dreaming, am I? That's a Purgatory Fiend Snake. Saint Ming Yang and the rest were dumbfounded. Dong Wei, Shuer, and the rest were dumbfounded. It couldn't be helped. This scene was just too shocking. One should know that Wang Zhan, as a human, was pitifully small in front of the Purgatory Fiend Snake. Even a single scale of the Purgatory Fiend Snake was the size of a house. Yet it was this puny human who had sent the Purgatory Fiend Snake flying with a single punch. This was a sight that was hard to describe. It was as if a small human could lift 100,000 mountains with his strength. The combat strength Wang Zhan displayed was simply heaven-defying. Master had truly bestowed Wang Zhan with invincible combat strength. Master was simply too powerful. With a casual tap on Wang Zhan's forehead, Wang Zhan had obtained an unparalleled battle prowess. Such a method was unimaginable and unimaginable. Although Wang Zhan could only maintain the invincible state for half an hour, it was definitely enough. I say, Old Gu, give me a try too. Here. The fatty moved closer to Gu Fei and said with a drooling face, You also want to erupt, also want to be awe-inspiring, also want to slaughter in all directions? Gu Fei suddenly looked at Fatty and smiled. Yeah, Fatty said subconsciously. Who didn't want to be a hero? Who didn't want to show off in front of everyone? Since you want to be a hero so much, I have no reason not to fulfill your wish. The smile on Gu Fei's face grew even more brilliant. Come on, I want invincible combat strength. Fatty was excited and agitated. He was about to become invincible, and he was already starting to feel great. Right at this moment, Gu Fei suddenly stretched out his hand and grabbed Fatty's collar, and then directly tossed him towards the 6 scarlet flame devil dragons in the sky. Wah! Old Gu, you can't do this. Fatty directly flew into the sky. When he saw himself flying towards the 6 incomparably ferocious scarlet flame devil dragons in the sky involuntarily, he was so frightened that he almost peed his pants. The others were directly stunned. At this moment, Saint Mingyang was fighting the 6 scarlet flame devil dragons, and it was extremely strenuous for him. When he saw Fatty rushing up from below, he immediately dodged. Boom! a scarlet flame devil dragon turned around and directly spat out a pillar of fire at Fatty. "I'm dead." The raging flames assaulted his face, and Fatty really peed his pants this time. Just when Fatty thought that he was about to be burned to ashes, a ball of divine light directly rushed out from Fatty's body and directly blocked the pillar of fire. In an instant, the sound of a sword resounded through the 9 heavens, and Fatty fell into a deep sleep again. The power of the sword source in his body was activated again, just when he was about to be burned to ashes, and it automatically protected its owner. Of course, Fatty immediately lost consciousness. He had no idea that he was so powerful now. "Die, evil creature." Fatty opened his eyes abruptly, and 2 extremely sharp rays of sword light actually rushed out of his eyes. With a flash of the sword light, the scarlet flame devil dragon that was spitting out a pillar of fire at him was directly pierced by the sword light, and it howled in pain as it fell from the sky. Damn, is this the rhythm of killing whoever he stares at? Everyone was shocked by this scene. That was a scarlet flame devil dragon, an awesome existence that could compete with a big shot in the sage realm, Sword Spirit. At this moment, Goofy suddenly looked up at Fatty in the sky. He didn't expect that Fatty's body not only contained a peerless sword source, but that sword source actually nurtured a divine consciousness. No wonder the sword source in Fatty's body would erupt when Fatty's life was threatened. I actually didn't sense the existence of the sword spirit earlier. Interesting. Hiss, at this moment, Saint Ming Yang, who was high up in the sky, was so shocked that he drew a cold breath. Saint Ming Yang was so scared that his legs immediately turned to jelly when he saw Fatty looking at him. "We're on the same side. We're on the same side," Saint Ming Yang said hurriedly. Saint Ming Yang heaved a sigh of relief when he saw Fatty looking at the other scarlet flame devil dragon again. A drop of cold sweat flowed down from his forehead. This was simply the eye of death. Whoever he stared at would die. Saint Ming Yang felt as though he had taken a trip to the gates of hell when Fatty looked at him just now. However, those scarlet flame devil dragon were not so lucky. Swoosh! The moment Fatty's gaze fell on a scarlet flame devil dragon, 2 peerless rays of sword light directly rushed out of his eyes. That scarlet flame devil dragon was shocked, and it desperately spat out demonic flames at the sword light. However, all of this was in vain. 2 rays of sword light flashed by, and the terrifying demonic flames were directly extinguished. Then, the fire-spewing demonic dragon was also directly cut in half, and its huge corpse fell from the sky. The demonic dragon's blood rained down from the sky. In just an instant, 2 demonic dragons were killed by Fatty, who was possessed by the sword spirit. Those were existences that were strong enough to go against a sage. How could they be killed just like that? It was even easier than chopping melons and vegetables, wasn't it? At this moment, an extremely shocking sound was heard. Wang Zhan and the Purgatory Serpent began fighting. It was a completely one-sided battle. The Purgatory Serpent was being oppressed and could not fight back at all. The scarlet flame devil dragon in the sky was scared half to death by Fatty. The remaining 4 demonic dragons immediately turned around and fled. Dong Yu, Shui, and the others who were originally in a desperate situation suddenly turned the tables. On the small mountain floating high in the sky, Formation Grandmaster Tianmeng, who stood at the peak of the small mountain, spat out a mouthful of blood. Cracks appeared one after another on the formation plate in his hand. Chapter 5785. High up in the sky, on a small mountain floating in the void, an elder in black was staring at the array board in his hand in disbelief. This person was the Formation Grandmaster of the Mystical Heaven Gate, Tianmeng, who had chased away the descendant of the 9 profound Holy Land, Huangzheng, and the mysterious youth from the Tower of Tongtian. Tianmeng, who had originally wanted to monopolize the reward of the Dark Roll mission, was now in great pain. In truth, his 9 Serenities Saint Extermination Array, despite its name, was only because he had a supreme demonic treasure that could summon the Infernal Serpent and the Crimson Flame Demon Dragon. Without the help of the Serpent and the Dragon, his 9 Serenities Saint Extermination Array would have been a joke. Now, Tianmeng's trump cards, the Serpent and the Dragon, were being beaten to a pulp. Tianmeng was dumbfounded. What do I do? What do I do? Tianmeng panicked. He looked down at the Purgatory Devil Serpent that was being blasted away, and the Scarlet Flame Demon Dragon that was killed by the fat man's glare. Cold sweat dripped from his forehead. Not even in his wildest dreams did he think that the Hell Serpent and the 6 Scarlet Flame Demon Dragons he had summoned would be beaten so badly. They didn't even have a chance to fight back. This was something that had never happened before. In the past, he had obtained a supreme demon treasure by chance. It could summon a powerful demon creature like the Purgatory Demon Snake, which could swallow a Sage Realm Big Shot, and a Scarlet Flame Demon Dragon, which could tear a Sage Realm Big Shot into pieces. From then on, he set foot on the pinnacle of his life, killing gods and stepping on immortals. Even the sect master of the Mystical Heaven sect looked at him in a new light and personally conferred him the title of Mystical Heaven sect's first semi-sage elder. Over time, Tianmeng became arrogant and insufferably arrogant. Simply put, he was arrogant, relying on the fact that he could summon the Serpent and the Dragon. He was arrogant even within the Mystical Heaven gate. Outside of the gate, he was even more arrogant. However, the Purgatory Devil Serpent and the Red Flame Devil Dragon were very strong. Especially the Purgatory Devil Serpent. The number of Sage Realm experts that had been devoured by the Purgatory Devil Serpent was no less than 10. This time, Tianmeng thought he would be able to kill Dong Yushui, and get the divine weapon from the Dark Roll. But it turned out that he was overthinking things. This time, he had kicked an iron plate. Never in his wildest dreams would he have imagined that there was a super big shot hidden in Dong Yushui's team that even a Sage Realm Big Shot would have to bow down to. Tianmeng really didn't have the qualifications for Gu Fei to personally take action, so Gu Fei gave Wang Zhan an hour of invincible battle strength, and then activated the peerless sword energy in the fatty's body. What Gu Fei didn't expect was that the peerless sword energy in the fatty's body had actually developed intelligence. This was a sword spirit. At that moment, the fatty was unconscious. The sword spirit was controlling the fatty's Taoist body. It was as if an infinite prime had appeared in the world. Fatty, who was being controlled by the sword spirit, simply glared at the 2 Scarlet Flame Demon Dragons, and the 2 Scarlet Flame Demon Dragons died. The other Scarlet Flame Demon Dragons were scared out of their wits and ran for their lives. However, how could the fatty let these dragons escape so easily? He began to glare again, and each glare was accurate. The remaining 4 Scarlet Flame Demon Dragons were also instantly killed by his glare. Tianmeng, who was high up in the sky, suffered a great impact. He spat out a mouthful of blood directly onto the array board in his hand. The 6 Scarlet Flame Demon Dragons were closely related to Tianmeng. When they were killed by the sword spirit in the fatty's body, he naturally suffered a great impact. At that moment, the sword spirit-possessed fatty descended from the sky and landed directly in front of Gu Fei. The people around Gu Fei all retreated in fear. This guy was a man who could even kill a Scarlet Flame Demon Dragon with a glare. If they were to be stared at by him, it would be like the north wind blowing on their crotch. At that moment, the man who killed the Scarlet Flame Demon Dragon with a glare was staring at their master, Gu Fei. "It's useless to stare at me," Gu Fei said indifferently. "You're injured." The sword spirit-possessed fatty's eyes shone with light as he spoke indifferently. "Master is injured. Everyone was shocked when they heard that. Their master was so awesome. He could casually grab a handful of leaves and refine them into a treasure with the aura of the way. He could casually tap Wang Zhan's forehead, and Wang Zhan would immediately possess battle prowess that could explode the heavens for an hour. The big shots of the sage realm were nothing more than ants in the eyes of such an existence. Who could injure their master? Could it be that there was someone stronger and more awesome than their master in this world? It was absolutely unimaginable. Unbelievable. You're not qualified to challenge me. Gu Fei stood with his hands behind his back and looked calmly at the sword spirit-possessed fatty. Is that so? The sword spirit-possessed fatty's lips suddenly curled up. In the next moment, a powerful wave of sword chi surged from his body. The people around him were directly swept away, and they all fell to the ground. Even the noble princess of the East Moon Empire fell from the back of the horned fire tiger. She was in an extremely sorry state. The horned fire tiger was lying on the ground, shivering, incomparably terrified. "Don't provoke me," Gu Fei said indifferently. "I just want to slap." The sword spirit-possessed fatty's words were directly interrupted by Gu Fei. Gu Fei directly slapped the sword spirit-possessed fatty's face. Then, the fatty was directly sent flying. He hit the ground head-on and slid on the ground for half a kilometer before stopping. The fatty directly plowed a half-kilometer deep pit on the ground. Gasp! Everyone gasped when they saw this scene. Master was indeed master. Impressive. The awesome man who killed the Scarlet Flame Demon Dragon with a glare was actually sent flying by a slap from his master. It was too shocking. Roar! The sword spirit-possessed fatty roared angrily and suddenly shot up from the ground, arriving in midair. He was actually sent flying by a slap from Gu Fei. The great sword spirit, not have any face? The sword spirit-possessed fatty was furious. Then he glared at Gu Fei. Two rays of peerless sword radiance immediately rushed out of his eyes and instantly pierced through Gu Fei's body. Gu Fei waved his right hand casually. Then, the two piercing sword gleams dissipated in the void. They did not even touch the corner of his clothes. I stare, I stare, I stare, I stare, stare. The sword spirit-possessed fatty activated his stare mode. Countless sword gleams rushed out of his eyes, piercing through the void and splitting the heaven and earth. Every sword gleam erupted with terrifying power that could destroy the world. However, a scene that made people's eyes pop out appeared. Gu Fei could not even be bothered to make a move. He just stood there with his hands behind his back, facing the fierce attacks with indifference. However, when the sword gleams pierced 3 feet in front of Gu Fei, they disappeared directly. Ripples visible to the naked eye appeared in the void. The sword gleams desperately glared at Gu Fei. In the end, even he did not know how many times he had glared at Gu Fei. He stared until his eyes were red and swollen, tears streamed down his face, and he had no choice but to stop. "Continue, don't stop," Gu Fei said indifferently, as if he wanted to continue. Puff! The sword spirit-possessed fatty was so angry that he spat out a mouthful of blood 3 feet away. "I'm already in this state, and you still want me to stare at you? You're so inhumane." Chapter 5786. Keep glaring at me. Don't stop. Maybe I'll kneel if you keep glaring at me a few more times. Gu Fei stood with his hands behind his back. He smiled at the fatty, whose eyes were red and swollen. After being possessed by the sword spirit, this guy had become extremely ferocious. Of course, no matter how powerful the sword spirit was, he was not Gu Fei's opponent. The two of them were not even on the same level. There was no way to compare them. The sword spirit was just a sword spirit. How could he be a match for the infinite prime Gu Fei? Gu Fei was now at the profound earth level. Even if he was up against the limitless emperor, he would still be able to put up a fight. Although he could not defeat the limitless emperor, he had turned the entire limitless emperor's lair upside down. I'm not glaring at you. Fatty, who was possessed by the sword spirit, was so angry that he spat out a mouthful of blood. Then he separated his hands. Buzz! With a sword hum, 9 sword shadows immediately appeared around him. 9 sword shadows hovered around the fatty, who was possessed by the sword spirit. Each sword shadow exuded a supreme aura of the way of the sword that caused the heavens and the earth to pale in comparison. Ordinary people could not withstand such an aura of the ultimate Tao. With a wave of Gu Fei's hand, a large seal immediately appeared high up in the sky. The vast power that emanated from the seal blocked the mighty power of the sword principle that emanated from the fatty's body that was possessed by the sword spirit. If he did not act, no one present would be alive. This was the power of the infinite prime sword way. The sword spirit did not care about the lives of others. This made Gu Fei a little unhappy. So what if you were a high and mighty existence? Could you look down on the rest of the world? Could you decide the life and death of the world? Gu Fei did not forget his original intention. He did not forget that he was also one of them. He had reached where he was now, step by step, from when he was the weakest. I don't only know how to glare. Fatty, who was possessed by the sword spirit, roared furiously. The power of the sword principle on his body continued to rise. Countless pitch-black spatial cracks appeared in the void around him. The infinite chaos seal floating in the sky trembled under the impact of the swordway power. Everyone was indescribably shocked. Was this fatty's brain filled with water? How dare he provoke Master? No one was optimistic about Fatty. Moreover, no one knew what had happened to Fatty. Why did Fatty suddenly seem to have changed into a different person? Only the Sage Realm Overlord of Black God Ridge and Sacred Lord Ming Yang noticed something. All right, since you want to be abused, I have no reason not to fulfill your wish. Gu Fei shrugged helplessly. How arrogant! Let's see who's going to bully. Who? Fatty, who was possessed by the sword spirit, laughed sinisterly and attacked. He waved his hands at Gu Fei, and the 9 swords flew out at the same time, directly turning into 9 immortal sword lights that pierced towards Gu Fei. I think you have guts. After saying that, Gu Fei also attacked. He casually grabbed forward with his right hand, and the 9 sword lights that were piercing towards him were directly caught in his hand. What? Fatty, who was possessed by the sword spirit, was shocked. Bam! At the next moment, before Fatty, who was possessed by the sword spirit, could react, his left eye took a solid punch from Gu Fei. Bam! Immediately after, his right eye took another punch. Then his nose. After 3 punches, Fatty, who was possessed by the sword spirit, was directly beaten into a daze. Everyone who saw this scene was dumbfounded. Master was simply too ferocious. The moment he came up, he gave Fatty 3 punches. It was simply a punch to the flesh. Most importantly, Fatty was a man who could even kill a scarlet flame demon dragon with a single glare. Such an amazing person actually couldn't dodge Master's punches. Does it feel good? Gu Fei smiled. Fatty, who was possessed by the sword spirit, was stunned. Bam! Gu Fei punched his face again. I asked you if it feels good. Bam! Does it feel good? Bam! With every sentence that Gu Fei said, he would punch Fatty, who was possessed by the sword spirit. With every sentence, he would punch Fatty, who was possessed by the sword spirit, until he was simply doubting life. Don't talk. Bam! Still not talking? Bam! Gu Fei punched again and again, hitting the face of the sword spirit that was possessed by the Fatty as if he had opened a dye house. Fatty, who was possessed by the sword spirit, erupted. He went crazy and roared like a madman. Endless sword light rushed out of his body, and the power of the peerless sword energy completely erupted. With the strength of Fatty's Taoist body, he simply couldn't withstand this power. If there were no accidents, there was only one outcome for Fatty, and that was to explode on the spot. His body and soul would be destroyed, and the sword spirit would then have to choose the next host. However, at this time, the sword spirit, who was ruthlessly slapped in the face by Gu Fei, was about to go crazy and couldn't care less. Kill! The sword spirit roared and was about to attack Gu Fei. Bam! With another muffled sound, Fatty, who was possessed by the sword spirit, was punched in the nose again. This punch forcefully pushed back the supreme power of Sword Tao that he was about to erupt. Gu Fei wouldn't let Fatty's body and soul be destroyed. Although Fatty's background was mysterious, he didn't seem to be a bad person. You deserve a beating. You still don't understand the situation. Do you think you can be ruthless? I'll let you know what it means to be crushed, Gu Fei said as he punched. Muffled sounds of collision rang out continuously. Under everyone's dumbfounded gaze, Gu Fei directly beat up Fatty, who was possessed by the sword spirit. What made the sword spirit so depressed that he wanted to vomit blood was that his power was actually beaten back into Fatty's body by Gu Fei's pair of fists, and then gradually sealed up. F***CK, this is possible? Who the hell is this guy? The sword spirit kept breaking down. He didn't know how many times he had broken down. This human in front of him was too cruel, too violent, and too inhumane. Such a powerful person actually bullied a small sword spirit like me. Was there a need for that? Bam! Smack! Gu Fei punched out one last time and slapped Fatty, who was possessed by the sword spirit, directly flew out and fell to the ground, causing a cloud of dust to rise. I don't know if you feel good or not, but I do. Gu Fei clapped his hands and tidied his clothes. At this moment, everyone was dumbfounded. They had all turned into stone statues. The scene in front of them was too shocking. Crushed, directly crushed, ruthlessly crushed. The man who killed the fiery demon dragon, with a single stare, was completely unable to retaliate. He was clearly crushed without any suspense and almost collapsed. The sword spirit, who had been resealed in Fatty's body by Gu Fei, wanted to die at this moment. What's going on? My face, my old waist. At this moment, Fatty stood up shakily from the ground. Everyone admired Fatty. This guy was actually still alive. At this moment, in the depths of the ground, Wang Zhan was also teaching the purgatory fiend snake how to be a snake. He was also incomparably ferocious, beating the purgatory fiend snake until it doubted its life. High up in the sky, the once powerful array Grandmaster Tianmeng's state of mind was collapsing again and again. What 9 Serenity's Saint exterminating array? What demonic treasures? They were all jokes now. Chapter 5787. My face, my old waist. Why do I feel like all the bones in my body are broken? Beside the road leading to the Dongyue dynasty's imperial capital, in a pit, a figure stood up shakily, then climbed out of the pit. Lord Fatty, you're awesome. I didn't die even after that. Lord Fatty is really lucky. Is Lord Fatty destined to die like a cockroach? The group of experts immediately gave Grandpa Fatty a thumbs up. All of them were filled with admiration for Grandpa Fatty. Could this guy be the legendary son of destiny? Whether it was the 3 brothers and sisters of the 10,000 gods sect, Dongyue, Schwerer, or even the 12 great bandits, and Saint Mingyang, they all had to look at Fatty differently. This was a Fatty that even his master couldn't beat to death. What are you guys talking about? Am I muddle-headed again? Seeing that everyone was looking at him strangely, Fatty couldn't help but mutter. What he meant by muddle-headed was the sword spirit's possession. He meant that he directly fell into a coma. As for what the sword spirit did to his Taoist body, He had no idea at all. Yes, yes, Lord Fatty was sleepwalking again, just now. No one pointed it out. Sleepwalking your ass. Fatty shot forward, grabbed the collar of the 10,000 god sect's third brother, Wen Chun, and lifted him directly. Tell me, who beat me up so badly? Fatty reached out and touched his face, grimacing in pain. His face had turned into a pig's head. Moreover, he felt that there was not a single part of his body that was unscathed. This was too miserable. He was definitely beaten up badly, perhaps more than once. Lord Fatty, what are you doing? Wen Chun jumped in fright. He didn't dare to poison Fatty, because once Fatty sleepwalked, it was no joke. At this time, everyone knew that Fatty couldn't be provoked. Once Fatty was about to die, he would sleepwalk and become the man who killed the Scarlet Flame Demon Dragon with a glare. They didn't want to be killed by a glare from the transformed Fatty. No one knew that the sword spirit in Fatty's body had been sealed by Gu Fei. At this time, even if Fatty was cut into 8 pieces, the sword spirit in his body would not be able to come out and save him. What do you think I'm doing? Tell me, who beat me up like this? Fatty was truly enraged. Wen Chun had a bitter expression on his face. How could he dare to tell Fatty that it was Master who beat him up into a pig's head? How could he dare? That was his master. You're not going to tell me? You have guts. Fatty gritted his teeth and was about to slap Wen Chun. Even if you kill me, I won't tell you. Wen Chun threw caution to the wind. If you don't want to say it, then you guys say it. Fatty glanced at the people around him. Looking at Fatty's ferocious expression, everyone immediately hid far away. Fatty was speechless. Aha! Gu Fei coughed, then turned to look at Wang Zhan, who was fighting the Purgatory Viper. F***CK. Old Gu, so you're the one who beat me up like this? Fatty threw Wen Chun aside and rushed to Gu Fei's side. This guy was very smart. He immediately guessed who was the one who beat him up. Hey, don't block me from watching the show. Gu Fei frowned. I don't care. You have to compensate me. Fatty directly blamed Gu Fei. He was extremely jealous of the old mud ball that Gu Fei had given to Saint Mingyang and the Taoist rhyme leaf that he had given to these guys. Now was the perfect opportunity to reap some benefits from Gu Fei. I'm not compensating you. Feel your own cultivation. Gu Fei reached out with his right hand and directly grabbed Fatty's collar. With a wave of his hand, he threw Fatty away. Fatty did not even have the strength to fight back against Gu Fei. Subsequently, he fell face first onto the ground and even ate a mouthful of mud. F***CK. Fatty almost went crazy. He quickly got up from the ground and was about to explode. He was shocked the next moment. He sensed his own cultivation and was shocked to find that he had broken through to the Sage Realm. This was the Sage Realm. The Fatty's origins were mysterious, but his cultivation was no secret in Gu Fei's eyes. Although Gu Fei had beaten the Fatty up and sealed the sword essence in the Fatty's body, he had also raised the Fatty's cultivation to the Sage Realm at the same time. Raising Fatty's cultivation to the Sage Realm was a piece of cake for Gu Fei. Sage. I've become a sage. I've become a sage. I've become a F***King Sage. How did I become a sage? Fatty jumped and shouted. Sometimes he was ecstatic, sometimes he roared, and sometimes he danced. He looked like a fool. Become a sage. Everyone was dumbfounded. How is this possible? Saint Mingyang stared at Fatty. He was an itinerant cultivator and an itinerant sage. No one knew better than him how difficult it was for a cultivator to reach the Sage Realm. However, Gu Fei was able to turn a non-Saint Realm cultivator into a Saint Realm cultivator with a wave of his hand. Moreover, the Ridge Lord of the Black God Ridge had broken through to the Sage Realm with a little help from Gu Fei. It had only been a few days, but the Ridge Lord's cultivation had not only stabilized, but he had also reached the peak of the initial sage realm and was about to break through to the intermediate sage realm. In Saint Ming Yang's eyes, the Black God Ridge Master's cultivation speed was absolutely unparalleled. However, the Black God Ridge Master's record had been mercilessly broken by the Fatty. Fatty had directly broken through to the sage realm. If not for Gu Fei's reminder, he would not have known that his cultivation had broken through to the sage realm. Roar! Fatty's body suddenly shook, and a wave of sage aura immediately surged from his body. Apart from the Ridge Lord of the Black God Ridge and Saint Mingyang, the surrounding people were all trembling in fear under the pressure of this sage aura. Old Gu, beat me up again. Please beat me up again. Beat me up. Fatty directly rushed in front of Gu Fei and begged Gu Fei to beat him up. Everyone was dumbfounded, but in the next moment, everyone was excited to the extreme. Fatty had become a sage after being beaten up by Gu Fei. Who wouldn't want to become a sage after being beaten up? Everyone present was extremely eager to become a sage. Master, beat me up too. I deserve to be beaten up. Master, I'm the one who deserves to be beaten up. All of you, get lost. I deserve to be beaten up the most. When Chun cried and shouted as he rushed over. Get lost. His eldest senior brother, Wu Fan, pushed him to the side and squeezed to the front. Are those guys stupid? There are actually people in this world who are begging others to beat them up. In the distance, some of the big shots who were watching the show were dumbfounded. On the small mountain floating in the sky, the mystical heaven sect's Array Dao Great Grandmaster, Tianmeng, was scared silly by this scene. Beating someone up, and that person became a sage. Who was this guy? This was simply unbelievable, simply he did not know how to describe it. I also want to be beaten up. Chapter 5788. This time, Tianmeng, the formation Grandmaster of the Mystical Heaven Sect, had suffered a great loss. His heart was bleeding. This was because the supreme treasure of the demonic path in his hand was half destroyed. The 6 scarlet flame demonic dragons that he had summoned had all been killed by the sword spirit that had possessed the fat man. Now, there was only one purgatory fiend snake left. This purgatory fiend snake was the most powerful demon spirit that he had summoned. However, at this moment, the purgatory fiend snake that could swallow a sage realm expert in one bite was also being abused by someone. Ha! Master, this thing is too weak. Bam! Wang Zhan laughed loudly as he punched the mountain-like purgatory fiend snake into the sky. The purgatory fiend snake then slammed into the black mountain that was floating high in the sky. What Tianmeng, who was on the small mountain, was shocked when he saw the head of the purgatory fiend snake that was much bigger than the small mountain. That guy definitely did it on purpose. Tianmeng was so angry that he almost vomited blood. He hurriedly rushed into the sky, but it was too late. Boom! A loud sound was heard as the purgatory fiend snake smashed into the small mountain and turned it into powder. Tianmeng screamed and flew out. He kept coughing up blood, and his face was as pale as a sheet. This time, not only did he not gain anything, but he also almost lost a supreme treasure of the demonic path. That was his lifeblood. The reason why he had his current status and reputation was because of this supreme treasure of the demonic path. If this supreme treasure of the demonic path was destroyed, he would be beaten back to his original state. The sect would no longer value him and take back his elder title. All the privileges that he had enjoyed in the sect would also be taken back. The world of cultivation was realistic and cruel. If one wanted fame and prestige, wanted to be valued by the sect, and wanted to obtain the cultivation resources provided by the sect, he could only fight for it with his own strength. If one didn't have the strength, he didn't deserve to have things that didn't match his strength. Hey, are you the one causing trouble? At this moment, a figure appeared directly in front of Tianmeng. Then, he stretched out his right hand and grabbed Tianmeng's collar like he was holding a chicken. Spare me, Tianmeng was scared out of his wits. His opponent's strength was far beyond his imagination. Seems like you're doing what you should be doing. You think I should slap you to death? Wang Zhan smiled at Tianmeng. Don't kill me. Tianmeng found that he could not use his formation Dao cultivation at all. In other words, his opponent had easily sealed his cultivation. At that moment, the gigantic purgatory serpent fell from the sky and smashed into the ground below. The entire ground shook and undulated. The surging sand covered the sky and the sun, covering the entire Pandi. Meanwhile, within the disk, there was a place that was completely fine. A large seal floated in the air, surrounding the surroundings, stabilizing the universe. No matter how chaotic the outside world was, it was extremely calm inside. Wherever the power of the infinite chaotic seal enveloped, even the attacks of powerful infinite primes could last for a while. At this moment, everyone was dumbfounded. If not for their master, they would have died even if they had 10 lives. The person who attacked them from the dark was simply too strong. Even the Ridge Lord of the Black Deity Ridge and Saint Lord Mingyang were not a match for him. What kind of treasure is that? How can it be so powerful? Could it be a supreme sage weapon? That's possible. In the distant sky, many powerful figures were whispering to each other. These were all Sage Realm experts, but they did not dare to approach because they knew who was behind this. It was Tianmeng, the elder of the mystical heaven sect. Tianmeng was a formation Dao great master. Although he was only half a step away from the Sage Realm, he could fight against Sage Realm experts because he possessed a demonic treasure. Moreover, the demonic creature he summoned was even more powerful than Sage Realm experts. Tianmeng had indeed killed Sage Realm experts before. This was undeniable. Who would dare to provoke such a person? Therefore, all the Sage Realm experts who were watching the show only watched from afar. They did not know that Gu Fei was a low-key supreme being, and they did not know that Gu Fei had all kinds of unimaginable techniques. Moreover, these Sage Realm experts of the easternmost region would never have dreamed that a young soldier in battle armor and holding a spear was their master. After the hell serpent fell from the sky, it collapsed on the ground. Give me a reason not to kill you. At this moment, high up in the sky, Wang Zhan tilted his head and looked at Tianmeng. A reason not to kill me? Tianmeng's eyes lit up when he heard this. He quickly said, "This lowly one knows formations. I'm an elder of the mystical heaven sect, and I can summon devil spirits. Whether it's a hired thug or an errand boy, I'm very competent. Master is so powerful, but you can't do everything yourself. This lowly one is willing to go through fire and water for master." Wang Zhan nodded. What you said seems to make sense. But Wang Zhan pondered. What? Tianmeng was shocked. You want to recognize me as your master? Wang Zhan looked at Tianmeng with a faint smile. Of course. Master's cultivation is unparalleled, and your combat ability is unparalleled. I can't ask for more than that. This is definitely a blessing that I have cultivated for several lives. In order to survive, Tianmeng tried his best to please Wang Zhan. Wang Zhan thought for a while, then appeared in front of Gu Fei in a flash with Tianmeng in his hand. Master, this is the person who is causing trouble. I dare not deal with it on my own. Please make a decision. Master. Wang Zhan threw Tianmeng on the ground as he spoke. At this moment, the high and mighty formation great Grandmaster Tianmeng was lying on the ground like a dead dog. He was extremely terrified. He did not have the temperament of a formation great grandmaster at all. I've heard your conversation. Since he wants to be your servant, you should accept him, Gu Fei said, after thinking for a while. Yes, master. Wang Zhan was overjoyed. He only had an hour of invincible realm combat ability. When the time was up, he would be beaten back to his original state if he could accept Tian Meng as his servant. Who would dare to go against him? He immediately struck a forbidden art into Tian Meng's body. If Tian Meng dared to betray him, he would only need a thought to destroy Tian Meng's body and soul. I can decide your life with a single thought. I hope you don't court death. Wang Zhan said coldly to Tian Meng on the ground. All right, let's go. Gu Fei waved his right hand, and the dust that enveloped the entire area was blown away by an invisible force. He withdrew the Wuji Chaos Seal. Dong Yuxue reorganized the team and continued their journey towards the East Moon Imperial City. Among their team, there was one more person who was extremely miserable. This person was the formation great grandmaster Tian Meng. He did not even dream that he would be dragged into this. Not only did he fail to kill Dong Yuxue and obtain the reward from the Dark Roll, but he also became someone else's servant. He was a high and mighty formation great grandmaster that was respected by everyone. Tian Meng was so depressed that he wanted to vomit blood, especially when Wang Zhan's invincible realm state disappeared. He could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood 3 meters away. The master that he had just acknowledged was only at the immortal realm. Oh my God! Chapter 5789. I'm a great formation grandmaster of the Mystical Heaven sect, a half-step sage, and I actually recognized a little guy who's only in the godly state as my master. I even want to F** King Dai. Tian Meng really broke down. He also wanted to save face. If people knew that he recognized a little guy in the godly state as his master, how could he continue to survive in this cultivation world? He would definitely become the laughingstock of everyone after a meal. However, he did not know how many people envied him. It should be known that his master's master was a supreme existence who was suspected to be in the infinite prime realm. If he followed this master's disciple, his future would definitely be limitless. Of course, the current Tian Meng did not realize that he had hit the jackpot. Tian Meng looked at the array board in his hand that was full of cracks and almost spat out blood again. This array board was nothing, but the thing hidden in the array board was his lifeblood. The team continued to set off. After leaving the array board, it was a flat plain. After passing through this endless plain, they entered the territory of the East Moon Kingdom. Gu Fei still maintained a low profile. He directly led a black-scale colt and flipped over to mount it. When Saint Mingyang saw this, he immediately ran over to hold the reins. However, with a wave of Gu Fei's hand, this guy directly flew out with a whoosh and disappeared in an instant. A saint leading a horse, and the other party was unwilling. With a wave of his hand, this awesome saint directly flew out. Seeing this scene, Tian Meng was directly stunned. At this time, he only realized that his master's master was actually so powerful. He immediately became excited. With such an awesome backing, wouldn't I be able to do whatever I want in the infinite realm? Although the Mystical Heaven sect was also an extremely powerful sect with many experts in the sect, only the powerful saints in the sect were qualified to be elders in the sect, and there were many elders in the Mystical Heaven sect, especially the sect master of the Mystical Heaven sect, who had been in seclusion for thousands of years. It was said that he was trying to break through to the infinite prime realm. Of course, wanting to break through to the infinite prime realm was not an easy thing. Even in a super perfect world like the infinite realm, the supreme existences of the infinite prime realm could be counted on one hand. On the surface, there were only 5. Of course, the entire infinite realm could not only have 5 infinite primes. This was something that everyone was well aware of. However, the other infinite primes were very low profile, and the 5 extremities were just the 5 stronger infinite primes. The truly impressive and powerful ones were the infinite primes who had lived for countless years, to the point where even the world had forgotten about their existence. Tianmeng quietly put away his dissatisfaction. He didn't dare to blame himself and began to behave, because he noticed that the people in the surroundings were very well behaved. Even the 12 great bandits of the Black God Ridge were well behaved like little kittens. Arrogance and unruliness were all put away. Even the boss of the Black God Ridge had to carefully accompany this super big shot, as if he was a servant. Do what you should be doing. Don't hang around in front of me if there's nothing important, Gu Fei said indifferently. Everyone stopped, and their hearts trembled. Who would dare to show off in front of you? That Saint Mingyang was the best example of that. They didn't know where that guy had flown off to. He hadn't even rolled back yet. As soon as the team left the ground, a beam of divine light rushed over from afar. Within the divine light, the figure of a black-robed elder was faintly discernible. Powerful yuan qi waves erupted from the divine light. Half-saint, the cultivators in the team were instantly shocked. Someone's here to cause trouble again. Everyone was shocked at first, then overjoyed. They had another chance to show off in front of their master. However, the person who came was a half-saint. Who would dare to make a move? However, there was someone who was excited as if he had been injected with chicken blood and directly rushed up. This idiot, Wang Zhan, almost cursed when he saw that. The guy who rushed up impatiently was his newly recruited subordinate, the formation grandmaster of the mystical heaven sect, Tianmeng. This guy actually dared to snatch the credit from me? Wang Zhan was depressed. Taoist Tianmeng? The person who came was a familiar person. As soon as the two of them met, the other party greeted Tianmeng. Taoist my ass. Are you here to cause trouble? I'll take you down first. Tianmeng didn't say anything and immediately took out his cracked array disc. The array disc grew to the size of a small mountain and directly smashed onto the person's head. F***CK. The person fell headfirst from the sky. Bam! The ground shook and dust flew. The person directly smashed a large pit in the ground. Look at my mighty demon dragon. Tianmeng roared and majestically drove the array disc to suppress the person below. The person had just emerged from the pit when the array disc from the sky directly smashed onto him and directly suppressed him into the ground. Who did I offend? Tianmeng, you bastard. The person who was suppressed under the array disc directly spat out a mouthful of old blood and was almost angered to death. Daring to cause trouble, this is the result. Tianmeng descended from the sky with incomparable majesticness and landed on the array disc. He looked at the crowd and saw that everyone was dumbfounded as they looked at him. He immediately felt extremely proud. I did it! I did it! I didn't think that I would be able to act cool in front of Master and be in the limelight just after I recognized him as my master. Master will definitely look at me in a different light. Master's master will also notice me. I might even get a reward. Tianmeng was laughing wildly in his heart, but on the surface, he pretended to be extremely calm. He stood on the enormous array disc with his hands behind his back, the corner of his mouth slightly curled up with a slight smile. There was a hint of pride in his arrogance. Pa! Just as Tianmeng was feeling good, a big hand rapidly enlarged in his eyes. Then he was slapped and sent flying. Master, Tianmeng was instantly shocked when he saw the person who slapped him. Are you F***ing an idiot? Wang Zhan immediately scolded Tianmeng. Master, this Tian Meng suddenly fell from heaven to hell. He was instantly stunned by Wang Zhan's slap. He covered his swollen face and felt very wronged. Tian Meng, you bastard. I'm going to cut off all ties with you. Master, save me. The person who was suppressed by Tian Meng's array disc was very weak. He was probably going to receive a lunchbox soon. Tian Meng was really ruthless. Brother Wang, your subordinate isn't a fool, is he? Fatty walked up and ridiculed him. Which eye of yours saw that he was here to cause trouble. That's my master's subordinate. Do you know that? Wang Zhan was infuriated. This Tian Meng fellow's brain was really flooded with water. He couldn't wait to make a contribution, wanted to show off, and beat up the person who came to him without distinguishing between right and wrong. What? Tian Meng was dumbfounded. At this moment, Gu Fei waved at the array disc with his right hand. The array disc immediately flew toward him and quickly shrunk before falling into his hand. The man who was suppressed by the array disc staggered to his feet. His clothes were tattered and stained with blood. He had already lost half of his life. This person was the heavenly marshal Holy Land Elder, who was sent to the Golden Sun, Holy Land by Gu Fei. He was half-stepped to Saint Realm, Meng He, bam. Chapter 5790. Meng He was really unlucky. He had just finished dealing with the matters of the Golden Sun, Holy Land, and rushed back in a hurry. Who would have thought that he would be intercepted, smashed in the head for no reason, and then suppressed? Moreover, what made Meng He so depressed was that the guy who almost knocked him out and suppressed him was actually his acquaintance, Tian Meng, an array formation great master of the mystical heaven sect. Tian Meng was ungrateful and inhuman. When Tian Meng first traveled to the East Pole, Meng He treated him with good wine and food, and even accompanied him to visit many scenic spots in the East Pole. This guy suddenly turned against him and almost killed him the moment he came up. Meng He was shocked, angry, and furious. This was too unjust. Master, you have to help me. Meng He arrived in front of Gu Fei with tears and mucus running down his face. His appearance was extremely miserable, causing people to feel both amused and shocked at the same time. Was Tian Meng really a fool? He was so ruthless. If Meng He did not have some ability and had the leaf with the Tao rhyme given by Lin Fan, he would have been killed long ago. At this time, Gu Fei did not pay attention to Meng He. He was admiring something in his hand. It was a bead, a black bead. There was a bead hidden in Tian Meng's array disc. This bead was not simple. It exuded a demonic nature that could confuse people's minds. If an ordinary person obtained this bead, they would immediately become demonic and lose their mind. They would become a demonic creature that only knew how to kill. Even a god realm expert would find it difficult to resist the erosion of demonic nature. If one came into contact with this demonic bead, frequently they would gradually be eroded by the demonic nature and eventually become demonic. In fact, Tian Meng had obtained this demonic bead for a long time. However, he was at the half-step sage realm, so the demonic bead had little effect on him. However, his temperament had unknowingly become irritable and irritable. This was also why he directly rushed up when he saw someone approaching the team. No matter who it was, he would kill them first. Tian Meng was completely dumbfounded. He did not expect his master's master to know the secret of his array disc and hide this demonic treasure in the array disc. How did his master's master see through it? He had thought that he was the only one in the world who knew the secret of the array disc. Interesting. That little snake must be hiding inside, Gu Fei said as he played with the black bead in his hand. Tian Meng's heart shook when he heard this. Tian Meng hurriedly stepped forward. This is a supreme treasure of the devil path that I inadvertently obtained. You call this a treasure? Gu Fei said indifferently. How could Tian Meng dare to reply? It's just a small space, not even a small world. As Gu Fei spoke, he casually threw the black bead to Tian Meng. Take this little thing back and play with it. Yes, yes, Tian Meng was pleasantly surprised. This was his lifeblood. He never imagined that Gu Fei would return the primordious demon bead to him. This Gu Fei simply didn't care about this supreme treasure of the demonic path. In Tian Meng's eyes, the supreme treasure of the demonic path was actually trash in Gu Fei's eyes. He could casually refine a bunch of these beads. However, what was trash in Gu Fei's eyes was a supreme treasure in the eyes of others. Seeing Gu Fei casually throw the supreme treasure back to Tian Meng, everyone was shocked. Master, Meng He is back. Meng He is suffering. At this moment, Meng He began to perform. He couldn't be beaten up by Tian Meng, this bastard. If not for the Dao rune leaf that his master had given him, he would have probably been sent for lunch. Brother Meng He, I'm really sorry. I apologize to you. Tian Meng was incomparably embarrassed. Apologize? What's the use of apologizing? I want to cut ties with you. Meng He glared at Tian Meng. Tisk, who's afraid of you? Tian Meng didn't think much of it. Gu Fei glanced at Meng He and rubbed his body. A small mud bead appeared in his hand. When Meng He saw Gu Fei's action, he became excited. He didn't get beaten up for nothing. Open your mouth. Gu Fei said indifferently. Meng He's mouth opened wide. When he heard this, Gu Fei flicked his finger and the mud bead shot into Meng He's mouth. At this moment, everyone in the surroundings were extremely envious. That was an item that was comparable to a peerless divine pill. It was this item that had saved the heavily injured Saint Ming Yang. Not only did Saint Ming Yang's injuries recover, but his cultivation level also seemed to have improved significantly. Tian Meng, who had just arrived, was dumbfounded when he saw the surrounding people staring at Meng He with incomparable jealousy. When he saw the two big shots, the bright sun saint and the black god Ridge Lord, also staring at Meng He with envy, Tian Meng was completely dumbfounded. Was this necessary? That was an old mud bead. I have so many of them on me. I can get one just by rubbing it. However, he didn't expect Gu Fei to be such a terrifying existence. Even a mud bead from his body was a supreme divine pill. Boom! At the next moment, a ball of divine light erupted from Meng He, who was kneeling on the ground. Like a volcanic eruption, the energy in his body started to boil. Then, a divine sound of Dao runes came from Meng He's body. The Dao runes soared into the sky and resonated with the world. What? He broke through? He became a sage? I'm not seeing things, right? I just witnessed the birth of a sage. Everyone was dumbfounded. The wave of energy that erupted from Meng He's body knocked over a few people who were closest to him. Everyone else retreated far away in panic. *CK. It can't be. Tian Meng, who was closest to Meng He, was sent flying by the powerful wave of energy that erupted from Meng He's body. Meng He, who was beaten half to death, actually recovered in an instant. Furthermore, he instantly recovered to his peak. Not only did his cultivation recover to its peak, but he even broke through to the sage realm. How is this possible? Tian Meng was completely dumbfounded. Yes, it must be the old master's mud bead. It must be. Tian Meng, who was covered in dirt, suddenly came to a realization. He finally knew why the people around him were staring at Meng He with looks of envy, jealousy, and hatred. Even Saint Ming Yang and the black god Ridge Lord, the two sages, were jealous. At that moment, Gu Fei frowned and casually waved at Meng He. Whoosh! Meng He was sent flying and disappeared in an instant. Thank you, Master. Meng He's voice came from afar. A random mud bead from his body created a sage realm expert. Tian Meng looked at Gu Fei in awe. What kind of existence was Master's master? He was too terrifying and unimaginable. Although Dong Yue, Shui, the 12 Great Bandits, and the 3 successors of the 10,000 Gods sect already knew about Gu Fei's means, they were still shocked. At the same time, they were extremely envious of Meng He. This guy only went to the Golden Sun's sacred ground and got beaten up by Tian Meng, but he was rewarded by their master. At that moment, a powerful aura of the sage path came from afar. He really became a sage. I'm in trouble now. Chapter 5791. Meng, he became a saint. He never dreamed that he would become a saint because his cultivation had been stuck at the half-step saint realm for thousands of years. In the unbounded realm, all living beings had long lifespans. Some half-step saints remained at the half-step saint realm even after cultivating for countless years, unable to take the step to become a saint. Meng He already had no hope of becoming a saint. Who would have thought that he would become a saint today? It was too sudden, too unexpected. His master was practically his savior. He directly took the step to become a saint, and then he became a saint. The others were also dumbfounded. They were also shocked to the point of disbelief. They were all dumbfounded, unable to believe it, and unable to believe it. It couldn't be helped. Becoming a saint was no small matter. It was harder than ascending to the heavens. Gu Fei just casually rubbed some mud off his body, kneaded it into a mud ball, and then tossed it to Meng He. Then Meng He was knocked unconscious by the sudden happiness. At this moment, everyone was envious of Meng He. Tian Meng was even more terrified. He had just beaten Meng He ruthlessly, almost beating him to death. Now that Meng He had become a saint, how could he be Meng He's match? Meng He was definitely going to settle the score with him. He was definitely dead this time. Tian Meng even wanted to run, but he did not dare to run. His life or death was in the hands of his master, Wang Zhan. At this moment, the group did not stop and continued forward. Meanwhile, Meng He was breaking through to the saint realm in the distance and then still had to stabilize his cultivation. There's no heavenly tribulation. Gu Fei was rather surprised. There was no heavenly tribulation after Meng He broke through to the saint realm. The unbounded realm was truly different. The group continued forward. No one dared to say anything, although Dong Yue Shui was the leader of the group on the surface. In reality, her status was not even comparable to the 12 bandits. The 12 bandits were all God realm experts, while Dong Yue Shui was only at the heaven realm. In this world where the strong preyed on the weak and the strong were revered, titles such as emperors and princesses were all meaningless. To the strong, they were not worth a dime. A force like the East Moon Empire could be easily destroyed by a half-saint, let alone a true saint. With Gu Fei's current strength, if he wanted to destroy the East Moon Empire, it would actually only take a single word from him. He did not even need to do anything himself. At this time, there were still mysterious figures appearing around the team. Obviously, there were still people who were unwilling to give up. However, those in the dark weren't fools. They wouldn't act rashly. After all, even the Array Grandmaster from the strange Heaven Gate had knelt down. Who would dare to act rashly? The great Grandmaster Tian Meng of the Mystical Heaven sect wasn't a true sage expert. However, he had the strength to contend against a sage expert by relying on his great Grandmaster Tian Meng's Array Dao and the supreme devil treasure in his hand. At this time, even the people from the 9 Profound Holy Land and Skysplit Pavilion were restraining themselves, not making a move. I don't want to be beaten to death by that Meng He. Tian Meng rolled his eyes and had an idea. The team entered a boundless plain. After passing through this plain, they were not far from the imperial city of the East Moon Empire. The territory of the East Moon Empire really didn't have any natural defenses. If the tyrannical Heaven Empire broke through Black Scale City, then half of the East Moon Empire's territory would fall into the hands of the tyrannical Heaven Empire. Of course, the tyrannical Heaven Empire didn't dare to act rashly at this time. At this time, Meng, he was left at the back of the team. Gu Fei rode an ordinary black-scale colt and blended in with the team. However, apart from Fatty and Wang Zhan, no one dared to approach within 3 meters of him. Everyone intentionally or unintentionally kept a certain distance from Gu Fei. This was respect for Gu Fei. Even the Ridge Lord of the Black God Ridge and Saint Mingyang were the same. Gu Fei still wore ordinary battle armor and held a spear in his hand. The difference was that he was a spear rider now because he was riding a black-scale colt. However, no one really treated him as an ordinary rider. Dong Yue Shui was even more nervous. She was very careful, afraid of angering Gu Fei. At this time, she finally understood how powerful Gu Fei was. "Master, do you want to make a contribution?" Tian Meng took advantage of Wang Zhan's departure from Gu Fei to sneak up to Wang Zhan. "Nonsense! Who doesn't want to show off in front of my master?" Wang Zhan directly slapped Tian Meng's head. "Master, please calm down. I know someone has snuck into the team. If Master can find them, you'll definitely gain face in front of Master's master." Tian Meng said hurriedly, "What, someone has actually snuck into the team?" Wang Zhan couldn't help but be shocked. "How is this possible?" Wang Zhan glared at Tian Meng. Who was his master? How could he not know that someone had snuck into the team? "It's true, Master. How would I dare to lie to you?" Tian Meng panicked. "Wait a minute. If someone has snuck in, they definitely won't be able to escape Master's eyes. However, Master won't say anything. We have to think about it carefully." Wang Zhan's eyes suddenly lit up as he thought of something. Could it be that Master doesn't care about those who have snuck in at all? Could it be that Master is testing us? That must be it. Wang Zhan quickly imagined. This is a test. This is indeed a chance to make a contribution. Wang Zhan patted Tian Meng's shoulder and said, "Do you know that you made me lose face previously? Now you want to make up for it. You're really smart." Tian Meng was instantly flattered. "It's my duty to share Master's worries. I'm willing to follow Master for the rest of my life." Tian Meng immediately expressed his loyalty. "Then what do you think we should do?" Wang Zhan looked at Tian Meng. "How about this and this?" Tian Meng revealed his plan. "Not bad, not bad. You have a bright future. I'm optimistic about you." Wang Zhan was instantly overjoyed. Tian Meng was indeed quite capable. "Senior brother, why are those 2 guys hiding in the corner?" Wen Chun, the 3rd junior brother of the Myriad Gods sect, transmitted his voice to Wu Fan. Meng, he had been very jealous of Gu Fei's reward. In fact, he had been extremely envious. After all, his cultivation would have most likely broken through to the half-step sage realm if he could have gotten his master's old mud ball. It was even hard to say if he could directly break through to the sage realm. It's definitely not something good. Let's keep an eye on them and see what they're up to, Wu Fan said with a solemn expression. On the other side, Saint Mingyang and the Black God Ridge Lord also had their eyes on Wang Zhan and Tian Meng. Especially the 12 bandits, they seemed to be unintentionally moving towards where Wang Zhan and Tian Meng were. These guys were extremely shrewd and were constantly paying attention to the movements in the team. The secret conversation between Wang Zhan and Tian Meng naturally couldn't be hidden from these observant people. After receiving the reward from Gu Fei, Meng, he actually became a sage in one step. This stimulated everyone. Everyone was the master's servant. So why did Meng he get the reward? Everyone knew what the key was. Therefore, everyone wanted to make a contribution in front of their master. If their master was happy, they would definitely be rewarded. At this time, the people who had sneaked into the group were restless. They were all very anxious and terrified. They all wanted to leave as soon as possible, but this was an endless plain. Even if they wanted to escape, they would be immediately discovered and then killed. Therefore, those who had mixed into the team didn't dare to act rashly. However, they didn't know that Tianmeng had already bought them. Tianmeng had no choice but to protect himself. Chapter 5792. In the Limitless Realm. The Dark Roll was the largest list of missions in the Limitless Realm. Anyone could post a mission on the Dark Roll, and anyone could accept the missions on the Dark Roll. The reward on the Dark Roll belonged to the person who completed the mission. Ever since the Dark Roll was created, no one had ever broken the rules of the Dark Roll. Everyone who posted or accepted a mission on the Dark Roll had to abide by the rules. If someone completed the mission, the person who posted the mission would have to hand out the reward. If there was no reward, then the consequences would be dire. If a person posted a mission on the Dark Roll and didn't hand over the mission item as promised, that person would definitely not be able to live. If an organization posted a mission on the Dark Roll and then reneged, then the organization would be destroyed by the power behind the Dark Roll. The power behind the Dark Roll was extremely mysterious and powerful. Even a sage would not dare to mess with the power behind the Dark Roll. When the mission to kill Dong Weishui was posted on the Dark Roll, countless people accepted it in just half an hour. Many people wanted Dong Weishui's life, be it in the open or in the dark. However, Dong Weishui was still alive and well, be it immortal state, half-step sage, or even a real sage. None of them could kill her. On the other hand, those who tried to kill Dong Weishui were all out of luck. Even the Shadow Mountain Holy Lord had died mysteriously. Everyone who had accepted the Dark Roll mission was dumbfounded. They had really suffered a great loss this time. One should know that the missions of the Dark Roll could not be casually accepted. They would need to pay a hefty deposit. Otherwise, how could the people on the Dark Roll earn so much? Moreover, regardless of whether the mission was completed or not, they could only get half of the deposit back. In other words, the Dark Roll would have to take half of the deposit. This was how the Dark Roll made money. Regardless of whether anyone completed the mission or not, the Dark Roll would still make a fortune. However, no one dared to make a move now, because even the alliance of the Mystical Heaven Sect, the 9 Profound Holy Land, and the Tower of Tongtian had failed. The formation Grandmaster of the Mystical Heaven Sect, Tianmeng, was a ruthless character. At this time, on a slope 100 miles away from Gu Fei's group, a dozen figures stood. Ha! To think that Tianmeng would have such a day. Tianmeng does have the right to be arrogant, but it's a pity that he kicked an iron plate this time and got himself into trouble. Humph! He can't be arrogant this time. The people on the slope continued to mock him. They had seen Tianmeng being captured with their own eyes. He must be dead. These people didn't know that Tianmeng had already recognized Wang Zhan as his master. Compared to the Mystical Heaven Sect, Tianmeng's backing was many times more powerful than the entire Mystical Heaven Sect. Master's master is a supreme existence who can create a Saint Realm expert with a wave of his hand. In the entire limitless realm, perhaps only the 5 extreme emperors had such incredible means. In other words, Master's master's master was comparable to the 5 extreme emperors. This was a monstrous figure. After witnessing Gu Fei's methods, Tianmeng was dead set on following Wang Zhan. Of course, he was extremely envious of those who directly recognized Gu Fei as their master. To them, being a servant of a supreme existence was an unparalleled glory. Most importantly, Any random reward from their master would be a peerless divine item, enough for them to enjoy endlessly. Serves that guy right. The successor of the 9 profound sacred land, Huangzheng, said gloatingly on the slope. Tianmeng actually chased them away and tore up the agreement between the two parties. This made the people of the 9 profound sacred land and the sky-reaching tower extremely unhappy. Then, should we continue? The mysterious young man from the sky-reaching tower pondered. What's the point of doing anything at this time? I can only hope that my half-sage senior can escape safely. Huang Zheng's expression was a little ugly. This was because he had already sent a message to the half-sage who had sneaked into Dongyue Shui-Er's group to retreat, but he did not receive any response. Since when did the 9 profound sacred land become so cowardly? The mysterious young man from the sky-reaching tower sneered. What did you say? Before Huang Zheng could say anything, the people behind him glared at the mysterious young man. Isn't that right? You're retreating just like that. Isn't that cowardly? The mysterious young man mocked. Although the people behind Huang Zheng were furious, they could not refute the young man's words, as they were not being unreasonable. Regardless of whether they were willing to admit it or not, they were indeed cowardly. Whatever you say, but let me give you a piece of advice. Stop, Huang Zheng said, and led his people away without waiting for the mysterious young man to speak. We're the professionals when it comes to assassinations. We'll definitely get the rewards from the dark ranking. The mysterious young man said with a cold grin while staring at Huang Zheng's departing figure. Humph! A bunch of idiots, trying to kill Dongyue Shui. They must be out of their minds. Huang Zheng and the others who left the slope were disdainful of the sky-reaching tower's overconfidence. Sacred Son, why are we retreating all of a sudden? Yeah, Sacred Son, if we work together with the sky-reaching tower, we might be able to complete the mission. The people behind Huang Zheng were all very confused. As the holy son of the 9 profound holy land, Huang Zheng's status in the 9 profound holy land was even higher than that of an ordinary elder. Of course, he himself was also very outstanding. His cultivation talent was extremely high, and whether it was his temperament or his methods, he was the best of the best. I received a message from my old friend, the sacred son of Heaven Marshal, and learned a huge secret. Huang Zheng said as he walked. What secret? Huang Zheng's subordinates were very curious. I can't tell you. Huang Zheng shook his head. All you need to know is that Dongyue Shui is not to be messed with. Not to be messed with? I don't think so. Does she have a powerful person protecting her? One of Huang Zheng's subordinates said disapprovingly. The sacred son of the 9 profound holy land, Huang Zheng did not say anything. He only glanced in the direction of Dongyue Shui, then quickened his pace. Sacred leader, where are we going now? Someone asked. The East Moon royal capital. Huang Zheng said. He really wanted to stay and see the people of the sky-reaching tower suffer, but the sacred son of Heaven Marshal had invited him to the East Moon royal capital to help him think of a way to welcome that powerful figure. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to curry favor with a powerful figure. How could Huang Zheng miss it? As for the elder who had sneaked into Dongyue Shui-Er's group, he could only pray for himself. Huang Zheng really could not help him. He hoped that the senior of the sect would not cause any huge trouble. Otherwise, the entire 9 profound holy ground would be done for. Huang Zheng was in a hurry to head to the East Moon imperial capital because he wanted the Heaven Marshal Saint to put in a good word for him in front of the peerless expert. Meanwhile, in Dongyue Shui-Er's group, the sacred son of the 9 profound holy land and the sacred son of the sky-reaching tower were already surrounded. Chapter 57, 93. Wei Feng of the 9 profound holy land and Xian Yu of the sky-piercing tower thought that they could fool everyone by disguising themselves as half of the battle soldiers. They thought that they would slip away once they reached the East Moon Imperial cities safely. However, one day, when they were having breakfast, they were suddenly surrounded by a group of people. Wei Feng's hand trembled, and the bowl of porridge in his hand fell to the ground. The porcelain bowl shattered, and his face instantly turned pale. Xian Yu, who was at the side, not only dropped the bowl in his hand, but he also dropped his chopsticks. The piece of meat he was chewing on was still hanging in his mouth. The two half-saints were supposed to be high and mighty, respected, worshipped, flattered, and fawned over by others. However, they were now trembling in fear under the stares of dozens of pairs of eyes. They almost peed their pants. They never dreamed that they would be discovered, and not by one or two people, but by a large group of people. They had a mental breakdown. Are the two of you here to experience life in the world instead of enjoying life in your own cave abode? Fatty sneered as he stared at the two frightened fellows in front of him with a faint smile. Sir, I'm just a lowly soldier. Why are you? Wei Feng couldn't even speak fluently. He was so nervous that he stuttered. He. Fatty stared at Wei Feng and sneered. You're still pretending? Do you believe that I'll kill you like a fly with my palm? Fatty raised his head and puffed out his chest. He looked down on the two of them with arrogance. He was a saint now. If he was not arrogant, he would be letting down his status as a saint. These two fellows actually dared to talk nonsense in front of him. They were simply looking down on the dignity of a saint. Ever since Fatty was beaten up by Gu Fei and became a saint, he had been acting arrogantly everywhere. It was as if he was afraid that others did not know that he had become a saint. He walked with his nose in the air. Moreover, after Fatty became a saint, he became the boss here. Other than Gu Fei, who he did not dare to provoke, even the Lord of the Black Deity Ridge and Saint Mingyang were polite to him. The others naturally hugged Fatty's thighs and fawned over him in all sorts of ways. Fatty was extremely pleased with himself. He had become the boss of this group of Heaven Realm and God Realm cultivators. Everyone wanted to curry favor with him. This made Fatty even more pleased with himself. It felt good to become a saint. Don't kill us. Wei Feng was left dumbfounded. This young master didn't play his cards according to common sense. He had started to shout, fight and kill. Moreover, the opposite party was a big shot of the Sage Realm. So, even 10 lives wouldn't be enough for Wei Feng to survive the palm of the opposite party. Tisk, you're scared already? It's no fun. Wang Zhan was very disdainful of these two guys. These two guys were half-step sage experts. Who would have thought that they would turn out to be cowards? Wei Feng and Xian, you would have died of injustice if they knew that Wang Zhan was looking at them like this. They had no choice but to be terrified. They were being stared at by 3 big shots of the Sage Realm. So, it was already very good that they hadn't been defeated in a second. Master, this credit, Tian Meng secretly transmitted his voice to Wang Zhan. Wang Zhan felt a headache when he heard this. He had originally wanted to capture these two guys by himself so that he could gain some face in front of his master. However, he hadn't expected that he would be tricked by this fatty. The fatty was a big shot of the Sage Realm. Even though Wang Zhan and Tian Meng were communicating with their divine thoughts, he could still sense the fluctuations of their divine thoughts. Therefore, the secret between Wang Zhan and Tian Meng wasn't a secret at all to the fatty. Therefore, just when Wang Zhan and Tian Meng were about to make a move, the fatty suddenly intervened. Then, the previous scene happened. Dozens of cultivators suddenly surrounded Wei Feng and Xian Yu, who were eating. Then, they stared at them. Of course, we'll each take half of the credit. The fatty's voice rang in the minds of the two of them. What? This damn fatty! Wang Zhan and Tian Meng were shocked by the fatty. Only then did they realize that the fatty wasn't the same as before. The fatty was a big shot of the sage realm now. I was too careless. Wang Zhan was depressed. He was curious as to how Fatty knew about his plan. Furthermore, he had even interfered in it. It turned out that the Fatty had sensed the communication between him and Tianmeng. Others might not dare to snatch the credit from him, be it the Lord of the Black Deity Ridge or Saint Mingyang. None of them dared to do so. After all, Wang Zhan was Gu Fei's personal disciple. However, this Fatty was different. He and Gu Fei were brothers. Others might be afraid of Gu Fei, but he wasn't afraid at all. In other words, others might not dare to be impudent in front of Gu Fei, but he did. Moreover, Gu Fei didn't care about this Fatty at all, and let him do whatever he wanted. Actually, everyone could tell that their master, Gu Fei, treated this Fatty differently. All right, we'll each take half. Wang Zhan's expression changed several times before he finally gritted his teeth and said, "It couldn't be helped." The other party was a big shot of the sage realm, while he was only at the peak of the immortal realm. They weren't even on the same level. What could he do if the other party's fists were strong? Gu Fei wasn't interested in these things at all. "Tell me your name, background, identity, and purpose." Wang Zhan said calmly. Wei Feng and Xian Yu looked at each other, lowered their heads, and then told the truth. Wei Feng, half-sage of the Nine Profound Holy Land, one of the elders of the Nine Profound Holy Land. His purpose was to kill Dong Yushui and the reward of the Dark Roll. Xian Yu, half-sage of the Sky Tower, also had a nickname, Night Spectre. He was a famous guy in the world of assassins. His targets all died in his hands. But this time, the Dark Night Spectre failed miserably because his target, Dong Yushui, was still alive and well. Nine Profound Holy Land Sky Tower? These guys sure have guts. Wang Zhan couldn't help but admire these guys. There was nothing more to say. As soon as Wang Zhan gave the order, everyone rushed forward and tied up the two. They should capture them first, and then teach them a lesson. Just when Wang Zhan and the Fatty were about to ask Gu Fei for credit, a fireball suddenly appeared in the sky. The fireball was heading straight for their team. What's going on? Everyone was stunned. At this time, there were still people who dared to cause trouble. Do they really think the rewards of the Dark Roll are so easy to get? Dong Yushui was also very depressed. She never thought that she would be worth a divine instrument. That was a divine instrument. At this time, Gu Fei suddenly looked up at the fireball, and a strange look flashed in his eyes. Everyone was on guard. Boom! With a loud sound, the fireball fell from the sky and hit the ground 100 miles in front of them. The ground shook, and dust rose into the air. At the same time as the fireball fell, more than 10 rays of divine light came from afar. The powerful aura of the sage state was vast and mighty. Everyone was shocked, and the cultivators below the sage state were even more terrified. Suddenly, more than 10 sages jumped out. Even the Fatty was shocked, and his mouth was wide open. Nine Profound Holy Leader, Sky Tower Master, Great Elder of Golden Sun, Holy Land, Sky Marshal Holy Leader, Purple Flame Great Ancestor, and Infinite Sword Master are all here? Saint Mingyang stared at the group of sage experts and uttered the names of several people in succession. Everyone was shocked to the extreme. This group of sage experts turned out to be the big shots of the Eastern Pole region. These people were all sect masters. They were all powerful people who could shake the entire East Pole region with a single step. Why were they all here at the same time? Chapter 5794. A ball of fire suddenly fell from the sky and landed 100 miles in front of Gu Fei and the others, stirring up a cloud of dust. A circle of dust swept out in all directions. Everywhere it passed, sand and stones were sent flying, and the sun and moon lost their radiance. The entire world was shaking, and it was extremely shocking. The dust storm quickly swept towards where Gouffet and the others were. Everyone was inexplicably shocked. When had the ordinary soldiers ever seen such a scene? They were so shocked by the scene that they forgot to run for their lives. Seeing this, Gouffet could not help but frown. The people around Gouffet were not staring at the sweeping dust storm. Instead, they were looking at Gouffet's expression. Seeing Gouffet frown, everyone was surprised and happy. However, everyone below the sage realm was extremely depressed, as they did not have the ability to perform well in front of their master. However, Saint Ming Yang, the fat man, and the leader of the Black God Ridge were different. They were all sages. Their chance to perform had come. Saint Ming Yang immediately made his move. With a wave of his right hand, a gust of wind appeared in the void and flew towards the sandstorm that was sweeping towards them. A strong gust of wind howled, and wherever it passed, the dust storm would be blown away in the void. Looking down from the sky, one could see a huge gap in the circular dust storm that swept out in all directions. Sage Realm. At that moment, more than a dozen experts stopped in the air. The person in the lead was a young man in white who held a folding fan in his hand. His face was like jade, and his eyes were like stars. Of course, in the limitless realm, even people who looked like young men were often old antiques who had lived for countless years. Things like appearance were very unreliable in the limitless realm. Wow, this group of big shots actually came together. Saint Ming Yang raised his head and looked at the dozen-strong figures in the sky. He could not help but be shocked. These people were all big shots in the East Pole region. When they heard Saint Ming Yang say the names of the people who had come, everyone was extremely shocked. Regardless of whether it was the Sky Martial Sacred Leader, the Jiuquan Sacred Leader, the Tower Master of Tongtian, or the Purple Flame Old Ancestor, they were all powerful people in the East Pole region. Dongyue Shui, and the others were not qualified to meet such existences at all. To them, these great figures were all figures of the heavens. They didn't even have the qualifications to be the servants of these great figures. But now they were worshipping a monstrous figure as their master. Thinking of this, Dongyue Shui, and the others felt like they were floating. They straightened their backs and puffed out their chests. Even if they were to face these big shots, they would not be afraid anymore. Just as the two sides were staring at each other, a powerful aura spread out from the place where the fiery light had landed. At the next moment, a wave of Taoist rhyme soared into the sky, resonating with the heavens and the earth. Boundless spiritual chi of the heavens, and the earth frantically gathered at the point of impact. The spiritual chi was so thick that it could be seen with the naked eye. Ha! The things that come out of the East Extreme Divine City are indeed all precious treasures. The young man in the sky closed his folding fan and clapped it against his palm, laughing out loud. Taoist rune, supreme treasure. It's just a piece of trash, yet you're treating it like a treasure? Gouffet didn't think much of it. He might not think much of it, but in the eyes of others, it was an incredible treasure. Everyone's eyes were red with greed. Swish! A figure directly rushed out from Gouffet's group. A bunch of fools. It's a Taoist rune, supreme treasure. What are you waiting for? Fatty's voice came from afar, and his figure disappeared in an instant. That speed was simply too fast. Everyone was dumbfounded. How dare you? Who dares to snatch something that belongs to me? Feng San. The white-robed young man was instantly enraged. He was high and mighty, looking down at Fatty, who was rushing towards the treasure. A mere ant actually dared to be so impudent in front of him. What? He's Feng San? Saint Ming Yang wanted to rush up and snatched the Taoist rune, Supreme Treasure, as well. However, when he heard the words of the white-robed young man in the sky, he staggered and nearly fell. His face was filled with fear, and he was so frightened that his voice was trembling. Feng San, the black god Ridge Lord, was also shocked. Who is Feng San? Is he very strong? Could he be even stronger than my master? Wang Zhan said in disdain. Master, Tian Meng, who was at the side, secretly tugged on Wang Zhan's clothes. What's wrong? Wang Zhan said impatiently. Third Master Feng is the third disciple of the Extreme East Emperor. Tian Meng secretly transmitted his voice to Wang Zhan. His voice was also trembling. He was also afraid. Third Master Feng was a heavenly figure who could summon the wind and rain in the Extreme East Emperor. What? That's the disciple of the Extreme Emperor? Even though Wang Zhan was inexperienced, he was still shocked. Whose territory was the Extreme East Emperor's? It was the Extreme Emperor's. Who was the supreme ruler of the Extreme East Emperor? It was the Extreme Emperor of the Extreme East Emperor. All the forces and everyone in the Extreme East Realm only had one master. It was the Extreme Emperor of the Extreme East Realm. This was something that even a 3-year-old child knew. No wonder the Sky Martial Sacred Leader, the Jiuquan Sacred Leader, and the others followed behind that young man obediently and bowed to him. It turned out that he was the successor of the Extreme Emperor. However, apart from those who knew Feng San's identity, the others didn't think much of it. After all, very few people knew Feng San's identity. Only the big shots knew that he was the successor of the Extreme Emperor, like the soldiers under Dong Yue Shui, or who knew who Feng San was. However, the Jiuquan Sacred Leader, the Sky Martial Sacred Leader, and the other big shots of the Extreme East Emperor surrounded Feng San like stars surrounding the moon. Even if they didn't know who Feng San was, they could tell that he was no ordinary person. While everyone was still shocked by Feng San's identity, Fatty didn't care so much. He directly rushed to the place where the item had fallen. Without hesitation, he jumped into the pit. The item smashed into the ground and created a bottomless pit. At that moment, an endless amount of spiritual chi of heaven and earth gathered. The entire pit was filled with colorful lights, and the void was filled with sparkling spiritual light. That guy jumped down. In the sky, the successor of the Extreme Emperor, Feng San, was furious. Who dared to ignore him in the Extreme East Realm? Who dared to be presumptuous in front of him? Everyone, like the Jiuquan Sacred Leader, was respectful when they saw him. Lord Feng, let's go down and capture that reckless guy for you to deal with. The Jiuquan Sacred Leader was the first to jump out and directly rushed down from the sky. Lord Feng, I'll go and teach that blind guy a lesson too. The Sky Martial Sacred Leader said hurriedly and rushed down. The other big shots also jumped out and asked Fatty to watch over them. They also rushed down from the sky. They wanted to show off in front of Feng San. Chapter 5795. The Extreme Emperor was definitely the most powerful being in the Infinity Realm. He was the master of the 5 polar regions and was in charge of the life and death of all living things in the polar regions. The Extreme Emperor's disciple had a high status. Even the sect masters of the top forces and family leaders of the polar regions fought to lick his boots. Feng San was the 3rd disciple of the Extreme Emperor. He could do whatever he wanted in the East Pole. The Sky Martial Sacred Leader, the Jiuquan Sacred Leader, and the Purple Flame Great Ancestor were all fighting to curry favor with him. They couldn't help it. He was the disciple of the Extreme Emperor. This status was extremely high. It not only represented Feng San himself, but also his master, the Extreme Emperor Wuchu. At this moment, someone actually dared to be impudent in front of Feng San, disregarding his prestige. The sect leaders and saint sovereigns beside Feng San instantly leaped out, wanting to capture this reckless person for Feng San to deal with. Very quickly, the bottomless pit that was created by the Taoist treasure emitted a violent wave of energy. The spiritual qi of the universe boiled. An even stronger Taoist aura exploded from the depths of the ground. Everyone seemed to hear the divine voice of the great path. It was as if a supreme being was chanting the supreme scripture. Everyone was shocked. The Taoist aura is too strong. Even Saint Mingyang and the ridge leader of the Black God Ridge were jealous. The Taoist treasure that fell from the sky was definitely not ordinary. The Taoist aura from the treasure was much stronger than the Taoist leaves that Gu Fei had given them. It was like the difference between a giant beast and an ant compared to the Taoist aura. The Taoist leaves that Gu Fei had given them were not as good. Such a Taoist aura treasure naturally made everyone jealous. However, the other party was Feng San. Even though they knew how powerful and terrifying their master, Gu Fei, was to the point where he could rival infinite primes, they did not dare to offend Feng San so easily. The consequences of offending Feng San were severe. Save me? Are you guys crazy? Do you have any shame? A bunch of big shots are ganging up on me, the fatty's wailing and cursing voice transmitted from the depths of the pit. These people were too shameless. They had ganged up on him. He had come to know how crazy a shameless sage expert could be. That's what you get for being so impudent in front of Lord Feng San. Obediently surrender and follow us to Lord Feng San to beg for forgiveness. Io, you still dare to fight back? Beat him to death. The depths of the underground were bustling with activity. Although the fatty was a new sage, he had become a sage after being beaten up by Gu Fei. Therefore, he was much stronger than becoming a sage on his own. Therefore, he was able to persevere under the siege of a group of Sage Realm big shots and not be beaten to death. Lord Fatty is amazing, Wang Zhan exclaimed and gave a thumbs up. Fatty is too ferocious, Saint Mingyang said with a solemn expression. The 12 great bandits, and the others were even more shocked. This Lord Fatty's death-seeking operation was simply shocking enough to make their eyeballs pop out. It should be known that Fatty was only a new sage expert. His cultivation had just broken through to the sage realm, yet he dared to fight a group of sage experts. Moreover, these sage experts were not ordinary experts. At this moment, a figure rushed up from behind Gu Fei and the others. A powerful sage aura spread in all directions. Master, I'm back. This subordinate thanks Master for your help. A person rushed up to Gu Fei and prostrated himself on the ground with a thud. Who is this? The surrounding people were all shocked. Everyone was shocked when they saw who it was. This person was Meng He, who had been left behind by everyone. Meng He had actually become a sage. He had really become a sage. His sage realm cultivation had completely stabilized. Tian Meng immediately hid behind Wang Zhan when he saw this. He had beaten up Meng He previously and had almost beaten him to death. Get up, Gu Fei said calmly. I pledge my life to follow you, Master. I will not hesitate to go through fire and water. Meng He expressed his loyalty again before standing up carefully from the ground. Meng He, you came at the right time. Go and capture the Tianwu sacred leader. For me, Wang Zhan suddenly said to Meng. What? Meng He was dumbfounded. Wasn't the Tianwu sacred leader his big boss? Why did young master ask him to capture his big boss? Meng He was an elder of the Tianwu sacred land. He was a little hesitant to capture his big boss. Tisk, didn't you say that you would go through fire and water for my master? Why are you going back on your words now? Wang Zhan said disdainfully, Young master, this Did our sacred leader offend Master? Meng, he asked carefully as a layer of cold sweat appeared on his forehead. Didn't the saint report this to the sacred leader? What if the sacred leader offended Master? Meng, he was even more shocked at the thought of this. His master was a supreme existence who could create a sage realm expert at will. Didn't you notice that I'm being beaten up? Wang Zhan pointed in the direction of the pit. It's the aura of the sacred leader. Meng, he sensed a familiar aura coming from the front, and he immediately felt a headache coming on. Why aren't you guys coming to help? Are you really going to watch me get beaten to death? Fatty's voice came from the front. At this time, he was anxious. After all, the people who had ganged up on them were a group of big shots. Moreover, they were a group of shameless big shots. Ming Yang Saint, the Ridge Lord of the Black God Ridge, and Meng, he were secretly looking at Gu Fei. However, Gu Fei didn't say anything. He didn't seem to care if Fatty would be beaten to death by the group of sages. Should they help me or not? The three sages were in a dilemma. Was this a test from their master? Did their master want them to help or not? What was their master's intention? What did he want them to do? The three sages started to imagine crazily. "Oh, Gu, save me!" Fatty rushed out of the pit and saw that he had been beaten into a pig's head. His clothes were tattered, and his butt and hair were still smoking. He looked like he had just rushed out of a fire. Just as he rushed out of the crater, more than 10 figures rushed out from the bottom of the crater. Without saying a word, these people immediately surrounded Fatty and gave him another round of beating. More than 10 sages used their abilities. All kinds of oddly shaped treasures flew in the sky. They were colorful and extremely dazzling. These treasures were all smashed towards Fatty. The big shots of the Saint Realm beat the Fatty up and down, and he cried for his parents. How could the word miserable be used? Everyone was dumbfounded when they saw this scene. This was too shameless. Meng, he saw his sacred leader land a punch on Fatty's face. Fatty's face looked like it had been opened in a dye shop. It was extremely interesting. Patriarch Purple Flame spat out a mouthful of natal purple fire. Fatty's hair and eyebrows were all burnt. He was almost naked. Chapter 5796. A supreme treasure with the presence of ways that had flown out from the mysterious Eastern Divine City actually landed in front of Gu Fei and the others who were heading to the Eastern Moon Imperial Capital. The Taoist Rune Supreme Treasure directly smashed a bottomless pit into the ground. Of course, all of this was secondary. The most important thing was that this supreme treasure with Tao aura came from the East Extreme Divine City. This was the main point. And this was the reason why countless people coveted it. The Eastern Divine City was known as the Eastern Divine City of the 5 Divine Cities. There were a total of 5 divine cities like this. Every single one of them was mysterious and gave the 5 extreme emperors a headache. Every single one of them contained endless secrets. This divine city that appeared in the Easternmost Divine City was called the Easternmost Divine City. This divine city was also a headache for the Easternmost Supreme Ruler, the Easternmost Supreme Ruler. Every time the Eastern Divine City appeared, it would shake the world. Experts from all over would gather in the region where the Divine City was located. The greatest secret of the infinite realm was hidden in the city. Moreover, every single treasure in the Divine City was a treasure of great ways. If one could obtain one, they would be able to skyrocket. This made everyone extremely envious. They were willing to risk breaking into the city. However, breaking into the city was a very dangerous thing. If one were to accidentally step on a landmine in the city, the result would be one's death. Collect your bento box. Every time the Eastern Divine City appeared, many people would die. In the past, even infinite primes had died in there. It had directly shocked the entire cultivation world of the infinite world. As a result, even infinite primes did not dare to break into the divine city of five so easily. However, on this day, a treasure of great ways suddenly flew out of the eastern divine city. The treasure landed in front of Gufei's group. The third disciple of the extreme emperor immediately chased after it with his people. The third disciple of the extreme emperor, Feng San, was determined to obtain the treasure of great ways. No expert in the entire easternmost region dared to fight with him over it because he was the successor of the extreme emperor, who dared to fight with him over it. However, something happened that made Feng San, who was extremely arrogant and had his nose in the sky, so angry that his nose became crooked. There was a fatty who didn't know what was good for him and dared to steal his treasure. He was simply looking down on Feng San's existence. This was a slap to Feng San's face in front of everyone. This was simply disrespecting the limitless extreme, the arch behind Feng San. In Feng San's eyes, the fatty who stole the treasure was already a dead man. However, what made Feng San depressed was that the heavenly martial sacred leader and more than a dozen sage state big shots surrounded the fat man. Not only did they not kill the fat man, but they even allowed the fat man to escape from the pit. How preposterous! However, due to his high status, he disdained to make a move. At that moment, Purple Flame Great Ancestor spewed out a mouthful of true life fire, which directly burned off Fatty's hair and eyebrows. Fatty finally could not hold on any longer. "Old Goo, if you don't make a move, you'll have to sweep my grave next year." The fat man attacked with all his might. Boundless sword chi filled the air. His ferociousness shocked the Saint Realm experts around him. Ancestor Violet Flame immediately fled with a whooshing sound, much faster than a rabbit. These big shots of the Sage Realm didn't want to risk their lives fighting the fatty. They wanted to perform well in front of Feng San, but it didn't mean that they would risk their lives. The other big shots of the Sage Realm also retreated. Gufei still did not make a move. These small shrimps are not worthy of my master's attack. Wang Zhan sneered. Feng San, who was high up in the sky, heard this and looked at Wang Zhan. His eyes lit up. Who is this guy's master? So awesome? He actually ignored the sage state, the heavenly martial sacred leader, and the others were furious. Someone actually said that they were small shrimps. If they were small shrimps, who was a big shrimp? When they sensed Wang Zhan's cultivation, they were even more furious. You're just a god-state warrior. You're a small shrimp. You can't even be considered a small shrimp. At that moment, Saint Mingyang, the Lord of the Black God Ridge, and Meng, he were all looking at Gufei. They couldn't guess their master's intention at all. Gufei was still wearing battle armor, holding a battle spear, and riding an ordinary warhorse. However, everyone was looking at his attitude. Everyone's imagination was running wild as they tried to guess Gufei's intentions. Swoosh! At that moment, a figure shot over from afar and pierced through Wang Zhan. The person who made a move was the Tower Master of the Tongtian state. When a sage state big shot made a move, it was naturally not a small matter. That divine light pierced through Wang Zhan's body instantly. Wang Zhan didn't even have the time to think about dodging. Wang Zhan was shocked. Just as Wang Zhan was about to be pierced by the sky-reaching Tower Master's divine light, a figure instantly appeared in front of Wang Zhan and threw a punch. The fist violently smashed against the divine light that had pierced through, causing the divine light to explode and dissipate into the void. Wang Zhan saw that the person who saved him wasn't his master, Gufei, but Saint Mingyang. "Young master, are you okay?" Saint Mingyang asked. Wang Zhan was Gufei's successor. They didn't dare to watch Wang Zhan get killed and not do anything. At that moment, the Lord of Black Deity Ridge sheathed her black dragon blade. Saint Mingyang was one step faster than her. A veteran sage state big shot was indeed powerful. The Lord of Black Deity Ridge had to admit that Saint Mingyong was stronger than her. She was also a new sage who had just broken through to the sage state. Although she had the Black Dragon Blade, there was still a big gap between her and Saint Mingyang's cultivation. Those guys want to kill me. Wang Zhan was shocked and angry. Did these sage state big shots have any shame? He was only at the divine state. They want to kill the young master. Saint Mingyong had to make a move. He took a step forward and instantly disappeared into the void. When he reappeared, he was already on the battlefield and punched the Tower Master of the Tongtian State's face. Ever since he had obtained Gu Fei's Tao Rune Leaf, his cultivation had made some breakthroughs, and his understanding of the Sage Tao had deepened. In terms of combat strength, his combat strength had doubled. A mere rogue sage dares to be so presumptuous in front of me? The Tower Master of the Tongtian State sneered. He naturally recognized Saint Mingyong. In his eyes, he really did not take Saint Mingyong seriously. He grinned hideously and punched out as well, meeting Saint Mingyang's fist head-on. Bam! The two fists smashed into each other in an instant, and a muffled, thunder-like sound erupted. In the next moment, the Tower Master of the Tongtian State's expression changed. Boom! With a loud sound, an unstoppable fist force erupted. The Tower Master of the Tongtian State was directly sent flying thousands of meters away. He landed on the ground and staggered, almost falling down. His entire arm was bent strangely. His hair was disheveled and blood was seeping from the corner of his mouth. The Tower Master of the Tongtian State was in disbelief. His arm was broken. It was broken by a rogue sage that he looked down on. How was this possible? How is this possible? The big shots of the Saint Realm were also shocked when they saw this. They stared at Saint Mingyong in horror. At that moment, Saint Mingyong still maintained the posture of punching. Needless to say, this posture was really cool. He had inadvertently acted tough. Raging dragon devours the sky. At that moment, there was a roar and a huge dragon shadow descended from the sky. It directly pounced towards the Sage State big shots who were surrounding the fat man. It was extremely ferocious. The Lord of the Black God Ridge had made a move. At that moment, the heavenly martial sacred master was the first to retreat. At that moment, he had already received Meng, his voice transmission. He was shocked out of his wits because there was an invincible big shot hidden among these people. What could he do? The invincible big shot was among these people. If he did not want to die, he could only admit defeat. He finally made a move. Chapter 5797. Why must you force me to make a move? Bright Yang Saint retracted his fist and stared coldly at the sky-reaching Tower Master in the distance. The Skyspan Tower Master was in an extremely sorry state. His entire right arm was bent in a strange manner. It was obvious that all the bones in his arm had been broken. Furthermore, what astonished the sky-piercing Tower Master was that the injury to his arm could not be healed. Originally, with his cultivation of the Saint Realm, his Tao body was extremely strong, and his Tao body's recovery ability was even more shocking. Once he was injured, he could immediately recover. But now, his injured arm was imbued with his opponent's great Tao power. His opponent's great Tao power was preventing his own primordial energy from healing his injured body. How is this possible? The Tower Master of Tongtian was truly dumbfounded. This Mingyong was merely a rogue saint. How did his cultivation suddenly soar to the point where he could injure him? The Sky-Piercing Pavilion was the Eastern Pole's #1 assassin organization. Their intelligence network covered the entire Eastern Pole. It could be said that the Sky-Piercing Pavilion Master would be the first to know about any movement in the Eastern Pole. Saint Mingyang's cultivation was only at the middle level of the sage realm. However, it seemed that this guy's cultivation had already reached the sage great perfection realm. At this moment, the surrounding sage realm bigwigs were also dumbfounded when they saw this scene. Roar! Suddenly, a dragon's roar shook the sky. A dragon's shadow descended from the sky and pounced towards the group of sage realm experts on the ground. It was extremely ferocious. Black dragon saber? Why is this treasure in the hands of a little girl? 9 profound holy land, old ancestor purple flame, and the others were all shocked. They all stared at the huge dragon image that was swooping down from the sky, because it was not a real dragon, but an extremely tyrannical dragon-shaped blade, chi. Only the legendary black dragon blade could unleash such a powerful blade aura, but the black dragon blade had long gone missing. Back then, even extreme monarch Limitless had sent people to search for this blade. But in the end, nothing came of it. No one could have imagined that the divine path would suddenly appear here. This is really a case of wearing out iron shoes in fruitless searching, only to find it by chance. High up in the sky, the third disciple of the extreme Dwarch suddenly laughed. If you obediently hand over the black dragon saber, I can spare your life and let you be my servant, Fongsen said proudly. His voice was heard by everyone present. You want me to be your servant? Go to hell. The Black God Ridge Lord, who had become one with the saber, sneered. In the next moment, the dragon-shaped saber chi actually split into a saber light that slashed towards Fong San in the sky. The Black God Ridge leader didn't care about Fong San at all. She believed that her master was no weaker than Fong San's extreme emperor master. Impudent! Before Fong San could speak, a green-robed elder suddenly jumped out from behind Fong San. He stretched out his right hand and instantly caught the saber light in his hand. Bam! The green-robed old man exerted force in his right hand, and the saber light directly exploded, instantly turning into nothingness. Grabbing the blade light of the black dragon saber with his bare hands, the battle prowess displayed by the azure-robed old man shocked everyone. No one would have thought that the inconspicuous green-robed old servant following behind Fong San was actually an expert, and an extraordinary one at that. Fong San remained arrogant. He didn't even bother to make a move. At this moment, the sage experts had also made their move. They directly took out their magic treasures and began fighting with the Black God Ridge leader. In an instant, the entire world was illuminated by the divine light that erupted from the magic treasures of the sage experts. It was incomparably dazzling. Powerful yuan qi collided with each other, erupting with extremely violent energy waves that spread out in all directions. Everywhere they passed, sand and pebbles flew, the sun and moon dimmed, the flora and fauna were instantly torn to pieces, and even the extremely hard boulders were shaken into powder. Even Dong Yue Shui, and the others who were dozens of miles away felt an endless sense of oppression. Those were all sage experts. The power that erupted from their bodies was too strong. If it wasn't for Gu Fei, they would most likely be injured or dead by now. It was no joke that aura could also suppress people to death. If an existence like Gu Fei fully released his aura with him as the center, all living beings within a radius of hundreds of millions of miles, as long as they were enveloped by his aura, would die. This was also the reason why the supreme existences of the infinite prime realm would not casually make a move. Because if they were not careful, they would end up in a boundless killing calamity. However, the existences of the infinite prime realm were really not afraid of the heavenly Tao, because they had already surpassed the heavens and the earth. Even the heavens and earth could not control them. They were even less afraid of karma, because they could easily sever the karma. Kill. At this moment, The Tower Master of Tongtian directly charged towards Saint Mingyang. Over a dozen sage realm experts surrounded the fatty Saint Mingyang and the Black God Ridge's Ridge Lord. Both sides fought with weapons, and it was hard to tell who would win. "You bunch of dogs, can you be a little more shameless?" Fatty was furious. These guys were all famous figures in the easternmost region, and they actually ganged up on them. It was too despicable and shameless. "Fatty, this is not a personal grudge, and the times are different now. One-on-one duels are no longer popular." Ancestor Purple Flame sneered. "You old be***starred. Ganging up on us is fine. Why are you still looking for excuses?" Fatty used the sect origin sword technique and directly attacked Ancestor Purple Flame. Endless sword light erupted, directly drowning Ancestor Purple Flame in the sword light. Ancestor Purple Flame screamed repeatedly and directly fled. His clothes were torn, and his body was stained with blood. A large piece of hair on the top of his head was missing, and he looked extremely miserable. Fatty's sword Dao cultivation was really amazing, and when he attacked with all his strength, even those sage experts did not dare to fight him head-on. However, Fatty and the others ultimately could not defeat these sage experts, especially the two new sages, Fatty and the Black God Ridge leader, who were even less of a match. Only Saint Mingyang could still hold on for a while. However, there was strength in numbers. After all, the other party was more than a dozen sage experts ganging up on them. How could they possibly resist? Soon, the Black God Ridge leader was sent flying by the great elder of the Golden Sun, Holy Land. "We're on the same side. Pretend to be injured." The great elder of the Golden Sun, Holy Land's voice sounded in the Black God Ridge leader's mind. The Black God Ridge leader was wondering why he was not injured at all after being hit by the other party's palm. Hearing this, he directly bit the tip of his tongue, pretending to be bleeding at the corner of his mouth. The Heaven Marshal Saint and the 9 profound Holy Land's Holy Master were also desperately attacking Fatty and Saint Mingyang. They looked fierce, but in fact, they were just superficial. They all knew of Gufei's existence, so they were also on the same side. Fatty and the others were instantly overjoyed. Only the tower leader, Ancestor Purple Flame, Immeasurable Sword Master, Mysterious East Mountain Lord, Dark Shadow Demon Master, Heavenly Evil Palace Master, 9 Absolute Holy Master, and Itinerant Sage Tian Jiling did not know the inside story, and they were still foolishly attacking. Interesting. At this moment, Gufei burst out laughing. These guys were playing infernal affairs. He wanted to see what tricks these guys could play. However, Feng San did not know that among the people he had brought, some were already preparing to rebel. Bam! The 9 profound Holy Master was caught off guard and directly punched the tower leader's face. The tower leader's face immediately split open, and he screamed in pain as he was sent flying. What? Feng San and the others were directly stunned when they saw this scene. 9 profound Holy Master, are you crazy? Feng San was instantly enraged. You're the crazy one. I've tolerated you for a long time. The 9 profound Holy Master directly pointed his middle finger at Feng San in the sky. Chapter 5798. The Joshuan Holy Master suddenly changed his mind and punched the sky-reaching Tower Master's face. The sky-reaching Tower Master's face split open, and he screamed as he was sent flying. Joshuan, you bastard! The Tower Master was enraged. His HP had already been reduced to a critical level by the Bright Sun Saint's punch, and his entire right arm had yet to recover. Now, he had been punched by the 9 profound Holy Master. This time, he was even more injured, and his HP was even lower. How dare you, Joshuan? Up in the sky, Feng San looked down with a bright light in his eyes. He didn't think that the Joshuan Saint Lord would dare to betray him. One should know that although these fellows were overlords, they were nothing in front of him. They still had to suck up to him and suck up to him. They were as lowly as dogs. But now, this dog had turned the tables on him. Fong San was furious, but at the same time, he felt humiliated. TSK, I have someone protecting me now, so I'm not afraid of you. The Jiuxuan Holy Lord flashed his middle finger at Fong San. Preposterous. Fong San was so angry that his mouth twisted. At that moment, the Sky Martial Sacred Leader and the Golden Sun Holy Land Great Elder attacked at the same time. The Sky Martial Sacred Leader slashed at Purple Flame Ancestor. The Purple Flame Great Ancestor had never dreamed that the Sky Martial Sacred Leader would suddenly attack him. He was so close to the Sky Martial Sacred Leader that it was impossible for him to completely avoid the attack. At the critical moment, Purple Flame Ancestor could only avoid the attack and barely avoid his vitals. With a flash of saber light, Purple Flame Great Ancestor's left arm flew off and became crippled. Roar! Patriarch Purple Flame was furious. The Heavenly Martial Sacred Leader's second strike was already coming at him, and he immediately turned around to escape. At the same time, the first Elder of the Golden Sun, Holy Land, also succeeded in his sneak attack. He smashed the Shadow Demon Master's tendons and bones with his rod, seriously injuring him. These things had happened in a split second. The 3 big shots of the Sage Realm had suddenly been beaten to critical condition. This had shocked everyone to the extreme. Fong San was furious. Golden Sun Holy Land, 9 Profound Holy Land, Heavenly Martial Holy Land, right? You're all dead. I'm going to kill you all. Fong San roared. At this moment, the azure-clothed old man by his side had already entered into battle with the Black God Ridge's Ridge Lord. Even though this person was only an ordinary old servant who had been following behind Fong San and was inconspicuous, when he stood out, he was like an immovable mountain, and his saintly might was vast and mighty. This was the kind of bearing that only a big shot of the Sage Realm would have. At this moment, the green-robed old servant was displaying his invincible might, forcing the Black God Ridge Lord to continuously retreat. If it wasn't for the black dragon blade in the Black God Ridge Lord's hand, she would have already been injured by this old servant. Roar! The Ridge Lord of the Black God Ridge roared repeatedly. The black dragon saber seemed to come alive in her hands. Every slash accurately blocked the green-robed old servant's attack. Interesting, the green-robed old servant laughed evilly. This fellow was ugly to begin with. Now that he was laughing, it was even more frightening. The Black God Ridge Lord was merely a new sage. In the eyes of the green-robed old servant, he was like a small beast, while the old servant himself was an adult giant beast. An adult giant beast could easily tear a small beast to shreds. However, not only was this adult giant beast unable to tear the small beast in front of him apart, it was even injured by the small beast if it wasn't careful. This shocked the green-robed old servant greatly. Even though the other party was a new sage, his Tao realm was much higher than most new sages. He was already comparable to a sage realm big shot of the Great Perfection Sage realm. How was this possible? How could a new sage's Tao realm be so high? Could it be that this little girl had a treasure with Tao aura? A treasure with Tao aura could allow one to comprehend the Tao. When cultivating, carrying a treasure with Tao aura would often allow one to comprehend the Tao. Even if one's Tao realm was still low, one's Tao realm could increase rapidly. However, a treasure with Tao aura was not something that could be obtained easily. Even in the unbounded realm, it was a rare treasure. This was because only supreme existences in the unbounded realm could refine a treasure with Tao aura. Just like Gu Fei, he could casually refine a treasure with Tao aura. Qing Nu, kill them for me. In the sky, Feng San ordered coldly. These people dared to betray him. Anyone who dared to betray him had to die. The successor of the extreme emperor could not be humiliated. This concerned his own dignity, as well as the dignity of his master, the extreme emperor. Yes, master. The green-robed old servant accepted the order. Then, this fellow exploded. Boom. The power of the sage realm exploded from the green-robed old servant like a volcano eruption. It was unstoppable, and the entire sky and earth shook. Powerful energy spread from the green-robed old servant's body. It was unstoppable. The surrounding sages all hid far away in panic. What? The peak of the sage realm. Everyone turned pale with fright when they sensed the seemingly endless yuan qi fluctuations from the old servant's body. No one could have imagined that the old servant by Feng San's side was actually a peerless master who had concealed his strength. The peak of the sage realm. Even in the entire infinite realm, he was considered one of the top existences. There were 3 realms of the undefeatable realm: unbounded realm, half-step unbounded realm, and the peak of the sage realm. The unbounded realm and half-step unbounded realm wouldn't be attacked by Qing Nu. Therefore, a peak of the sage realm could dominate the infinite realm. Of course, the prerequisite was not to meet an unbounded realm or half-step unbounded realm. The infinite realm was huge, but supreme existences in the unbounded realm were very rare. Some people would never meet one in their entire lives. Of course, if one was unlucky, it wasn't impossible to meet an unbounded realm existence. Now, they met one. It was Gu Fei. Gu Fei was still watching the show. He had no intention of making a move. They were just small fries. They weren't worthy of his attention, unless the extreme emperor of the unbounded realm came personally. However, the extreme emperor of the unbounded realm probably wasn't in the mood to come here. The extreme emperor of the unbounded realm's extreme palace was destroyed, and the east extreme divine city appeared. Both of these things gave the extreme emperor a headache. Also, sacred Lord Su Tian probably couldn't even take care of herself. Furthermore, sacred Lord Su Tian didn't dare to cause trouble for Gu Fei anymore. She was scared of Gu Fei. Die. The Ridge Lord of the Black God, Ridge, attacked with all his might. He swung his blade at the green-robed old servant. The power of the black dragon blade was at its maximum. A huge shadow of a black dragon appeared from her body. It bared its fangs and brandished its claws. A dragon roared as the blade was swung. Everyone was shocked by this blade. No one had expected a new sage to be able to unleash such a shocking blade. This slash contained all the power of the Black God Ridge Lord. She was just short of using the Tao or a leaf that Gu Fei had given her. That was her trump card. Unless it was a matter of life and death, she would never use it. However, against such a powerful blade, even a peak sage wouldn't dare to take this blade head-on. The green-robed old servant actually reached out with his right hand and grabbed the black dragon blade. Was this guy that strong? Chapter 5799. A treasure with Taoist rhymes that flew out of the East Pole Divine City landed on the East Moon Plains. Moreover, it landed right in front of Gu Fei's team. This was a treasure that had fallen from the heavens. The treasure of Tao aura was already in front of him. If he didn't take it, he would be letting down the heavens. Therefore, the fate of this treasure of Tao aura was already decided. Gu Fei was also very curious. The supreme treasure with Tao aura was not simple. The Tao aura rushed into the heavens, and even the great Tao of heaven and earth was resonating with it. The divine sound of the great path could be vaguely heard in the void. This was a little scary because the Taoist rhyme that erupted from this treasure was really too strong. Even Gu Fei was a little tempted. If he wanted to, no one else would be able to do anything. Gu Fei looked on coldly from the sidelines and allowed these people to fight for the treasures. In the end, the treasures with Taoist rhymes only had one owner, and that owner was him. At that moment, as the great elder of the Golden Sun, Holy Ground, the Jiu Xian Holy Master, and the Heavenly Marshal Holy Master betrayed them, the power of the two camps immediately reversed. On Ming Yang's saint's side, there were 6 Saint Realm experts. On Feng San's side, if Feng San didn't make a move, then there were Purple Flame Forefather, Tower Master of Skirich Tower, Infinite Sword Master, Mysterious East Mountain Master, Dark Shadow Demon Master, Lord of Heavenly Evil Palace, Jiu Saint, Rogue Saint Tian Jiuling, and Feng San's servant Qing Nu. That made 9 Saint Realm experts. If Feng San was included, then there would be 10 great Saint State experts. 6 against 10. In terms of numbers, Saint Ming Yang's side was still lacking. However, among the 10 big shots of the Sage State, the Tower Master of Tong Tian, the Purple Flame Ancestor, and the Dark Shadow Demon Master were killed by the Great Elder of the Golden Sun Holy Land, the Sky Marshal Sacred Master, and the 9 Profound Sacred Master. That way, Feng San wouldn't be able to gain much of an advantage. However, right at this moment, Qing Nu, the old servant by Feng San's side, suddenly erupted with strength that was at the peak of the saint stage. He stretched out his right hand and grabbed the black dragon saber that was slashing down from the sky. When the Valley Lord of the Black God Ridge saw this, she was dumbfounded. One must know that she had gathered all her strength in that slash. Yet it had been caught so easily. Could it be that this fellow's Taoist physique has already been cultivated to the point where he doesn't fear any saint artifacts? She focused her gaze and saw that the other party was wearing a glove on the hand that was holding onto her black dragon saber. It was a glove that was almost transparent and sparkling. A chilly aura emanated from the glove that resembled ice crystals, directly freezing the blade of the black dragon blade. Furthermore, the chilly aura traveled along the blade towards the Black God Ridge's Ridge Lord. The white frost on the blade of the Black Dragon Saber quickly spread towards the Black God Ridge Lord's hands that were holding the saber. The Black God Ridge Lord was shocked to see this. She could either let go and let this guy take away the Black Dragon Saber, or she would not let go and fight it out with this guy. However, the Black God Ridge Lord was very clear that the first choice was the best choice. The second choice might result in her being killed by the other party. She was just a new sage, while the other party was a powerhouse of the Sage Peak realm. Competing with such an existence in terms of vitality, wasn't that the same as courting death and being tired of living? The Black God Ridge Lord still had many things to do, so she couldn't die. However, she wanted to take a gamble. She wanted to gamble that her master, Gu Fei, would save her when she was on the brink of death. In just an instant, the Black God Ridge Lord's hands that were holding the saber were frozen. "You're courting death." Qing Nu sneered and unleashed her full power. An even stronger chilly aura erupted from her hands. The frost spread along the Black God Ridge Lord's arms and quickly reached his shoulders. She could no longer feel the existence of his arms. "Ha! This fellow is dead." The other Sage Realm powerhouses were surprised and delighted to see this. It was unbelievable that even an old servant beside Feng San had such powerful battle prowess. Jiu Holy Lord, and the others were surprised and delighted. "Kill them." In the sky, Feng San gave the order to the Sage Realm powerhouses under him. "Kill Jiu Holy Lord," and the others roared as they charged towards Saint Mingyang and the others. The vital energy of the Sage Realm bigwigs was vast. and the entire world was shaking. It was as if they were on steroids. They shouted and charged towards Saint Mingyang, the heavenly martial sacred master, and the others. Who's afraid of who? Saint Mingyang sneered. A chaotic battle broke out once again. However, Gu Fei still didn't make a move. Fatty, Meng He, the Sky Martial Sacred Leader, the Nine Profound Sacred Leader, and the Golden Sun Great Elder were suppressed by the group of Sage Realm powerhouses. After all, the other party had more people. They all wanted to save the Black God Ridge Lord, but they couldn't do anything else. Soon, the Black God Ridge Lord's entire body was sealed in ice. Kill! Qing Nu roared as her right leg swept towards the Black God Ridge Lord at lightning speed. Break for me! The Black God Ridge Lord directly used the Dao Rune leaf. Boom! There was a loud sound. Before Qing Nu's right leg swept towards the Black God Ridge Lord, the frost on the Black God Ridge Lord's body was sent flying. Bam! With a muffled sound, the Black God Ridge Lord kicked Qing Nu's abdomen at lightning speed. Qing Nu was sent flying and rolled dozens of feet away. Even the dark Yin gloves that she was wearing fell to the ground. Her hair was disheveled, blood seeped from the corner of her mouth, and her face was covered in dust. She looked extremely pathetic. How is this possible? Qing Nu crawled up from the ground and stared at the Black God Ridge Lord in disbelief. Nothing is impossible, the Black God Ridge Lord said, as he took out a leaf and placed it in his mouth. Dao Rune, that leaf has Dao runes. Qing Nu stared at the Black God Ridge Lord in disbelief. It turned out that the other party had a treasure with Dao runes to protect himself and wasn't afraid of her darking energy at all. It seemed like she had been tricked by this little girl. The other party was pretending to be weak to eat the tiger. He pretended to be sealed in ice, and then took her by surprise and kicked her. Good lad, you're really something. Qing Nu stared at the Black God Ridge Lord and gritted her teeth. She wasn't convinced and felt that she had lost unjustly. The Black God Ridge Lord held the leaf in his mouth, and the power of Dao runes erupted. The cold air that had invaded her body was immediately expelled. How magical! The Black God Ridge Lord was extremely shocked. She didn't expect a treasure with Dao runes to be so heaven-defying. Perhaps this was the reason why supreme existences in the infinite prime realm coveted a treasure with Dao runes. Of course, supreme existences in the infinite prime realm didn't want ordinary treasures with Dao runes. Before Gu Fei made a move, the Black God Ridge Lord had already turned the tables. Even the Black God Ridge Lord felt very surprised. At this moment, Saint Mingyang also erupted. He stopped pretending and directly used the leaf with Dao runes. He directly became extremely ferocious, and his combat strength doubled. He sent Tian Jieling flying with a punch and kicked the 9 ultimate Holy Lord until he vomited blood and couldn't stand up. Then, he used the Raging Bull strike and broke the tendons of the Heavenly Evil Palace Lord. His Dao body almost exploded. Seeing this scene, everyone was dumbfounded. Chapter 5800. The East Moon Plain was not very far from the East Moon royal capital. At the end of the plain was the most important city of the East Moon Empire, Shenyue City. Shenyue City's geographical location was extremely important. It was the only way to enter the East Moon royal capital from the East Moon Plains. Of course, one could take a detour, but it would take several months to attack the East Moon royal capital. In those months, the situation would have been reversed long ago. Therefore, as long as Shenyue City was at the pass, it would truly be impossible to break through. At this time, the battle on the East Moon Plain had already alerted the cultivators in Shenyue City. It should be noted that the battle on the East Moon Plain was between martial saints, and almost all the martial saints of the easternmost realm had gathered. Even the successor of the extreme emperor, Feng San, had come in person. The mighty, saintly might arrived, and the cultivators in Shunyue City were all extremely shocked. Lord City Lord, what exactly happened on this plain? In the main hall of Shunyue City, the upper echelons of the city had all gathered here. An old man stood out. At this time, the citizens of Shunyue City were all panicking. They thought that the army of the tyrannical Sky Empire had already arrived because there was news that the tyrannical Sky Empire's army had already taken Black Qilin City and was marching straight towards the East Moon royal capital. However, there were also people who said that Dongwei Shui had led the army to a great victory in Black Qilin City and captured the tyrannical Sky War God, the #1 general of the tyrannical Sky Empire. Not only in Shunyue City, but even in the East Moon royal capital, there were rumors everywhere. No one knew which news was true and which was a rumor spread by the enemy. On the throne in the middle of the main hall sat a middle-aged bearded man in battle armor. This middle-aged bearded man was tall and had a majestic appearance. Although he was sitting, he still exuded a majestic aura. This person was the city lord of Shunyue City, East Moon Lord. East Moon Lord of the East Moon royal family was at the peak of the godly state. Some people said that he had already broken through to the half-step saint realm, but no one knew exactly how. The East Moon Venerate possessed an extremely noble status. Even the East Moon Overlord had to refer to him as Granduncle when he saw him, but when the East Moon Venerate saw the East Moon Overlord, he did not have to act like a subordinate. On the surface, Dongwei Lingxiao was known as the #1 war god of the East Moon Empire, but in reality, Dongwei Zun was even more powerful than Dongwei Lingxiao. In terms of strategizing and the art of war, East Moon Venerated Lord surpassed East Moon Lingxiao by quite a bit. He, the East Moon Venerable, was the invincible god of war of the East Moon Empire. It was exactly because he, the East Moon Sovereign, was watching over Divine Moon City that the East Moon Sovereign could rest easy. How would I know? Saint Might is vast and mighty. That is a great battle between supreme existences of the Saint Realm. East Moon Venerable said with a solemn expression. None of the spies dared to get close to the battlefield. The mighty Saint Might was not something that anyone could resist. Even divine realm experts did not dare to completely expose themselves to the Saint Might. What's more, there were more than a dozen Saint Realm experts fighting. More than a dozen Saint Realm experts erupted at the same time. Even a God Realm Peak Stage expert would have to hide as far away as possible. Therefore, basically, only those Saint Realm experts were qualified to know what was happening on the East Moon Plains. There was also Dongwei Shui, and the others who were under Gufei's protection. Everyone in the hall was shocked to the extreme. That was a great battle between saints. If it affected Divine Moon City, the entire city would be razed to the ground. Everyone in the main hall was praying to the gods and worshiping Buddha. They were praying that the big shots of the Sage Realm would not come here. At this moment, the situation on the East Moon Plains suddenly turned around. Saint Mingyang and the others who were initially at a disadvantage. With Saint Mingyang's sudden eruption, he actually managed to beat 3 Saint Realm experts to a critical state. This scene stunned everyone. Even Feng San, the arrogant successor of the Extreme Emperor, who was high up in the sky, could not help but be moved. This fellow has a supreme treasure with Taoist aura on him. Whoever can kill him will be able to obtain the supreme treasure with Taoist aura. Feng San ordered. What all the Saint Realm experts in Feng San's camp were instantly surprised and overjoyed. They all stared at Saint Mingyang greedily, like starving wolves staring at a piece of fat meat. Ha! Saint Mingyang suddenly laughed out loud. I do have a treasure with Taoist rhyme. So what? Do you trash have the right to get it? Saint Mingyang glanced at the Saint Realm experts around him coldly, his eyes filled with disdain. The Saint Realm experts under Feng Sen were all shocked and furious. At this moment, the Ridge leader of the Black God Ridge had also activated the power of the Taoist rhyme leaf and his combat power sword. Even Qing Nu, who was at the peak of the Saint Realm, was forced to retreat. Fatty took advantage of the fact that everyone was staring at Saint Mingyang to rush out of the encirclement. Lord Fatty, Menghe was instantly unhappy when he saw Fatty escape. Jiushuan's sacred leader, Tianmu's sacred leader, and the others were also shocked. Originally, they were outnumbered. Now that Fatty had escaped, the pressure on them was even greater. Saint Mingyang and the Ridge leader of the Black God Ridge were also very shocked. They thought that Fatty had no sense of loyalty and had actually escaped alone. Trying to escape? In this easternmost pole, no one can escape my 5 Fingers Mountain. In the sky, Feng Sen stared at Fatty, who had escaped, and said coldly, the easternmost region was his territory. Fatty directly rushed in front of Gu Fei. Old Gu, give me some mud balls. These guys are too shameless. I want to press them to the ground and rub them against the ground 10,000 times. Fatty said, gritting his teeth. These fellows were all reputable figures, yet they were so shameless as to gang up on him. This caused Fatty to go mad with rage. If he didn't take revenge, how would he be able to vent the anger in his chest? This guy, Menghe, the Ridge leader of the Black God Ridge, and the others were dumbfounded when they saw this. Fatty did not abandon them and escape alone. Instead, he asked for the mud balls from his master. This guy is too cunning. Do you think I have so much mud on me? Gu Fei was also speechless. If you don't have any mud balls, you can just give me 1 or 2 other Taoist aura supreme treasures. Fatty said, 1 or 2 Taoist aura supreme treasures. Feng San and the others were dumbfounded. Could this Fatty have been beaten silly? How dare he ask a soldier for a Taoist aura supreme treasure? At this time, Gu Fei was still in the combat soldier's attire. Damn, Fatty, have you been beaten silly? How can a mere mortal combat soldier have a Taoist aura supreme treasure? Do you think he is a supreme being of the infinite prime realm? Ha! Juju's sacred leader, the heavenly evil palace master, and the others laughed. Laugh, laugh, laugh to your heart's content. Don't cry later. Chapter 5801. Fatty had fought against more than a dozen Sage Realm experts on his own, and he had even fought his way out of the pit in the ground. His abilities were earth-shattering. Even those famous big shots of the Saint Realm would be moved. However, it was difficult to fight against so many people. Fatty could not defeat Joju, Saint Lord, and the others, and he was almost beaten to death. Everyone's jaws dropped to the ground when they saw that a powerful Saint Realm expert like Fatty had lowered his voice to an ordinary soldier. Moreover, that little warrior was actually indifferent to Fatty. Those who did not know what was going on thought that Fatty had been beaten silly. However, those who knew about Gu Fei's background secretly prayed for Feng San and his subordinates. These guys had no idea what kind of existence they were facing. Menghe and Mingyang Saint knew that Feng San and the others were doomed. Old Gu, don't be so stingy. Fatty begged. If you don't have any old mud balls, how about you give me an hour of invincibility? This guy is really stupid. How dare he fantasize about being invincible? This Fatty has been beaten like a dog. If he can become invincible, I'll kill myself. Crazy talk. It's a pity that this Sage Realm expert has become stupid. Jiu Saint Lord, Heavenly Evil Palace Master, Dark Shadow Demon Master, and the others started mocking him. "Don't care about this fatty. Snatch the treasure," Jiu Saint Lord shouted and charged towards Mingyang Saint. "Kill! The treasure is mine. Don't take it." At that moment, those who knew that Mingyang Saint had the treasure were extremely jealous. They fought to be the first to attack Mingyang Saint. On the other hand, 9 Ultimate Holy Lord, Rogue Saint Tian Jioling, and the Heavenly Evil Palace Master, who had been beaten to a critical state by Saint Mingyang, immediately took out elixirs and swallowed them. The next moment, their injuries healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. In an instant, the 3 Sage Realm experts were back to full health. This Mingyang Saint was shocked. Tian Jioling and the others all had healing elixirs with them. These elixirs were extremely precious and were one of their trump cards. Unless it was a critical moment, they would absolutely not use this kind of sacred medicine, Tian Jioling. In order to snatch the treasure with Taoist rhyme, he even had to eat the sacred medicine. Even though Tian Jioling and the others felt the pinch, compared to the Dao Rune's supreme treasure, this healing elixir was nothing. The previously injured Tower Master of Skirich Tower, Purple Flame Great Ancestor, and the Dark Shadow Demon Master also took the healing panaceas. For the sake of the treasure with Taoist charm, they didn't hesitate to pay a heavy price. The Purple Flame Great Ancestor was seriously injured. He had been hit by the Sky Martial Sacred Leader's blade, and one of his arms had been cut off. However, after he consumed the healing elixir, his severed arm grew back at a speed visible to the naked eye. His muscles, bones, and flesh were regenerated. In less than a dozen breaths, a complete arm grew out from Purple Flame Ancestor's severed arm. Raging flames burning heaven. Purple Flame Patriarch directly spewed a mouthful of natal true fire at Saint Mingyang. Boom! The void shook, and a purple divine fire sprayed out from Great Ancestor Purple Flame's mouth. It exploded in an instant and turned into a monstrous sea of fire. Not only did it envelop Saint Mingyang, but it also enveloped the big shots of the Saint Realm who were attacking Saint Mingyang. "Zihua, have you gone mad? Zihua, you bastard! Damn it!" Jiu Saint Lord, Dark Shadow Demon Master, Tian Jioling, and the other big shots of the Saint Plane were infuriated. The Purple Flame Great Ancestor had no celestial virtues. Damn it, he wanted to force them to leave and snatch the Tao Rhyme treasure from Mingyang's body. This was Patriarch Violet Flame's natal true flame. It was unknown how long Patriarch Violet Flame had cultivated this natal true flame, but its power was terrifying. A wisp of purple fire could burn a mountain to ashes. Even the hardest divine iron could not withstand Purple Flame Ancestor's true life fire and would be directly melted. Jiu Saint Lord, and the rest rushed out of the sea of fire. Some of them had their hair and eyebrows burned, while others had their clothes burned to tatters. All of them were in a sorry state. The Skyspan Tower Master, on the other hand, was even more unlucky. The purple-colored divine flames burned a sacred artifact into scrap metal. "Zihua, I'm not done with you." The Tongtian Tower Master was enraged. That was a sacred artifact, something that could only be encountered by chance. The Tongtian Tower Master was so angry that his nose was crooked after losing a sacred artifact. Patriarch Violet Flame did not care about the Tongtian Tower Master at all. All he had in his eyes was the treasure of Tao. At this moment, the void that was shrouded by the purple-colored divine flames was distorted by the heat. Saint Mingyang, who was in the sea of fire, stood in the void. No matter how much his divine flames raged, they could not get close to him. This was because his body was emitting a hazy brilliance. It was this layer of hazy brilliance that was able to block the incomparably powerful purple-colored divine flames. It's the power of Tao. Patriarch Violet Flame was even more excited. At the next moment, he moved his mind, and the divine flames surged. With a clanging sound, the power of the divine flames actually condensed into purple divine chains that entangled Saint Mingyang. Saint Mingyang smirked, and threw a punch, shaking off the entangling purple divine chains of fire. The two big shots of the Saint Realm began to fight in the sea of fire. At the same time, Feng San's subordinate, Qing Nu, continued to fight with the black deity Ridge Lord. You also have a treasure of Tao with you. At this moment, Qing Nu finally understood why the black deity Ridge Lord was so powerful. With the power of Tao with her, her combat power directly skyrocketed to the point where she could compete with the peak of the Saint Realm. If she could obtain the treasure of Tao with this little girl, wouldn't her combat power be infinitely close to that of an infinite prime? If that was really the case, she would no longer need to be Feng San's servant. Qing Nu was also not willing to be a servant. Yes, do you want it? The black deity Ridge Lord said coldly. Of course. Qing Nu attacked with all her might, and the void was filled with her figure. The black deity Ridge Lord was shocked. She could not sense where Qing Nu's real body was at this moment. At this moment, Meng He, the Sky Martial Sacred Master, the Nine Xian Sacred Master, the Great Elder of the Golden Sun, Holy Ground, and the others also attacked. As Tian Jioling and the others had taken the healing panacea, all of them recovered from critical health. Therefore, Meng He and the others were at a disadvantage, and were suppressed by the big shots of the Saint Realm. Oh no! Dong Yue Shui, and the others could not help but feel nervous when they saw this. Their master, Gu Fei, did not plan to attack at all. Hurry up and end this, then we'll be on our way. Gu Fei was a little impatient. After traveling for so long, he still had not reached the East Moon Royal Capital. What fun could there be in this wasteland? He directly pointed a finger at the fatty's forehead. Boom! A powerful pressure immediately erupted from the fatty's body. The sky changed color, and the sun and moon dimmed. Under this pressure, all living beings were terrified to the extreme. Even the lofty and arrogant Feng San was so shocked that he almost fell from the sky. Ha ha! I'm invincible. Chapter 58:02. Ha ha! I'm invincible. The fat man's body shook as he roared into the sky. His voice shook the sky, and the rolling sound waves dispersed the clouds in the sky. In the distant sky, several figures fell directly from the clouds. Holy shit, how terrifying! Is he really invincible? Everyone was shocked to the extreme. Even the arrogant Feng San, the successor of the extreme emperor, was shaken by the fat man's laughter. He almost fell from the sky. Buzz! At this critical moment, a ball of light emerged from Feng San's body and blocked the power of the fat man's sound waves. Even so, he was still dizzy from the sound waves. His ears were ringing, and the blood in his body was boiling. A roar brought down a sage. Everyone was stupefied because someone saw someone fall from the sky in the distance. Anyone who dared to watch the battle from afar was definitely a sage. In the East Pole realm, the Jiu Xian Saint Master and the Heavenly Martial Saint Master were just the big shots of the Saint Realm on the surface. The gods of the limitless realm had a long lifespan. Who knew how many big shots of the Saint Realm were hiding in the East Pole realm? Even in these holy lands, there were old antiques who didn't show up. The earth-shattering battle of the sages on the East Moon Plain had naturally alarmed many old antiques. Awesome! The fat man stretched his body. His face, which had been beaten into a pig's head, was healing quickly. The wounds on his body were also healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. In just a few breaths, his health was full, and then he burst. His health had soared to an unimaginable level. At this moment, he was like a cockroach that couldn't be killed. His body was full of power. He was confident that he could punch a hole in the sky of the infinite realm. Revenge is revenge. What are you waiting for? Gu Fei waved his hand impatiently when he saw the fat man acting tough in front of him. Ha! Thank you, old Gu. I want to ask, how long can I stay invincible? The fat man asked with a smile. Less than an hour. Gu Fei said impatiently. Only an hour? Fatty exclaimed. Why is it so short? Gu Fei frowned. You should be content. Hurry up and scram. You don't even have half an hour left. Fatty was stunned when he heard that. The next moment, he turned around and looked at Joju Saint Lord and the others with a ferocious expression on his face. At that moment, the celestial evil palace lord, rogue Saint Tian Juling, Jujue Holy Lord, and the others were all scared out of their wits by Fatty's stare. The aura that erupted from Fatty's body was simply too strong. How is this possible? He's just a little mortal. How could he bestow the battle prowess of an invincible Saint Realm expert? Trying to scare us. Tian Juling and the others found it hard to believe. In their eyes, this young warrior was nothing more than a mortal because they could not sense any powerful aura from Gu Fei. In reality, they did not know that this was because Gu Fei's cultivation level was much higher than theirs. Moreover, if Gu Fei did not want others to sense his presence, even if he stood behind Emperor Beginning Extreme would not be able to sense his presence, let alone these Saint Realm small fries. In the eyes of Tian Juling and the others, Gu Fei was immortal. However, in the eyes of this little mortal weren't Tian Juling and the others also small fries. These so-called Saint Realm big shots were not qualified for Gu Fei to fight. He could easily increase Fatty's battle prowess to the point where he could crush Saint Realm big shots. Who wants to die first? Fatty shouted at Tian Juling and the others arrogantly. Now that he had been bestowed with invincible battle prowess by Gu Fei, he definitely had the right to be arrogant. At that moment, Dong Yu, Shui, and the others were all looking forward to it. Previously, when Wang Zhan had been bestowed with invincible battle prowess by Gu Fei, he had directly defeated Tian Meng's Hell Snake. That was a guy that could swallow a Saint Realm big shot in one bite. Tian Meng was currently guarding his master, Wang Zhan. He did not use his Hell Snake. His demonic treasure, the Chaos Devil Bead, had almost been destroyed in the previous battle. There were many cracks on it, and the purgatory space within it had also become unstable. Tian Meng did not intend to use this demonic treasure anymore. The Hell Snake had also been crippled by Wang Zhan in the previous battle. It was currently hiding in the purgatory space within the Devil Bead to recover. What's wrong? Are you scared now? Weren't you all very cool when you beat me up just now? Are you all cowards now? A bunch of shameless trash that only knows how to gang up on others. I despise all of you. Fatty flashed his middle finger at Tian Jiuling, and the others then pointed his middle finger at Feng San in the sky. Damn it! How dare you? Feng San's Saint Realm underlings were instantly enraged by Fatty's actions. They were all overlords of their own territories. How could a Saint Realm big shot lose face? Mingyang, Meng He, and that little girl. And you guys, Jiu Xian, Tian Wu, and that fire-breathing old man. Stop. I want to beat them all up. And you, Feng San, what extreme emperor's successor? Buffed. I've wanted to beat you up for a long time. Come over and let me punch you to death. Fatty was very arrogant. He was relying on his temporary invincible battle prowess. That was why he was as arrogant as he could be. Otherwise, when his invincible battle prowess disappeared, he would not be able to be arrogant even if he wanted to. I'll reward whoever kills this damned Fatty with a Taoist treasure. Up in the sky, the extremely arrogant Feng San was furious. What When Feng San's underlings heard this, they were extremely excited. Didn't they curry favor with Feng San so that they could benefit from him? A Taoist treasure was extremely important to the Saint Realm big shots like them. Tian Jioling, the Heavenly Evil Palace Master, the Dark Shadow Demon Master, the Jiu Holy Master, the Tower Master of Tong Tian, the Infinite Sword Master, the Purple Flame Old Ancestor, the Dongxian Mountain Master, and Qing Nu, Feng San's underling, all stared at Fatty. Their eyes were red. In their eyes, Fatty had become a Taoist treasure that could make them go crazy. Hey, Fatty wants to beat them all up. Why aren't you guys backing down? Wang Zhan shouted at the Jiuxian Holy Master and the others. The Jiuxian Holy Master, Mingyang Saint, the Black God Ridge Leader, and the others immediately backed down. Fatty is awesome. Everyone, bring a stool and sit down. Watch Fatty act tough. Wang Zhan said as he grabbed a stool from the side and sat on it. Then he took out his claws and waited to watch the show. Gu Fei could not help but laugh when he saw this. Come on, all of you. I'm going to kill all of you shameless people. Fatty held his head high and looked arrogantly at Tian Jioling and the others. His gaze finally fell on the Extreme Emperor's successor, Feng San. Chapter 58:03. I'm going to fight all of you. The Fatty's extremely arrogant words had infuriated Feng San. He had also infuriated the Saint Realm experts under Feng San. Moreover, the Fatty even curled his finger at Feng San in an extremely provocative manner. This time, even Feng San was driven mad by the Fatty. He was willing to pay the price of a treasure of the way to kill this extremely annoying guy. At this moment, Tian Jioling, the Lord of the Heavenly Evil Hall, the Dark Shadow Demon Lord, the Jiu Saint Lord, the Tower Lord of Tong Tian, the Infinite Sword Master, the Purple Flame Ancestor, the East Mystery Mountain Lord, and Qing Nu, Feng San's subordinate, all rushed towards the Fatty. These people all had a monstrous aura. Every one of them was an overlord-level existence. The saintly might that erupted from each of them could be described as earth-shattering. The auras of the 9 saints gathered together. It was simply indescribable how shocking it was. Dong Yue, Shui, and the others trembled under the saintly might. They were extremely terrified. Even with Gu Fei's protection, it was not enough. If it were not for Gu Fei, they would not have the opportunity to witness this earth-shattering battle at all, because the saintly might was not something they could withstand. At this moment, everyone was extremely nervous. This battle was definitely enough to shock the world. However, Gu Fei still had a calm expression. In his eyes, a battle of this level was just a fight between a group of ants. It was nothing at all. In the Void Realm, he had even fought with the infinite primes, like the limitless Demon Lord. Stop wasting time. If you want to fight, then hurry up. Gu Fei said somewhat impatiently. After walking for so long, they did not even see the shadow of the East Moon royal capital. This speed was too slow. At this moment, the Saint of Tianwu was anxiously waiting in the East Moon royal capital. The Saint of Tianwu was also a character. He did not give any face to the important figures of the East Moon Empire. Even the East Moon Crown Prince was rejected. Even when the East Moon Royal Lord sent a royal elder to hand over a visitation card, the Saint of Tianwu directly threw it out. He only said, "I don't want to see you." The East Moon Overlord did not dare to get angry at all, as the chosen son of Tianwu was someone that even the East Moon Overlord could not afford to offend. In the eyes of regular people, the East Moon Empire was a colossus with vast territory, but in the eyes of these sacred grounds that had existed for countless years, it was nothing at all. Master hasn't arrived yet. Is it because of the great battle of the Saint Realm on the East Moon Plain? In the longevity in the Heavenly Martial Sacred Master was restless. Didn't Elder Meng he say that master is an unparalleled expert? Don't tell me you can't even deal with a mere sage realm expert? The heavenly martial saint really could not understand. The actions of such a monstrous figure were really hard to fathom. Just as the Tianwu Xingzi was anxiously waiting for Gu Fei's arrival, the earth-shattering battle on the East Moon Plain finally erupted. Buzz! The fat man's body shook. In the next moment, countless sharp sword lights immediately rushed out of his body and pierced through the 9 Saint Realm experts who were approaching. Each sword light was powerful enough to leave a thin spatial crack in the void. Sword light cutting through the void. The 9 Sage Realms were all shocked. They did not waste any time and immediately took out their respective Tao artifacts. Old Ancestor Violet Flames, Tao item was a treasured cauldron. Once the cauldron appeared, purple flames rose to the sky and burned the heaven and earth. Its power was truly astonishing. Patriarch Violet Flame waved his right hand, and the Violet Flame divinity cauldron smashed toward the fatty. Clang! The sharp sword light released by the fatty directly struck the purple fire divine cauldron, producing an ear-piercing sound of metal colliding, and sparks flew in all directions. The purple fire divine cauldron shook violently and was almost sent flying by the fatty's sword light. Ancestor Purple Flame also suffered a great shock. The shadow demon, Lord's Tao artifact, was a ferocious-looking skull. This was no ordinary skull. It was the skull of an ancient demon. After the shadow demon master obtained the ancient demon skull, he refined it into his natal Tao weapon. Boom! Once the ancient demon skull appeared, demonic chi filled the sky, and the sun and moon lost their light. Demonic shadows appeared in the void and pounced on the fatty. However, wherever the fatty's sword light passed, the demonic chi dissipated, and the demonic shadows and the demonic chi were directly destroyed. The ancient demon skull was hit by a few sword lights, and faint sword marks were left on it. Tian Juling took out the Heaven Quake Hammer. The Heavenly Evil Palace Lord took out the 10,000 Deity Banner. The Jiuju Holy Lord took out the Jiuju World Devastation Blade. The Tower Master of Tong Tian took out the Soul Destroying Needle. And the Infinite Sword Master took out the Infinite Divine Sword. Mountain Master Dong Xian's Tao artifact was a sacred mountain. As for Feng San's subordinate, Qing knew her Tao artifact was a little special. It was her Icy Soul Divine Claw. The Icy Soul Divine Claw was extremely powerful, and when used at full force, it could freeze thousands of miles. However, even when these Sage Realm big shots attacked with all their might, they still could not defeat the fatty, who had been granted an invincible state by Gu Fei. The fatty used his sword against the Infinite Sword Master's Infinite Sword technique. He used his sword to break the 9 Ultimate Saint Lord's 9 Ultimate World Devastation Blade. The Tower Master of Tong Tian launched a sneak attack and released the Soul Vanquishing Needle. However, he was swept away by the fatty's sword light, and no one knew where he was. The Sky Quake Hammer, 10,000 Deity Banner, they were all sent flying by the fatty's sword light. The 10,000 Deities banner was even slashed by the sword light, and it was now half destroyed. This made the Lord of Heavenly Evil Palace feel so pained that his heart was bleeding. What invincible state! It's just S.O. Feng San, who was high up in the sky, laughed coldly. It seemed like he did not need to do anything. These 9 guys were enough to take care of the fatty. He had almost made a move himself. He was the heir of the Extreme Emperor. How could he make a move so easily? Feng San was still very arrogant. Did the heir of the Extreme Emperor not care about his reputation? Feng San felt a little disdainful of joining forces with 9 Sage Realm big shots. He was the heir of the Extreme Emperor, and his cultivation was about to break through to the half-supreme realm. Buffed, I was just casually attacking. I didn't even use 20% of my strength. The fatty said disapprovingly, "What, you're bragging? You used less than 20% of your strength to block the combined attack of 9 Sage Realm big shots. Are you sure you're not joking?" The 9 big shots of the Sage Realm were extremely annoyed. This was too infuriating. This fatty actually dared to look down on them. "Damn fatty, you're crazy." Feng San, who was in the sky, stared at the fatty below and gritted his teeth. This fatty was too despicable. "You're the ones who are crazy. I was just warming up. Since you guys are in such a hurry to reincarnate, I'll reluctantly fulfill your wish." The fatty's body shook again as he spoke. In the next moment, a wave of energy that was several times stronger than before exploded from his body. The 9 Sage Realm big shots were stunned when they felt the energy wave exploding from the fatty. Feng San, who was in the sky, was stunned. Other than Gu Fei, everyone else was stunned. One sword moves the universe. The fatty made a move. He made a move. It was just one sword. It was an extremely flashy sword. The sky changed color, the sun and the moon lost their light, and the universe shook. Everyone was stunned by the scene produced by the sword. Wherever the sword light passed, it destroyed everything. The 9 Sage Realm big shots screamed as they were sent flying. Chapter 5804. During the battle at the East Moon Plains, the fatty stopped pretending and went all out. He defeated 9 saints with one strike, shocking everyone. F***CK. Grandpa Fatty is amazing. Grandpa Fatty is amazing. My God, Master really gave Grandpa Fatty undefeatable combat power. After a short moment of silence, Gu Fei's camp erupted. He had defeated 9 saints with a single sword strike. Moreover, these 9 saints were all big shots of the Saint Realm. Moreover, they weren't ordinary big shots of the Saint Realm. They were all Overlord-level experts, Jiuju Holy Lord, and the others were either Holy Lords of Holy Lands or sects. Don't be fooled by how humble they were in front of Feng San. Feng San was the successor of the Extreme Emperor. In the East Pole, he was someone that everyone had to fawn over. Fatty had defeated 9 Sage Realm big shots with a single sword strike. Even the successor of the Extreme Emperor, Feng San's jaw dropped. This damn fatty. Should I run? Feng San knew his place. If the fatty could defeat 9 saints with one strike, how could he possibly be a match for him? But he was the heir to the Extreme Arch. How could he run away in front of so many people? Even if he wanted to lose face, he could not lose face for his master. "It's your turn now." The fatty suddenly raised his head and looked at Feng San, who was in the sky. He grinned evilly. Feng San was shocked. This fatty was not a kind person, but he was not one to be bullied either. He gritted his teeth and activated a Taoist treasure that his master had given him. Boom! A ball of divine light exploded from Feng San's body and enveloped him. His entire body seemed to be on fire, and the divine light on his body was vast and mighty. A powerful force of Taoist rhymes erupted from his body. All the heaven and earth spiritual chi in the world immediately gathered towards Feng San. A Taoist aura treasure? The successor of the Extreme Emperor is really rich. Jiuxian Holy Lord and the others were shocked to see this. A Taoist aura treasure. Only the supreme beings of the infinite prime realm could casually refine it. However, the Extreme Emperor of Infinite Prime did not often refine Tao weapons that contained Taoist aura. He was the high and mighty Extreme, the Arch of the East Pole. How could he casually refine a Tao artifact? Plus, he put all his effort into building his Extreme Emperor Palace. He didn't want to waste time crafting other Tao treasures. However, Limitless Emperor's disciples still obtained quite a number of treasures. The Tao aura of Primordial. Gu Fei, who was riding on his horse, could not help but frown when he sensed the mighty Tao rhyme aura from the sky. He was very familiar with this Tao rhyme aura. He had destroyed the primeval emperor's lair and stolen his treasured infinite prime realm Tao source. The primeval emperor must have vomited blood from anger. However, Gu Fei was a little puzzled. The ultimate emperor of the beginning should hate him to the core, yet he didn't send anyone to kill him. This was unusual. Gu Fei didn't know that Limitless Extreme the Arch was having a headache right now. The reappearance of the East Pole Divine City had already caused Limitless Extreme the Arch a lot of trouble. He had no time to care about Gu Fei. At this moment, the East Pole Divine City was very unstable. Occasionally, Taoist aura treasures would fly out of the city. There were also unknown living beings that charged out of the city. Many people had already been killed by these terrifying unknown living beings. This incident alarmed Limitless Extreme the Arch. Because this was too strange, those who were attacked by these mysterious living beings were all dried up corpses. Their vitality was completely sucked dry. These were man-eating monsters. Everyone was panicking. Limitless Extreme Thearcha's personal disciples had already rushed to the East Pole Divine City and were guarding it. Feng Sen was originally guarding outside the East Pole Divine City. However, a Taoist aura treasure suddenly flew out of the city. He quickly chased after it. Who would have thought that this Taoist aura treasure would fly across half of the East Pole Divine City and land on the East Moon Plains? Feng San did not see Gu Fei at Limitless Extreme Thearcha's Extreme the Arch Palace. Therefore, he knew that the young man who gave Fatty the undefeatable combat power was the fella who destroyed his master's Extreme the Arch Palace. If Feng San knew Gu Fei's identity, he would have run for his life. Why would he dare to be so arrogant here? There's not much time left. Gu Fei's voice suddenly rang in Fatty's mind. Yes, there's a time limit to the undefeatable combat power. Fatty was taken aback when he heard this. If the time was up, he would be beaten back to his original state. When that happens, he wouldn't be the one torturing Feng San. Feng San would be the one torturing him. That wouldn't do. Kill. The Fatty roared and shot up into the sky, pouncing on Feng San. Buzz. The sword hummed as Fatty's body emitted an infinite amount of light. He became one with his sword, and a shocking sword shadow appeared in the sky. It was as if the sword was going to split the sky and earth in half. The terrifying power of the sword Tao exploded and shook the earth. The space around the giant sword shadow was filled with black, lightning-like things. They were cracks in space. The power of the sword Tao that exploded from Fatty tore the space apart. Even though Feng San was the heir of the Extreme the Arch and had seen much of the world, he still had goosebumps all over his body. But he had the Taoist aura. Even though he was shocked, he was confident that he could fight. Damn it, lightning breaks the heavens. Feng San roared. An infinite amount of power gathered in his hands and turned into a terrifying ball of lightning. Rumble, thunderclaps resounded, and the ball of lightning instantly grew to the size of a small mountain. After that, it ferociously smashed towards the Fatty, who had shot into the sky. The giant ball of lightning fell from the sky, and the aura of destruction filled every inch of space. Everyone who witnessed this scene was shaken to the core by the sound of the thunder. Those with weaker cultivations vomited blood. Feng San, who had merged with the Taoist aura, was now at a level that made other sages feel hopeless. Such an existence was simply too powerful. What sage realm big shots? They were nothing but a joke in front of Feng San and the Fatty. The heir of the Extreme the Arch is quite capable. Gu Fei couldn't help but nod when he saw this. While the Extreme the Arch was despicable and shameless, his disciple wasn't bad either. At the very least, he was many times stronger than the disciple he just accepted. Wang Zhan still couldn't take charge. Wang Zhan still had a long way to go. Under the nervous gazes of everyone, the sky-piercing sword shadow and the frightening thunderball collided in an instant. In the next moment, a scene that shocked everyone to the extreme appeared. Wherever the sword light passed, the destructive thunderball that Feng San had unleashed with all his might was split in half. Then, Feng San was also split in half. The entire place was silent. Everyone seemed to have forgotten to breathe. Chapter 58:05. Fatty erupted, shocking everyone the moment he made a move. He became one with his sword and soared into the sky. He broke through the thunderball that was descending from the sky and cut Feng San, the heir of the Extreme King, in half. Everyone was silent. Everyone was dumbfounded, especially Jiu Ju Saint and the Lord of Heavenly Evil Palace. They were scared out of their wits. That was Third Master Feng, the successor of the Extreme Emperor of the East Pole. He was second only to one person and above billions of living beings. He was someone who could look down on the entire East Pole. Such a powerful existence had been killed by an unknown fatty. This made Joju, Holy Lord, Qingnu, and the others feel like they were in a dream. The scene before them was too surreal. Just then, the sword light dissipated, and the fatty appeared in the sky. What successor of the Extreme Emperor? He's so weak. The fatty said coldly with a look of disdain, "Do you know what you've done?" Qingnu stared at the fatty. He was Feng San's servant. Now, that Feng San had been cut down by the fatty, he would be buried with him. Even if he could escape, he would still die. He's just the successor of the Extreme Emperor. So what if he's dead? The fatty didn't care. Qingnu was furious. "You don't care, but I do. If Feng San dies, I'll die because of you." Thinking of this, a shocking, murderous aura exploded from Qingnu's body. When he was sent flying by the fatty's sword, he didn't suffer much because he was wearing the icy soul divine claw. The doctrine instrument blocked most of the sword aura for him. "What? You want to fight me?" the fatty said in disdain. Damn it! Qingnu was going crazy. Since he was going to die either way, he was going to fight the fatty. However, at this moment, Feng San's body suddenly floated up from the ground. He's not dead. The fatty was surprised. Feng San was still alive after being hit by his sword. Did this guy have 9 lives? No one knew better than the fatty how powerful his swordsmanship was. Plus, he had the invincible fighting power that Gu Fei had given him. Even if a sage was hit by his sword, even if it didn't hit a vital part, he would be crippled if not dead. Moreover, Feng San was cleaved into 2 by the fatty's sword. Interesting. Gu Fei's eyes lit up when he saw this. The Extreme Emperor's disciple had a few tricks up his sleeve. Everyone stared anxiously at Feng San's corpse floating in the air. All of a sudden, Feng San's body came together and reassembled itself. A ball of divine light exploded, and a powerful figure appeared in the ball of divine light. The divine light quickly dissipated, and Feng San reappeared in front of everyone. Holy shit, he resurrected so quickly? This resurrection speed. Damn, fatty, you want to kill me? You don't have that ability yet. Feng San stared at the fatty and said coldly, not only had he revived, but he had also revived with full health. Is it that treasure with Taoist aura? Fatty suddenly grinned. Feng San was taken aback when he heard this. His pupils constricted, but he remained calm on the surface and did not reveal any emotion. However, the minute changes in Feng San's body couldn't be hidden from the fatty. This fatty was an extremely shrewd fellow. Looks like I was right. I can't wait to see what treasure with Taoist aura can bring you back to life. Fatty smiled. He was very happy. Whoosh! Feng San turned around and ran. He used a treasure with Taoist aura, but was still cleaved in half by the fatty. He almost lost his lunchbox. Was he going to stay here and wait for death? He didn't care about anything at that moment. He didn't care about his own dignity or even his master's. Nothing was more important than his life. Fatty's invincible state was given to him by Gu Fei, and there was a time limit. He didn't waste any more time and caught up to Feng San in an instant. Bam! Fatty punched Feng San's face. Feng San fell from the sky, screaming in pain. Boom! A cloud of dust rose from the ground. Fatty fell from the sky and pounced on Feng San. Then there were endless screams. Soon, a figure appeared in the distance, walking towards where Gu Fei and the others were. This person was naturally Fatty. He grabbed Feng San's leg like he was dragging a dead dog. Feng San's underlings were dumbfounded. That was the extreme Thearka's successor, Third Master Feng, who everyone had to bow down to. Such a big shot was being dragged away. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they wouldn't have believed it. Being invincible is the loneliest. Fatty held a blade of grass in his mouth and dragged Feng San in front of everyone. He then threw Feng San in front of Gu Fei. At that moment, Fatty's invincible state was finally over. He was beaten back to his original form. However, even if he was beaten back to his original form, he was still a big shot in the sage state. Jiu Holy Lord, Heavenly Evil Palace Lord, and Old Ancestor Violet Flame wanted to save Feng San, but they could only dream about it. Qingnu didn't dare to make a move. Old Gu, help me. I've searched this guy from head to toe, but I can't find that treasure with Taoist rhyme. The fatty said to Gu Fei, with a drooling face, help me. How about I owe you a favor? Fatty panicked when he saw that Gu Fei didn't say a word. Gu Fei looked at Fatty and snapped his fingers with his right hand. Pa! An item flew out from Feng San's body and floated in front of Gu Fei. So, it's this. Gu Fei took a look at the treasure with Taoist rhyme and ignored it. It was a tablet the size of a thumb. Taoist rhyme lingered on it, and it was full of vitality. Longevity tablet? No wonder Feng San could be resurrected. It's a treasure with Taoist rhyme. The eyes of Saint Mingyang and the others turned red. Longevity tablets were common in the world of cultivation. However, even the big shots in the sage state had never seen or heard of a longevity tablet that contained Taoist rhyme. It was not something that could be compared to the longevity tablets on the streets. The longevity tablet that Feng San had was a treasure that could guarantee immortality. Feng San was able to survive because he had such a treasure with him. Buzz. At that moment, the longevity tablet that was floating in front of Gu Fei suddenly vibrated. It was about to soar into the sky and fly away. Trying to leave, Gu Fei reached out with his right hand and grabbed the longevity tablet. He then forcibly erased a divine consciousness imprint on the longevity tablet. Swoosh. Chapter 58:06. The mysterious East Divine City floated high up in the sky. The huge city was like an ancient divine mountain blocking the entire sky. Huge chains stretched out from the ground, tightly wrapping around the divine city. On the ground below the divine city, there was a bottomless hole. Endless murderous aura rushed out of the hole. Everyone was shocked. No one knew what was in the depths of this bottomless hole. The 5 divine city broke through the ground and flew high up into the sky. At this moment, the area around the East Divine City was filled with people. Almost all the big shots in the East Pole had arrived. The eldest disciple of the limitless emperor, Yuan Gu, was standing guard outside the city. Behind Yuan Gu were many powerful figures. The people behind Yuan Gu were extremely mysterious. Each of them was like a super antique that had existed since ancient times. Their auras were much stronger than those sages. No one knew the identity of the powerhouses behind Yuan-gu, nor did they know what they looked like. This was because these people were all dressed in black and wore green masks with sharp fangs on their faces. Behind the masks was a pair of shining eyes. Master has been in there for a whole day. Why hasn't he come out yet? Yuan-gu was a little anxious. The ancient city in front of them was the legendary East Divine City of the Limitless Realm. Even the supreme beings of the Limitless Realm would not dare to be careless when entering the city. In the history of the Limitless Realm, there had been cases of supreme beings of the Limitless Realm dying in the Five Divine City. The commotion caused by the death of a supreme being of the Limitless Realm in the Five Divine City was unimaginable. It even changed the power structure of the entire Limitless Realm at that time. Eldest senior brother. Third senior brother went after the treasure and did not return. A young man in white beside Yuan-gu stepped forward and said, "Tianming, go and see what's going on." Yuan-gu thought about it and said, "Yes, senior brother." The young man called Tianming immediately accepted the order and left. Yuan-gu stared at the ancient city in front of him with a solemn expression. Entering the city was extremely important to the Limitless Emperor. If the Limitless Emperor was seriously injured in the Divine City, the entire East Pole would have to change owners. It was not easy to defend the entire East Pole. Who knew how many pairs of eyes were on the beginning Extreme Emperor, both in the open and in the dark? At this moment, on the outskirts of the East Extreme Divine City, Emperor Limitless sat cross-legged on a roof. Mysterious shadows kept appearing around him. These mysterious figures were extremely strange. Sometimes they appeared, sometimes they disappeared, sometimes they were near, sometimes they were far away, sometimes they were right, sometimes they were up, and sometimes they were down. Even the Supreme, the Arch of Beginning, found it difficult to sense where these figures would appear next. Bam! A dull sound of impact suddenly rang out. A mysterious shadow appeared 3 feet away from the Extreme Emperor of the Beginning and collided with his transparent barrier. Then, the shadow flew out and disappeared into the void. The Limitless Extreme Monarch was shocked. He had never imagined that he would be trapped here the moment he entered the God City. The mysterious shadow appeared so suddenly that even he almost fell for it. Now that the situation was unclear, he wasn't in a hurry to break into the depths of the Divine City. He had always been cautious and never did anything he wasn't confident in. This was the reason why he could sit firmly on the throne of the East Pole Emperor. Bam! There was another muffled sound. A mysterious shadow appeared behind the Extreme, the Arch of Beginning, before disappearing. These mysterious shadows began to attack the Extreme, the Arch of Beginning. The streets of the city were littered with white bones. Even the roofs were littered with white bones. Since ancient times, no one knew how many living beings and how many human cultivators had fallen in this divine city. Furthermore, although this divine city looked old, every brick and tile contained Taoist aura. Even the bones of the living beings that had fallen here were tainted with Taoist aura. Third brother's eternal tablet has been stolen. How is this possible? Who is it? Just as Gu Fei took out the eternal tablet from Feng San's body, the Extreme, the Arch of Beginning, reacted immediately. The reason for that was because he had left a trace of his divine sense imprint on the longevity plate. However, this spiritual will imprint had been erased by someone. Only an infinite prime could erase the imprint of the infinite emperor's soul. It looked like his third disciple was probably done for. However, he couldn't even take care of himself now. He couldn't care less about Feng San's life. Meanwhile, on the East Moon Plains, the fatty was overjoyed. Gu Fei erased the spiritual imprint on the tablet and refined it again before tossing it to the fatty. Ha! With this, I'm an unkillable cockroach. The fatty guffawed. This treasure could allow one to be reborn in an extremely short amount of time. You can't kill anyone below the half-step infinite prime, but you're dead for sure, Gu Fei said nonchalantly. What? Everyone stared at the longevity token in the fatty's hand with envy and jealousy. It has such a fatal flaw. Old Gu, do me a favor and help me refine it again, so that the infinite primes won't be able to kill me. The fatty was not satisfied. You haven't been beaten silly, have you? Gu Fei was speechless. This fatty was too greedy. Everyone stared at the fatty, dumbfounded. This guy really dared to say and think, did such a supreme treasure really exist in this world? Grandpa Fatty, you should just be content. Wang Zhan walked over and said, what does a brat know? In the cultivation world, staying alive is the most important thing. The fatty cursed. How dare you? I'm the third disciple of the Infinity Emperor. How dare you hurt me and steal my treasure? You're dead, for sure. My master will be here soon. Just wait for your death. Feng San, who was lying on the ground like a dead dog, suddenly woke up. He realized that his Taoist charm supreme treasure had actually been snatched away. This was no small matter. Without the protection of the Taoist charm supreme treasure, he would really die. Everyone's expression changed. That was the Infinity Emperor, the strongest cultivator in the East Pole, the ruler of the entire East Pole. Who wouldn't be afraid of such a supreme being? The disciple of the Infinity Emperor, Gu Fei said calmly. Haha, are you afraid now? Let me go and hand over my treasure. Then kneel and beg for mercy. Maybe I'll beg my master to spare your lives. Feng San slowly sat up from the ground. He was extremely proud. He thought that his master's name was enough to scare everyone there. Jiu Xuan, sacred leader, Tianwu, sacred leader, and the others looked at Gu Fei in shock. What Gu Fei said next almost scared them out of their wits. It's not like I haven't killed the disciples of the Infinity Emperor before, Gu Fei said calmly. Just this sentence alone silenced the entire place. Everyone was dumbfounded. Feng San, who had thought that he had intimidated everyone with his master's name, immediately froze. It's you? A drop of sweat trickled down Feng San's forehead, and his voice was trembling. Chapter 5807. The heir of the extreme arch, Feng San, was beaten into a dead dog by the invincible fatty. Even at this time, he was still very arrogant, thinking that his master would come to save him. He was still as arrogant as ever, but when he found out the true identity of this soldier, he was almost scared to death. Senior, spare me, spare me. Feng San prostrated himself before Gu Fei. He lay on the ground, trembling. He was a coward. The surrounding Sage Realm big shots were all stunned when they saw this. Was this guy, trembling on the ground, begging Gu Fei for his life, really the heir of the extreme arch? They'd never seen the famous Feng San act so cowardly. There was nothing more cowardly than this. Fatty, this is your prisoner. You deal with him yourself. Gu Fei waved his hand impatiently. A small shrimp like this had no right to die by his hand. What else do I have to do? Fatty sneered as he looked at Feng San, who was lying on the ground. Spare me, don't kill me. Feng San was truly afraid because the young man in front of him didn't fear his master at all. So, he was truly in danger now. His life was in the hands of this man. He never would have thought that his life would be in the hands of someone other than his master, that his life would be in such danger. His master was the extreme arch of infinity, and he was about to break through to the half-step infinity realm. In the East Pole, he was the most powerful person after his master, eldest senior brother, and second senior brother. He was the only one who could control the lives of others. But now he was lying on the ground like a dead dog, begging for his life. Is that all the heir of the extreme arch has? The fatty was even more disdainful. This guy was the heir of the extreme arch, but he was a coward. Weren't you very cool just now? Didn't you say your master would come and kill us all? Where's your master? Why isn't he here yet? Looks like your master has given up on you. Ah, I thought the heir of the extreme emperor was something special. It turns out he's afraid of death, too. He's a coward just to live, Fatty said coldly. Fatty's words were like needles that stabbed into Fong San's heart, but he didn't dare to refute. In order to survive, he wouldn't even frown if he was asked to eat shit, let alone be a dog. Spare my life. This lowly one had eyes but failed to recognize the true venerable one and offended senior. Senior, please do a good deed, and let this lowly one go. Fong Sen kept begging. Why are you begging, old goo? Fatty found it funny. I am the one who decides whether you live or die. Spare me, Lord Fatty, please spare my life. If Lord Fatty can spare this little one's life, this little one is willing to be your slave and do anything for you. In order to survive, Fong San was willing to give up everything. When everyone saw this, they were dumbfounded. They didn't expect the heir of the extreme arch to be so spineless. It was a revelation to everyone. No one expected Fong San to have such a side to him. Having the extreme emperor's disciple as a slave isn't too bad. Fatty tilted his head and thought about it. That's right. Master, you are my master. Fong San hurriedly acknowledged him as his master. What face, what bottom line, what dignity. He threw it all out the window. You really don't know what's good for you. Gu Fei looked at Fatty and said, this fella actually dared to take the third disciple of the extreme, the arch of the beginning, as a slave. If someone like the extreme, the arch of the beginning knew that his disciple had become someone else's slave, he would probably go crazy. This was a huge slap to the extreme, the arch of the beginning's face. The extreme, the arch of the beginning would not hesitate to kill Fong San, and he would also kill Fatty without hesitation. In Gu Fei's eyes, the extreme, the arch of the beginning, who schemed against an infinite prime and stole his origin energy, was definitely a lunatic. This was because no normal person would do such a crazy thing. Gu Fei was also a little puzzled. The extreme, the arch should know that he had erased the spiritual will imprint on the longevity tablet, but he didn't come here directly. Could it be that the extreme, the arch, was held back by something? Gu Fei's injuries were mostly healed now. If the extreme, the arch, dared to come, he would fight him. He was a pure martial artist. Even though he had become an infinite prime, he was still a martial artist. The stronger he met, the more powerful he was. That was Gu Fei. No matter what kind of enemy he met, he would never back down. No matter who the opponent was, he would fight if he was unhappy. However, Gu Fei was disappointed. The extreme, the arch of the beginning, did not come. Old Gu, what do you mean by that? Fatty did not think much of it. You have to look at the owner before you hit a dog. Don't you know that? Gu Fei said calmly. Hearing this, Fatty's expression immediately became solemn. No one knew this better than him. Don't. Crack. Fatty stomped Fong San to death. Everyone was shocked by this sudden scene. No one thought that Fatty would dare to kill Fong San. Third senior brother. Just then, an angry roar came from afar. A powerful figure charged over. It was Tian Ming. He happened to be nearby, and he witnessed the scene of Fatty stomping Fong San to death. Someone dared to kill the extreme Thearcha's heir. Go to hell. Tian Ming rushed down from the sky and threw a punch at the fat man. What? Fatty no longer had the invincible state that Gu Fei gave him. He would not be able to take Tian Ming's angry punch. Arg! Fatty roared angrily and punched out to meet his opponent's fist. Bam! The two fists collided in an instant, and a dull, thunder-like sound erupted. A violent wave of energy instantly spread out from the two of them. Everyone around was blown away. Sand and pebbles flew, and the sun and moon dimmed. However, Gu Fei was not affected at all, as he was right in front of him. Everything within a 10 zhang radius around him was calm and peaceful. Fatty let out a blood-curdling scream as he was sent flying. It's Tianming, the seventh disciple of the extreme arch. Someone exclaimed. All the big shots of the sage state retreated far away. Jiuju Saint Lord, the lord of the heavenly evil palace, and Qing Nu were surprised and overjoyed to see Tianming. All of you must die. Tianming was furious and threw a punch at Gu Fei. Feng San's death had truly provoked him because he was the closest to Feng San among all his fellow disciples. Now that Feng San had been stomped to death in front of him, he instantly lost all sense of reason. Bam! Tianming's punch was blocked by an invisible force when it was 3 feet away from Gu Fei. Die! Tianming roared and punched again. The power of this punch was much stronger than the first. Bam! With another muffled sound, his fist was once again blocked. Arg! Tianming threw another punch at Gu Fei. The sounds of collisions kept ringing. However, his punch could not get within 3 feet of Gu Fei. It was blocked by an invisible force. In the next moment, both of Tianming's fists were covered in blood. The intense pain woke him up from his frenzied state. He stopped and looked at his badly mutilated fist. A chill ran from the soles of his feet all the way up his spine to his head, and his whole body quivered. He almost wet his pants. Chapter 5808. Tianming was the 7th disciple of the boundless emperor of the East Pole. In the East Pole, the 13 direct disciples of the boundless emperor were all extremely powerful. Wherever they went, even the most arrogant and unruly of the sage state had to bow down to them, especially the eldest disciple of the boundless emperor, Yuan Gu, who was a half-step infinite prime. The 13 descendants of the boundless emperor stood high above the masses and looked down on the billions of lives in the East Pole. No one dared to disobey their orders. However, such a powerful being had been trampled to death by someone. This was too unreal for all the big shots of the Saint Realm who were present. However, no matter how unreal this scene was, it still happened. It really happened. Feng San, the 3rd disciple of the boundless emperor, was trampled to death by a fatty. Everyone was dumbfounded. When Feng San was trampled to death by the fatty, the 7th disciple of the boundless emperor had just arrived and witnessed it. How could this be? The 7th disciple of the boundless emperor, Tianming, exploded. He sent the fatty flying with a punch, then swung his fists towards Gu Fei. However, after a while, Tianming had no choice but to stop. Looking at his bloodied fist, he was stunned and dumbfounded. Who the hell are you? Tianming's anger had completely disappeared. What replaced it was extreme fear. The person in front of him was definitely a powerful figure. Tianming had used all his strength, but it was blocked by the opponent's invisible protective aura. He was an existence of the sage great perfection realm. So, even a mountain would explode if he punched with his full strength. So, let alone an ordinary person. Tianming could not sense any aura of a cultivator from this young soldier. This was the reason why Tianming was trembling. There was only one possibility. The opponent's cultivation level was much higher than his. If someone like that wanted to kill him, it would be a piece of cake. In an instant, he realized that the person in front of him was definitely a supreme existence on the same level as his master. You don't have the right to know who I am, Gu Fei said calmly. How dare you be rude to master? You don't know what's good for you. At that moment, many powerful figures had already surrounded Tianming. What, are you going to rebel? Tianming glanced at the people around him and was instantly enraged. He saw that among the people surrounding him, there were people he was familiar with, such as the Sky Marshal Sacred Leader, the Jiu Xian Sacred Leader, and the Great Elder of the Golden Sun, Holy Land. As for the Black God Ridge Lord, Meng, He, Saint Mingyang, and Fatty, they were unfamiliar faces. Even Limitless Monarch's descendant, Tianming, was shocked when he was surrounded by 7 great sages. You just found out that we want to rebel? The Grand Elder of the Golden Sun, Holy Land, sneered. You're courting death. Tianming's face turned cold. You're the one courting death. Is my master someone you can offend? The Heavenly Marshal's Sacred Master mocked. Your master? Tianming was even more shocked when he heard this. It seemed that this young man had already subdued the 7 Sage Realm experts. What's the point of wasting words with this fellow? Just kill him. Fatty said impatiently. That's right, we still need to hurry on with our journey. Wang Zhan, who was standing beside Gu Fei, said. Tianming, I'm sorry. The Heavenly Marshal's Sacred Master stared at Tianming with a murderous aura. He was not pretending. He really wanted to kill Tianming. You trash want to kill me? Tianming was disdainful. At that moment, seeing that everyone's attention was on Tianming, Jiuju's Sacred Master, Qingnu, and Dark Shadow Demon Master wanted to slip away quietly. What are you bastards doing? Come back and help me take down these traitors. Tianming shouted at Qingnu and the others. It would have been better if he hadn't roared, but this roar directly made Qingnu and the other 9 Great Saint Realm bigwigs explode. All of them exploded at the same time and fled into the distance without looking back. They only had one thought, which was to survive. Would they stay knowing that they would be killed? Even Feng San was scared to death when he knew about Gu Fei's identity. Only the Limitless Monarch could fight against this young man. They were like ants in front of Gu Fei. Tianming was dumbfounded when he saw this scene. These guys ran away faster than rabbits. Want to run? Dream on. Just then, a gigantic figure appeared in the surroundings. Its gigantic body was like a mountain ridge surrounding the entire region. A monstrous demonic aura surged out from this huge figure, and 2 eyes that looked like blood-red suns appeared in the sky. The 9 Sage Realm experts, who were running away, were stopped. They were scared out of their wits. At that moment, a demonic bead rushed out of Tianming's body and floated in the air in front of him. The demonic bead was mysterious and terrifying. Tianming took action. He released the Hell Fiend snake from the Chaos Demon bead. The Hell Fiend snake was close to a half-step infinite prime and could swallow a Sage Realm expert. Originally, the Purgatory Devil Snake had been beaten half to death by Wang Zhan, who was in an invincible state. However, after Wang Zhan touched the Chaos Origin Demon bead, it was restored. The Hell Fiend snake was restored to its peak state. The Hell Fiend snake was too huge. It was no wonder it was a top-level demonic creature. Its body was as huge as a mountain, and its demonic energy was overwhelming. What's the point of playing like this? How about this? It's not impossible for the 9 of you to live. Wang Zhan suddenly said. He stopped Tianming, who was about to control the Hell Fiend snake. What? The Shadow Demon Master and the others were surprised and happy. Whoever wants to live, raise your hand. Wang Zhan's lips curled into a disdainful smile. Me, the Jiuju Saint Master, was the first to raise his hand. Who didn't want to live? The second one to raise his hand was the Shadow Demon Lord. The third was the Violet Flame Ancestor, the Rogue Saint Tian Jioling, the Lord of the Heavenly Evil Palace, the Tower Master of Tong Tian, the Infinite Sword Master, and the Master of Dongxian all raised their hands. Only Feng San's servant, Qingnu, did not raise her hand. If Feng San died, he would not be able to live either. Oh, this guy has some backbone. Wang Zhan was surprised. Did Qing Nu not want to live anymore? Gu Fei looked at the scene indifferently and did not say anything. If Wang Zhan wanted to play, then so be it. It was not a big deal. Gu Fei did not care about these people's lives. Very well, let the game begin. 8 against 2. If the 8 of you want to live, there is only one condition, and that is to kill these 2. Wang Zhan said loudly. What, the Tower Master of Tongtian Tower and the other Sage Realm experts were shocked when they heard this. Killing Qing Nu wasn't a big deal. She was just a slave, but killing Tianming was a different story. He was the extreme Thearcha's heir. I see that you are hesitating. You are hesitating. Very well, I gave you a chance, but you did not take it. Don't blame me for what happens next. Wang Zhan's voice was cold. Everyone looked at the scene in shock. However, as soon as Wang Zhan finished speaking, the 8 figures charged at Qing Nu at the same time. If they did not kill Qing Nu and Tianming, they would die immediately. If they killed these 2, they might have a chance to live. Kill. The 8 saints attacked with all their might. Haha, that's right. Chapter 5809. The battle on the East Moon Plain was still going on. The formation Grand Master of the Mystical Heaven Sect, Wang Zhan's new servant, Tianming, made his move. He released the Hell Serpent from the bead of origin. The huge serpent blocked Ju Saint Lord and the others like a mountain. Ju Saint Lord, Heavenly Evil Temple Lord, Purple Flame Ancestor, Dongxian Mountain Lord, and the others were dumbfounded. The 9 great sage experts had no hope of escaping. Therefore, they only had 2 choices. One was to admit defeat, kneel down and lick Wang Zhan's boots, and ask Wang Zhan to spare their lives. The second choice was to fight to the death, and the result would be a heroic death. There was no suspense. The second choice was that the 9 big shots of the Sage Realm would only end up with one outcome: death. They had worked so hard to reach the Saint Realm and become an overlord. Who would want to die? Just as they were about to admit defeat and beg Wang Zhan wanted to play a little game with them. They could live as long as they killed Tianming, and Qing Nu Tianming was the successor of the Arch of the East Pole. His master was the Arch of the East Pole. Purple Flame Ancestor, Tian Jiuling, and the others hesitated. However, they soon made a wise choice. Ju Saint Lord, Purple Flame Ancestor, and the others charged at Qing Nu. Go to hell. Boom. Purple Flame Ancestor spewed a mouthful of natal true fire at Qing Nu. This was the natal true fire that Purple Flame Ancestor had cultivated all his life. It was so powerful that the void distorted. Buzz. Tian Jiuling took out the Skyquake Hammer. Rumble, a divine mountain of chaotic aura, appeared above Qing Nu's head and smashed down on her. Dongxian Mountain Lord made his move. Heavenly Evil Temple took out the 10,000 deity banner. Ju Saint Lord took out the Ju World Devastation Blade. Tower Lord secretly released the soul-destroying needle, and Infinite Sword Master's infinite divine sword cut through the void. Dark Shadow Demon Master Skull was filled with demonic aura. It spat out demonic fire and swallowed Qing Nu. A terrifying demonic shadow appeared in the demonic aura. The 8 big shots of the Sage Realm attacked with all their strength, and it was earth-shattering. Qing Nu was instantly enveloped by the power of the 8 saints. There was no chance of escape. Heaven and earth rend. Qing Nu roared angrily. He was going all out. He crazily activated the power of the Ice Soul Divine Claw. Countless claw shadows tore in all directions. A dull sound of impact rang out, and the monstrous purple flames were directly dispersed by the vast power of the Ice Soul Divine Claw. 7 Sage Tier Dao treasures were actually blocked. Pooh! Qing Nu spat out a mouthful of blood. The 8 big shots of the Sage Realm had launched an all-out attack at the same time. So, Qing Nu had the battle prowess of the peak of the Sage Realm. Hey, why aren't you attacking? Defeat the 8 of them, and you'll live, Wang Zhan said to Tianming, who was surrounded by the 9 profound Holy Master Mingyang, and the Black God Ridge Lord. Tianming was enraged. Who was he? He was the 7th disciple of the Limitless Emperor. Before this, other than his master, who would dare to be impudent in front of him? Tianming was bewildered. He did not look at Wang Zhan, but at Gu Fei. Wang Zhan was just a small godly state cultivator. In Tianming's eyes, he was not even an ant. The person that Tianming was truly worried about was Gu Fei. Looks like you don't want to live anymore. Wang Zhan sneered. You mean it? Can you make the decision? Tianming said coldly. As the 7th disciple of the Limitless Emperor, he was much more courageous than his senior brother, Feng San. Wang Zhan subconsciously looked at his master, Gu Fei. Gu Fei nodded slightly. Wang Zhan was overjoyed. He said to Tianming, "My words count. Do you think I mean it?" "All right, you said it yourself." Tianming turned and walked towards the battlefield. The 9 profound Holy Master and the others quickly made way. I want to see what the successor of the Limitless Emperor is capable of. Wang Zhan crossed his arms and said coldly, Come. Place your bets. 8 versus 2. Who wins and who loses? Hurry up and place your bets. The fatty shouted. Lord Fatty, aren't you afraid of losing your pants? Wang Zhan laughed. What's there to be afraid of? I have plenty of treasures. Win all the treasures I have if you can. With a wave of his right hand, more than a dozen Taoist treasures with towering spiritual qi appeared directly in the void, floating in front of him. I didn't know that the Lord Fatty was a tycoon. Wang Zhan said in surprise. The surrounding people could not help but be jealous when they saw the fatty suddenly flaunting his wealth. Although the fatty's Tao treasures were not Tao aura treasures, they were still male Tao artifacts. Any one of them could move a sage. At this moment, the fatty waved his hand again and took the Tao artifacts. What do you think? The fatty said proudly. If the Lord Fatty wants to play, how can we not play with him? Wang Zhan took out the Tao aura leaf that Gu Fei had given him. Seeing this, the fatty was surprised and happy. This was a Tao aura treasure. You're betting with this thing? The fatty was excited. When Gu Fei had given everyone the Tao aura leaf, the fatty had been sent flying by Gu Fei. Therefore, everyone had benefited except for him. This caused him to be extremely depressed. Now that Wang Zhan had taken out the Tao aura leaf to bet with him, how could he not be happy? This leaf of mine is worth all your Tao artifacts. Wang Zhan laughed. Yes, the fatty nodded repeatedly. Then, who do you bet on? The fatty asked hurriedly. Of course I'm placing my bets on those 8 fellows. Wang Zhan glanced at the battlefield in the distance and said, At this moment, the 8 Sage Realm big shots surrounded Qing Nu and attacked her fiercely. Qing Nu was jumping up and down, looking extremely embarrassed. She kept vomiting blood and was about to receive her lunchbox. The outcome of the battle was so obvious. Was there a need to choose? I'll place my bets on those 2. The fatty looked at Wang Zhan and said meaningfully. Wang Zhan was a little surprised and said, Since you want to lose, there's nothing I can do. At this moment, the Black Deity Ridge Leader, Jiuxuan Sacred Leader, Sky Martial Sacred Leader, Meng He, the Great Elder of the Golden Sun Holy Ground, and Saint Mingyang joined in. The Sky Martial Sacred Leader, Meng He, and the Jiuxuan Sacred Leader all bet on the 8 Sage Realm big shots. Saint Mingyang, the Great Elder of the Golden Sun Holy Ground, and the Black Deity Ridge Leader also bet on the 8 Sage Realm big shots. Damn, you guys are going to make me go bankrupt. The fatty was dumbfounded. He had never expected everyone to bet on the 8 Sage Realm big shots. None of them bet on Tianming, and Qing knew, I like to see tycoons become country bumpkins. Wang Zhan laughed. Tycoons become country bumpkins? The fatty's chubby face twitched a few times. Gu Fei could not help but smile when he heard that. Chapter 58:10. The 8 Saints worked together to defeat Qing Nu and Tianming. This battle was earth-shattering. The sun and moon lost their light. The entire East Moon Plains was shaken. Countless birds and beasts on the plains fled for their lives. They had no choice but to run. If they didn't run, there would only be one outcome: death. Moreover, there were 10 big shots of the Sage Realm who were fighting together. The holy power that erupted from the bodies of the 10 big shots of the Sage Realm had gathered together, and it had intimidated all 10 directions. Hundreds of millions of creatures would tremble. Fortunately, the Purgatory Serpent blocked most of the saintly aura. Otherwise, the entire East Moon Plains would have been destroyed by them. The Tyrant Sky Empire didn't even need to do anything. The East Moon Empire was already half crippled. At this moment, Fatty, Wang Zhan, and the others watched the battle nervously. That was because they had all placed bets with Fatty on the outcome of this battle. If they lost, Fatty would instantly become rich. If Fatty lost, this nouveau riche would instantly become a country bumpkin. Fatty was sweating profusely from nervousness. Wang Zhan and the others were also so nervous that they had difficulty breathing. Gu Fei's expression remained indifferent. In his eyes, this was just a child's game. However, with Wang Zhan and the others stirring things up from time to time, he wouldn't be so bored. At this moment, Dong Yu, Shui, and the others were already trembling in fear. They each found a place to hide. At this moment, Gu Fei's eyes suddenly lit up. Roar! At the same time, an angry roar came from the battlefield. In the next instant, a powerful surge of Taoist aura erupted. Then, cries of pain rang out as several figures were sent flying. The stench of blood permeated the air. Not long after Tianming made his move, someone was injured, and more than one. The blood of saints was a treasure. Their blood contained powerful vitality. If their blood appeared in the human realm or heavenly realm, it could instantly turn an area into a sea of blood. However, in the unbounded realm, their blood could not explode with such power. This was because this was the unbounded realm. The universal laws here were extremely powerful. You trash want to kill me? Tianming was extremely arrogant. He immediately used the Tao Rune treasure that his master had given him. The extreme emperor of beginning treated his direct disciples quite well. Every single one of them received a Tao Rune treasure from him. The extreme Dwarch of beginning gave Feng Sen the longevity tablet. This treasure could give Feng Sen an almost immortal body. Unfortunately, Feng Sen was jumping around in front of Gu Fei, so he died. After Feng Sen Liang, Limitless Thearka's 7th disciple, Tianming, jumped out. Limitless Extreme Emperor's direct disciples were truly courting death wave after wave. There was no one else like them. Now, it was Tianming's turn to court death. After using the Tao Rune Supreme Treasure, Tianming's combat power directly exploded, and he sent the 5 saints flying with one punch. Purple Flame Old Ancestor, the Lord of the Heavenly Evil Palace, Jiu Ju Saint Master, Dark Shadow Demon Master, and Tian Jiu Ling were unlucky. They were all sent flying by Tianming's punch, blood spurting from their mouths. Holy shit, so fierce! Wang Zhan and the others had placed all their bets on the 8 Sage state bigwigs. They were so nervous that they almost couldn't breathe when they saw this scene. As the successor of the extreme arch, Tian Ming definitely had something special about him. Although they were mentally prepared, they did not expect Tian Ming to be this fierce. Ha ha! On the other hand, Fatty was in a good mood. He laughed out loud, arrogantly. Brother Wang, it seems like I have no choice but to become rich. Just as Fatty was feeling great, Saint Mingyang, Meng He, and the others suddenly became bitter. Humph, it's not the end yet. It's hard to say who will win, Wang Zhan said unwillingly. Die. At this moment, the 5 sages who were sent flying by Tian Ming charged back. They had to fight with their lives. Everyone knew that this battle concerned their lives. They all wanted to kill each other and fight for a chance of survival. The 3 sages who were not sent flying by Tian Ming fought to the death. Swoosh! The infinite sword master swung his sword, and Qing Nu's right hand with the ice soul holy claw was separated from her body. Bam! The sky-reaching tower master followed up with a vicious kick to Qing Nu's chest. Qing Nu screamed and was sent flying, blood spurting from her mouth. Just as Mountain Lord Dongxian was about to activate the sacred mountain to kill Qing Nu in one blow, Tianming suddenly appeared beside her. He grabbed her by the collar and threw her away with a flick of his hand. Tianming's fighting spirit surged, and he punched upward. Boom! His fist smashed into the chaotic sacred mountain, which was descending from the sky. The chaotic sacred mountain shook violently, and countless Tao patterns appeared and intertwined. Roar! Tianming roared. His fist shook, and an even stronger fist force exploded from his fist. Then, to everyone's astonishment, Mountain Master Dongxian's chaotic sacred mountain was sent flying by Tianming's punch, shrinking rapidly. Mountain Master Dongxian suffered a huge blow when his natal Tao treasure was sent flying. He spat out a mouthful of blood, staining his clothes. Die! Tianming roared angrily and disappeared in an instant. What the Tower Master of Tong Tian and the Infinite Sword Master were both shocked. Before they could react, 2 fists landed on their bodies. The 2 screamed as they were sent flying. One person had crippled 8 great sages. Wang Zhan and the others were dumbfounded. This guy called Tianming was too strong. Master, what Dao Rune treasure did Tianming activate? Wang Zhan couldn't help but come before Gu Fei and ask carefully. Feng Sen saved his life, and Tianming fought. Gu Fei said calmly. Fought. Wang Zhan was shocked. No wonder Tianming was so strong. His treasure was used to increase his battle power. Hee, I was wondering why Tianming didn't have any treasures on him. I bet on the right treasure this time. Fatty was so happy that his fat face looked like a chrysanthemum. We're going to lose. We're going to lose everything. We're going to lose everything. Wang Zhan, Bright Sun's sacred leader, Black God Ridge leader, Meng He, 9 Mystic sacred leader, Sky Marshal sacred leader, and the Great Elder of the Golden Sun's sacred ground were all bleeding. Their intestines were green with regret. If they had known this would happen, they would have bet on Tianming and Qing Nu. Now, they had lost all the rewards they had received from Gu Fei in one go. However, just as Fatty was feeling proud of himself, the 8 great sages who had been crippled by Tianming exploded. All of them slowly stood up from the ground, and a divine light that looked like flames shone from their bodies, burning their natal Yuan Qi. These guys are crazy. Are they going to perish together? Wang Zhan and the others saw this shocking scene when they thought they were going to lose their pants. Are they going to turn the tables? Can they? Chapter 58:11. The 8 saints were burning their natal Yuan Qi to fight Tianming to the death. This scene was too shocking. The bodies of the 8 saints all burst with dazzling divine light. Their entire bodies seemed to be on fire as the violent power of the saint state burst out. At this moment, their cultivation broke through the limit and soared to a level that shocked even themselves. Of course, their cultivation would not break through to the half-step infinite realm just because they burned their natal yuan qi. Breaking through to the half-step infinite realm was not something that could be done with great power. However, absolute power could destroy everything. Sometimes, absolute power could still destroy everything. At this moment, the fatty and the others were all extremely nervous because the outcome of this battle was directly related to their wealth. Whoever lost would become a pauper. Wang Zhan and the others were also ruthless. If they won, the fatty would turn from a nouveau riche to a country bumpkin. However, the fat man was very happy and proud because Tian Ming Tian's combat power was too strong. Tian Ming Tian had used a treasure with Tao aura and directly exploded. He had actually beaten the 8 big shots of the Saint Realm with his own strength. As for Qing Nu, she was just a bystander. She had already been beaten into a cripple by the 8 Sage Realm experts. Tian Ming, you piece of trash, get rid of them for me. The fatty roared at Tian Ming. Ancestor Purple Flame, the 8 of you can't even beat one? Do you have any shame? Wang Zhan also roared at Ancestor Purple Flame and the others. The fatty and Wang Zhan did not want to lose. Die! 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 The 8 saints roared in unison and charged at Tian Ming. Shocking killing intent erupted. Under the impact of the killing intent, the temperature of the entire world dropped rapidly. Everyone felt as if they were in an ice cave, their bodies cold. Mountain Master Dong Xian spat a mouthful of blood on his Chaos Divine Mountain. Boom! The Chaos Divine Mountain burst with dazzling divine light. The power of chaos exploded, and countless Taoist patterns appeared and intertwined on the Chaos Divine Mountain. The chaotic energy that erupted from the Chaos Divine Mountain was mighty, and the entire void was shaking. Mountain Master Dong Xian was really going all out. He used his true blood to unleash all the power of the chaotic divine mountain. The other big shots of the saint state did not hide anymore. The infinite sword master's divine sword became one and turned into a shocking sword rainbow, piercing towards Tian Ming. Wherever the sword light passed, it cut through the void. The tower master of sky-piercing tower, Patriarch Violet Flame, Dark Shadow Demon Lord, Rogue Saint Tian Jieling, 9 Ultimate Holy Master, and Heavenly Evil Palace Master all activated their life-bound Tao artifacts to attack Tian Ming with all their might. This strike caused the heavens and the earth to shake and the space to collapse. There was actually a trace of a scene of destruction. However, in Gu Fei's eyes, this bit of power was only slightly stronger than an ant. But in the eyes of the bystanders, this scene was enough to shock them to the extreme. It was an unforgettable scene. Even the Lord of the Black God Ridge, Saint Lord Mingyang, and other big shots of the Sage Realm couldn't help but change their expressions. Who could withstand the attacks of these 8 big shots of the Sage Realm? Could Tian Ming do it? At this moment, Tian Ming's face was solemn. However, he was not timid in the face of the 8 Saint Realm powerhouses. Virum! A rumbling sound erupted from Tian Ming's body. In the next moment, a jade tablet flew out of his body, and a powerful aura of Taoist rhymes erupted from the jade tablet. It's a treasure of Taoist rhymes. Everyone's eyes turned red. However, with a muffled sound, the jade tablet suddenly exploded and turned into dust. At the same time, a beam of divine light rushed into Tian Ming's body. Roar! In the next moment, Tian Ming roared at the sky, as though he was possessed by an unparalleled god of war. Terrifying power erupted from his body, and he directly sent the 8 life-bound Tao artifacts flying. Mountain River Fist. Tian Ming roared and attacked. 8 fist shadows blasted at the 8 big shots of the Sage Realm at the same time. The 8 big shots of the Sage Realm were instantly shocked. No one had expected Tianming to be so powerful. He basically had the battle prowess of someone who already had a foot in the infinite prime realm. It was just too terrifying. There was no suspense. Even if the 8 big shots of the Sage realm wanted to fight with their lives on the line, they wouldn't be able to because the difference in combat power between them and Tianming was too great. If they wanted to fight with their lives on the line, they would need to have the strength to do so. With 8 muffled sounds, the 8 big shots of the Sage realm screamed at the same time and were sent flying. Wang Zhan, Saint Mingyang, Meng He, and the rest were dumbfounded when they saw this. They had lost. They had lost completely. Ha! Compared to the bitter look on Wang Zhan and the rest's faces, Fatty laughed. Come, 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 hand over your bets. Sigh, I haven't felt rich in a long time. It feels so good. Fatty was extremely proud. Everyone could only reluctantly take out their Taoist aura supreme treasures. There was nothing wrong with losing a bet. When everyone handed over their Taoist aura supreme treasures to Fatty, their hearts were bleeding. That was a Taoist aura supreme treasure. Haha. Fatty held the Taoist aura supreme treasure in his hand and finally couldn't help but laugh arrogantly. Meng He's face twitched involuntarily. He regretted losing the Taoist aura supreme treasure. He shouldn't have coveted Fatty's treasure. He didn't win the treasure. Instead, he lost his Taoist aura supreme treasure to Fatty. But who would have thought that Jiu Holy Lord, Ancestor Violet Flame, and the other 8 Sage Realm Big Shots were no match for Tianming. 8 Sage Realm Big Shots. Each of them was a sect master level overlord. They couldn't even defeat Extreme Emperor's successor, Tianming, even when they joined forces. You 8 pieces of trash. You're useless even if you don't die. Wang Zhan was extremely depressed. At this time, the 8 Sage Realm Big Shots who were sent flying by Tianming stood up shakily from the ground. Fight! The 8 Sage Realm Big Shots rushed together. Jiu Holy Lord, Dark Shadow Demon Master, Heavenly Evil Palace Master, Ancestor Violet Flame, Mysterious East Mountain Master, Infinite Sword Master, Tower Master of Tong Tian. The 7 Sage Realm Big Shots slapped Rogue Sage, Tian Jiuling at the same time. The 7 Sage Realm Big Shots poured all their power into Tian Jiuling's body at the same time. What's going on? What are they doing? Wang Zhan and the others were stunned when they saw this scene. Tian Jiuling, with us here, your family will be safe, Infinite Sword Master said. No one dares to touch your family. You can go in peace, Dark Shadow Demon Master said coldly. Good. Ha! Tian Jiuling laughed. The 8 Sage Realm powers exploded in his body at the same time, turning into an extremely violent destructive power. The 8 Sage Realm powers combined into one. This power was too strong. Moreover, the 8 Sage Realm powers collided with each other. The power that erupted was 10 times stronger. Roar! Tian Jiuling roared. The 7 Sage Realm Big Shots were sent flying at the same time. He took a step forward and appeared in front of Tianming in an instant. He directly hugged Tianming. Tianming was shocked. Boom. Chapter 58:12. No one expected Tian Jiuling to self-destruct. It was too crazy. Self-destruction. Moreover, it was the self-destruction of a big shot of the Saint Realm. How desperate must one be to self-destruct? Tian Jiuling self-destructed. Even Gu Fei was very surprised. Moreover, Jiu Holy Lord, Dark Shadow Demon Lord, and the others seemed to have discussed it beforehand and passed on all their powers to Tian Jiuling. Tian Jiuling had gathered the powers of 8 saints at once. Even Tian Jiuling's saint state body could not withstand such a powerful force. The 8 saints' powers collided wildly in his body, and no one could suppress the other. Even if Tian Jiu-Ling did not self-destruct, his saint state body would explode. The 8 saints knew they were no match for Tianming, so they used this move. Boom! There was an earth-shattering explosion. Tian Jiu-Ling had self-destructed. The terrifying destructive power swept in all directions, and the surrounding ground turned to ash. Dust rose high into the sky, covering the sun. A terrifying destructive storm swept out in all directions. The destructive storm destroyed everything in its path. Everyone stared at the scene dumbfounded. Jiu, Holy Lord, and the others ran far away at once. The Inferno Serpent that had wrapped around Tianming, Jiu, Holy Lord, and the others also rushed into the sky and dodged. However, Tian Jiuling had gathered the power of 8 big shots of the Sage Realm, and then self-detonated. The power that erupted from him was too strong. Jiu, Holy Lord, and the others were like withered leaves in a storm, swept away by the energy storm that erupted. Although the Inferno Serpent dodged quickly, it was still swept away. Wang Zhan and the others who were outside saw this scene and were shocked. The terrifying energy storm was quickly sweeping towards them. Dong Weishui, and the others were scared out of their wits. If they were caught in the energy storm, no one besides the saints could survive. They would be torn to pieces by the energy storm, their bodies and souls destroyed. Dong Weishui, and the others were so shocked by the destructive scene that they forgot to run. Damn, so powerful? Run! Fatty was the first to run. However, when the energy storm was about 100 feet away from them, it was blocked by an invisible force. Fatty retracted his right leg that he had just lifted. He had forgotten that Gu Fei was there. This was a super big shot. What could a mere energy storm do to him? Everyone was scared silly, but there was one person who still had a calm expression on his face. This person was Gu Fei. He didn't even need to make a move. With a simple thought, the mighty energy storm was directly blocked and quickly dissipated, as if it had never appeared. Such a terrifying energy storm was actually neutralized by Gu Fei. Everyone was shocked to the extreme. Master is mighty. Master is invincible. Everyone immediately knelt down in front of Gu Fei. Get up, Gu Fei said indifferently. Everyone flattered him for a while more before standing up. At this moment, after the dust had settled, an incomparably large pit appeared on the ground. Naturally, Tian Jiuling's body and Dao had perished, turning into ashes. The successor of the extreme arch, Tianming, was nowhere to be seen. Wang Zhan and the rest stared at Fatty. We've made a comeback. Ha! We've made a comeback. We've won. Master Fatty, I'm really sorry. Your dream of getting rich overnight can't be realized. Wang Zhan and the rest were overjoyed, and their faces were all blooming with smiles. Fatty's forehead was sweating. The Taoist treasure that he had just won had not even warmed up in his hands, and now it didn't belong to him anymore. Am I really that unlucky? He thought that he had become rich overnight, but who knew that he would lose his pants and become a proper country bumpkin? He had become a clown. However, at this moment, there was a faint aura coming from the big pit in front of them. Tianming is not dead yet. Everyone was surprised and overjoyed. There's still a chance to make a comeback. Fatty was instantly overjoyed. Wang Zhan and the rest's expressions changed drastically. Damn, what was going on? Was it a comeback again and again? Both Wang Zhan and Fatty felt that they were going crazy. And there was still Qing Nu. At this moment, Qing Nu had also been affected by Tian Jiuling's self-destruction. She had already lost 90% of her life, and only 10% was holding on. However, although Tian Jiuling had fallen among the 8 great sage state big shots, there were still 7 great sage state big shots alive. However, these 7 great sage state big shots were all seriously injured. They didn't have much of their cultivation left. This was because all their cultivation had been poured into Tian Jiuling's body. They were now frantically eating elixirs to recover their vitality. The Infinite Sword Master was the first to recover some of his cultivation. Their Infinite Sword sect was an ancient sect that had once produced a supreme existence of the infinite prime realm. The sect's foundation was naturally much deeper than the other sacred grounds. The Infinite Sword sect's first sword master was the infinite sword ancestor of the infinite prime realm. Although the infinite sword ancestor had disappeared, he had left behind many good things. The infinite sword talisman was one of them. This was the infinite sword sect's treasure. This time, the infinite sword master had actually brought the infinite sword talisman. The infinite sword master did not hesitate and directly crushed the infinite sword talisman. The infinite sword talisman's power immediately rushed into the infinite sword master's body. Roar! The immeasurable sword master roared into the sky, and sword chi surged from his body. 2 terrifying sword lights shot out from his eyes. What? He has such a treasure! Fatty was even more depressed. The infinite sword master's power merged with the sword talisman. It was just like the infinite sword ancestor's arrival back then. The power of the sword filled the sky and the earth at that moment. A figure had just crawled out of the crater when the infinite sword master turned into a sharp sword ray and flashed past. Then, this guy was completely dead. This person was the Extreme Emperor's successor, Tian Ming. He actually withstood Tian Jiuling's self-destruction and did not die. This guy was too lucky. But so what? In the end, he was still killed by the Infinite Sword Master's sword. Roar! Qing Nu charged at the 9 ultimate Holy Lord and the others like a madman. The 9 ultimate Holy Lord and the others were shocked. However, there was another flash of sword light and Qing Nu turned into ashes. The sword light dissipated, and the Infinite Sword Master's figure appeared. He staggered and spat out a mouthful of blood. The powerful aura on his body immediately disappeared. The Infinite Sword Talisman's power also had a time limit. The Infinite Sword Master was immediately beaten back to his original form. It's really a turn of events. Wonderful. Gu Fei gave the Infinite Sword Master a thumbs up. Amazing. This is amazing. Wang Zhan and the others also praised. They were really happy. They thought that they were going to lose the bet with Fatty and lose all their money. Chapter 58:13. On the East Moon Plain, the battle between the 8 sages and the successor of the Extreme Emperor, Tian Ming, was too exciting. Even Gu Fei gave it a thumbs up. The situation of this battle could be said to be full of twists and turns. No one knew the outcome of this battle until the very last moment. Even Gu Fei hadn't expected that the final victors would be the 8 sage realm experts, because Tian Ming was the successor of the Extreme Emperor. As the heir of the Extreme Arch, Tian Ming naturally had his own strengths. Actually, Tian Ming's cultivation was secondary. The most important thing was that Tian Ming definitely had the Tao weapon that the Extreme Emperor had given him. That was the ultimate weapon. Just as Gu Fei had expected, Tian Ming did indeed have the supreme Tao rune treasure given to him by Extreme the Arch Wuchu. It was a weapon that could increase Tian Ming's combat power. Tian Ming could have used this Tao weapon to kill Jiuju, Holy Master, and the others. However, he did not expect Tian Jiuling to self-destruct. Tian Jiuling did not self-destruct normally. He only self-destructed after gathering the power of the other sages. The power of the 7 big shots of the sage realm plus his own sage realm power. That was the power of 8 sage realm gathered in one body. These 8 kinds of power were too powerful. Then Tian Jiuling carried Tian Ming and self-destructed. Then, no one would have thought that such a terrifying self-destruct would not kill Tian Ming. He actually climbed out of the crater on the ground. Then, just as Tian Ming appeared, he was killed by the infinite sword with the power of the sword talisman. Once Tian Ming died, Qing Nu was naturally no match for him. "You're dead." Qing Nu looked at Jiu Holy Master and the others coldly. Swoosh. The next moment, there was a flash of sword light and Qing Nu was killed. Then Tianwu Holy Master and the others were elated because they had won. Fatty had lost. The fatty had no choice but to take out all the treasures he had on him. Then he could only watch helplessly as Wang Zhan and the others took away all the treasures he had collected over his lifetime. Sigh. Fatty's heart was aching. "You guys let me see an exciting battle." "Very good," Gu Fei suddenly said. "Master, the heavenly martial sacred master," and the others looked at Gu Fei carefully. "I, Shadow, am willing to follow you and be your servant." The Shadow Demon Master knelt down in front of Gu Fei. At a time like this, the only way to survive was to recognize a master. "I, Purple Flame, am willing to follow Master." "I, Jiu, am willing to follow Master." "Dongxian is willing to follow Master." The 7 big shots of the Sage Realm who had survived the battle immediately knelt down and fought to become Gu Fei's slaves. This caused everyone in the surroundings to be extremely shocked. These guys were really cunning, wanting to hug Gu Fei's thigh directly. "You guys are really shameless." Wang Zhan glanced at the 7 big shots of the Sage State, who were kneeling on the ground in disdain. In order to survive, these guys really had no bottom line. Jiu, Holy Lord, and the others were not angry. "Pa." Gu Fei did not say anything, but he snapped his fingers. The next moment, at the place where Tian Jiuling had self-destructed, a faint spiritual light suddenly appeared, and these spiritual lights quickly gathered together. A blurry figure appeared in the void. "What? This is reassembling the godly soul." "Oh my God." All the big shots of the Sage State who were present were stunned when they saw this. The blurry figure that appeared in the void was actually Tian Jiuling. To be precise, it was Tian Jiuling's godly soul. It was no wonder that all the big shots of the Sage State were shocked, because Tian Jiuling had self-destructed, and at the moment of self-destruction, his body and godly soul had been destroyed. His godly soul had also been shattered. For a cultivator, this was the most thorough way to die. However, when everyone thought that Tian Jiuling had sacrificed himself for others and had fallen, Gu Fei just snapped his fingers, and then the scattered godly soul actually reassembled. For a big shot of the Sage State, like Tian Jiuling, as long as his godly soul was not destroyed, he would not really be considered dead. Now that Gu Fei had reassembled Tian Jiuling's godly soul, it meant that Tian Jiuling's life had been saved by Gu Fei. Sacrificing yourself for others, your bravery is commendable, Gu Fei said as he moved his mind, and the heaven and earth spirit Qi in the entire world immediately gathered towards Tian Jiuling's godly soul. In just an instant, Tian Jiuling's godly soul was drowned by the surging heaven and earth spirit Qi. A huge cocoon appeared between heaven and earth. Breaking out of the cocoon and being reborn, everyone was shocked again. Jiu, Holy Lord, and the rest were filled with envy and jealousy. Gu Fei had personally saved Tian Jiuling. He waved his hand again, and a restrictive spell was cast on Jiu, Holy Lord, and the rest. Your lives are in my hands, Gu Fei said indifferently. Jiu, Holy Lord, and the rest were shocked when they heard this. At this time, Fatty quietly came to the big pit that the Taoist Rune Supreme Treasure had smashed out, and then directly rushed in. He had really become a country bumpkin now. Fatty did not hesitate, and directly jumped into the big pit. "Lord Fatty, you're too unkind." Just as Fatty popped his head out of the big pit, he was blocked by a group of people. "How am I unkind?" Fatty said disapprovingly. "Going behind our backs to get the treasure, you're considered kind?" Wang Zhan laughed. "This is an ownerless item. It belongs to whoever gets it," Fatty said with a solemn face. At this time, Gu Fei frowned, and then an item flew out from Fatty's body. When everyone saw the so-called Taoist rune Supreme Treasure, they were dumbfounded. A brick. F***CK. This is the Taoist rune Supreme Treasure that flew out from the East Pole Divine City. Everyone stared at the Taoist rune Supreme Treasure floating in front of Gu Fei in disbelief. A brick. Gu Fei's eyes instantly lit up. The Taoist rune Supreme Treasure that flew out from the East Pole Divine City was actually a brick. One look, and one could tell that this brick was used to build houses. Could it be that every brick in the East Pole Divine City is a Taoist rune Supreme Treasure? Gu Fei mumbled to himself as he looked at the brick floating in front of him. At this time, the Taoist rune on the brick was withdrawn, and it was not as strong as before. This was the first time Gu Fei had seen such a Taoist rune. It was an extremely ancient Taoist rune. He was finally curious about the 5 extreme divine city that had caused a commotion recently. What kind of existence was the 5 extreme divine city? However, he knew that the extreme emperor of Limitless was definitely guarding near the East Pole Divine City. Once he showed himself, the extreme emperor of Limitless would definitely come after him. After all, he had destroyed the extreme emperor of Limitless Extreme Emperor Palace. Chapter 58:14. No one would have thought that the treasure with Tao aura that flew out of the East Pole Divine City was actually a brick. Even if this brick exuded an extremely ancient and vicissitude aura, it was still a brick. When the brick appeared, its Taoist rhymes shot up to the sky and attracted the attention of the extreme Thearcha's disciple Feng San and his subordinates. The extreme Thearcha's 7th disciple, Tianming, also came over. It could be said that this Taoist rhyme treasure had caused the deaths of the extreme Thearcha's 2 disciples. The extreme Tharch had 13 disciples in his life, and every single one of them was a top-notch existence in the East Pole or even the entire boundless realm. Whether it was their talents or their own bloodlines and bones, they were all excellent. Otherwise, they wouldn't have caught the eye of the Limitless Emperor and wouldn't have been able to become his direct disciple. 2 of the extreme Thearcha's disciples had fallen within a day. This was definitely a huge event in the East Pole. After all, the 2 disciples were the extreme Thearcha's disciples. Under normal circumstances, the death of 2 extreme Thearcha's disciples would definitely cause a huge commotion in the East Pole. However, the appearance of the East Pole Divine City had attracted everyone's attention. Even the extreme Tharch himself had started to enter the city. The deaths of Feng San and Tianming didn't cause a huge commotion in the East Pole. This was something that no one had expected. At the same time, everyone was staring at the brick that was floating in front of Gu Fei. "Old Gu, I've become a pauper. Just give me this brick." Fatty stared at the brick and said excitedly he had nearly lost his pants in the bet just now and had become a country bumpkin. However, he knew that this brick that had flown out of the Eastern Extreme Divine City was much more precious than all the treasures he had owned in the past. As long as he could get his hands on this brick, he would be a winner in life. Compared to this brick, all the treasures that he had lost were simply trash. Seeing that the fatty had actually asked Gu Fei for the brick, everyone fiercely stared at the fatty. All of them were filled with jealousy and hatred, because only this fatty would dare to ask their master for something. "Grandpa Fatty, you wish." Wang Zhan smiled at Fatty. As a personal disciple of Gu Fei, he was also qualified to obtain this brick. "Brother Wang Zhan, please take pity on me. I don't have a single good thing on me right now." The fatty was startled to hear Wang Zhan's voice. After all, Wang Zhan was Gu Fei's direct disciple. If he were to ask Gu Fei for this brick, would he even have a share? Interesting. Gu Fei looked at the brick indifferently. With a flick of his right hand, the brick flew directly towards Fatty. Fatty was overjoyed. He immediately cloned himself and hugged the brick that was flying towards him tightly. When everyone saw this scene, they were filled with envy. When Wang Zhan saw this, he wanted to say something, but he held back in the end. Since Master had given this brick to Fatty, he naturally had his reasons. As a disciple, how could he question Master's decision? Wang Zhan could only be envious. When the brick first appeared, its Taoist aura skyrocketed. If he could obtain a treasure with Taoist aura like this, his cultivation would definitely be twice the result with half the effort. Furthermore, a treasure with such a powerful Taoist aura would definitely possess shocking power. As long as a Tao weapon was tainted with a hint of Taoist aura, its power would instantly increase by a few times, allowing it to defeat any sage weapon. Even a leaf that contained a hint of Taoist aura would be a peerless treasure, not to mention the powerful Taoist aura contained within this brick. The fat man's brick could probably kill a sage realm big shot. At this time, the battle had ended. The soldiers that were hiding somewhere came out from their hiding places. They were still feeling uneasy. Now, it was finally Dongyue Shue's turn to perform. One had to admit that Dongyue Shui was quite capable. Soon, thousands of soldiers regrouped under her command. Her mercenaries also worked hard. After all, this was a great chance for them to perform in front of Gu Fei. Ever since Gu Fei recruited so many Sage Realm experts, these Heaven Realm and God Realm cultivators no longer had the chance to perform in front of Gu Fei. The ceremonial procession, banners, and drums were all ready. The majestic procession continued on its way to the East Moon Imperial City. Originally, the main character of the procession should have been the Overlord War Immortal, the leader of the tyrannical Sky Empire. However, this leader had now become the most inconspicuous character. The leader of the tyrannical Sky Empire felt bitter. Dongyue Shui was originally the main character, but now she had completely become a passerby. She did not have much of a presence. This was because there were many existences in the procession that Dongyue Shui looked up to. Even Meng He, an elder of the heavenly martial sacred land, had become a sage. That was a sage realm expert, an existence that could destroy the entire East Moon Empire with a single finger. Normally, Dongyue Shui did not even have the right to see a sage realm expert. Not only Dongyue Shui, but even her father, the East Moon Imperial Lord, did not have the right. Her Royal Highness, who was usually high and mighty, now lived in fear every day. Her Royal Highness also felt bitter. As for Dongyue Shui's subordinates, Dragon Elephant Man, Yang Feiyun, and the others, they did not have much of a presence. Just as Gu Fei and the others were heading towards the East Moon Imperial City, the news of the battle on the East Moon Plains spread. What Lord Feng San and Lord Tian Ming died on the East Moon Plains. How is that possible? They are the successors of the Extreme Emperor. The news spread, and the cultivation world of the East Pole was shocked. Third brother and seventh brother are dead outside the East Pole Divine City. The first successor of the Extreme Emperor of Limitless, Yuan Gu, was shocked and furious when he heard the news. Someone actually dared to kill the successors of the Extreme Emperor in the East Pole. This was too arrogant. They did not even take the Extreme Emperor of Limitless seriously. Moreover, third brother and seventh brother were protected by the Dao Rune treasures bestowed by their master. the extreme emperor of Limitless. Even so, they were killed. Could it be that the killer was a half step to the extreme emperor of Limitless? Or was it a true extreme emperor? Now that his master was invading the city, he had to keep an eye on it. Yuan-gu really had a headache now. Actually, he wasn't that sad about the death of his two junior brothers. After living for so many years, Yuan-gu really did not care about life and death anymore. For of the 13 successors of the extreme emperor of Limitless had already died, leaving only 9 successors. Yuan-gu looked at the other junior brothers beside him. The other junior brothers immediately lowered their heads. Even Feng San and Tianming had received their bento boxes. Their cultivation level and battle strength were about the same as Feng San and the others. If they went, they would also receive bento boxes. No one wanted to die. This was because the person who killed Feng San and Tianming was most likely a half-step to the extreme emperor of Limitless or a true extreme emperor. Against such an existence, even if they had 10 lives, they would not be able to survive. Seeing the expressions of his junior brothers, Yuan-gu did not say anything else. He could only sigh inwardly. Feng San is dead. Tianming is dead. Master is coming to the East Moon Imperial City. In the East Moon Imperial City, the Heaven Marshal Saint, who had been waiting for so long, finally received good news. Chapter 58:15. Master is finally here. The Tianwu Holy Sun was very excited. However, another piece of news shocked him so much that he almost fell off his chair. What? The extreme Thearcha successor, Feng San, is dead. Tianming is dead too? The Divine Prince was shocked because Feng San and Tianming were the extreme Thearcha's successors. Their master was the most powerful person in the entire East region, the ruler of the entire East region. In the East region, the extreme Narch was the most powerful. Everyone had to obey the orders of the beginning extreme emperor. Those who disobeyed only had one fate, and that was death. Reality was cruel. Even someone as strong as the extreme emperor's disciple had to face someone he couldn't afford to mess with. That person was the master of the Sky Marshal Holy Sun, who he hadn't even met yet. That person was the master of the Sky Marshal Holy Sun. However, something unexpected happened. Your Highness, the 9 Xian Saint has entered the city. The middle-aged man under the Heavenly Marshal Saint suddenly came to report. What? The Heavenly Marshal Saint was taken aback. Your Highness, the Golden Sun Sacred Grounds elder, Mu Xinshan, has entered the city. Your Highness, the East Xian Mountains young master has entered the city. Your Highness, the Infinite Sword Sect Saint has entered the city. The Divine Prince was dumbfounded. What are these guys trying to do? Are they trying to steal my business? I've prepared for so long to receive Master, and these guys want to take advantage of me? The Heavenly Marshal Saint was depressed. Send an invitation to these guys. Tell them that I'm inviting them to the Everlasting Inn tonight. The Divine Prince made a decision. Do you think I'm sick if I don't show my power? I'll let these guys know who's boss tonight. Yes, Your Highness, the group of subordinates retreated. At this time, Gu Fei and the others were leisurely crossing the East Moon Plain and heading towards the East Moon Imperial City. They weren't in a hurry. But that didn't mean the others weren't, especially those sages who had just been subdued by Gu Fei. They were still panicking because this young man in front of them didn't even take the extreme Thearcha's successor seriously. In their opinion, even the extreme Thearcha's successors like Feng San and Tianming weren't qualified for him to fight. Even Feng San and Tianming didn't die at Gu Fei's hands. No one could have imagined that Gu Fei would subjugate more than half of the first-rate forces in the easternmost region on his way to East Moon Imperial City, the Purple Sun Celestial Sect, Heavenly Marshal Holy Land, 9 Profound Holy Land, Nine profound holy land, nine profound holy land, nine holy land, nine holy land, holy land of nine profound holy land, shadow demon palace, sky tower sect, infinite sword sect, heavenly evil sect, Dong Mountain. There was also the itinerant Saint Mingyang Saint. That day, Juling was still reconstructing her Tao body in the cocoon. Elder Meng, he of the heavenly martial Holy Land, had also successfully broken through to the saint realm. Fatty also became a saint after being beaten up by Gu Fei. Fatty, Fei of saint of, after. Fatty, God Fatty, the Fatty, Fei. Also, Saint, Gu Fei of the Archsage. Also, he, God. The life and death of these sage realm bigwigs were in his hands. The purple flame ancestor, and the others were all extremely astute fellows. They immediately sent a message to the sect, ordering the Holy Sons to rush to the East Moon Imperial capital first and prepare to welcome their master. However, the heavenly martial sacred leader was unhappy. Isn't this stealing my thunder? The heavenly martial sacred leader had already arrived at the East Moon Imperial City. Now that these saints, gods, and fiend heirs were all here to interfere, wouldn't his efforts have been in vain? However, these saints didn't care what the heavenly martial sacred leader thought. It was a rare chance to please Gu Fei, just as the holy sons, divine sons, and devil sons of the various large sects swarmed into the East Moon Imperial capital, and before they could even find a place to stay, the Heaven Martial Holy Son's invitation was delivered to them. The Heavenly Martial Sacred Leader is hosting a banquet. The Shadow Demon's son looked at the post in his hand and couldn't help but frown. The Heavenly Martial Saint actually sent me a visiting card. He invited me to a banquet. The Purple Sun Saint was surprised to receive the invitation. It's not a good banquet. The Skirich Divine Son sneered. The Nine Absolute Saint, the Infinite Sword Sect Saint, the Golden Sun's Sacred Grounds, Elder Mu Jinshan, and all the influential people received the invitation. Everyone was guessing the heavenly martial sacred leader's purpose. However, everyone knew that it was definitely not a good banquet. Meanwhile, the East Moon Imperial City's royal forces, the Dongxian clan, and the Dragon Elephant clan were panicking. All the saints came to the East Moon Imperial City at the same time. This was something that had never happened since the establishment of the East Moon Empire. The East Moon Empire was just a small empire. The strongest person in the East Moon Imperial family was only at the godly state. These saints, divine princes, and demon princes were either at the peak of the godly state or half a step into the saint state. Any random divine son or chosen son was an existence that even the East Moon Royal Lord had to look up to. In the East Pole, any one of these first-rate forces' successors was enough to make other forces kneel and lick their boots. What's going on? Why did these people come to the Imperial City at the same time? In the Imperial Palace of the East Moon Imperial City, the East Moon Imperial Lord was restless in the main hall. At this moment, an old man in white walked in from outside the main hall. Imperial Ancestor, you've finally come out of seclusion. The East Moon Imperial Lord was overjoyed when he saw the person. He hurried forward and actually knelt to the old man in white. He was the East Moon Imperial Lord, the most impressive person in the East Moon Empire. He actually knelt to an old man. This was something that had never happened before. However, this person had a great background. He was the East Moon Imperial Lord before the East Moon Imperial Lord. To be more precise, he was the current East Moon Imperial Lord's great-grandfather. He was also the person with the highest cultivation in the East Moon Imperial family. Rise. Why did you send people to urge me to come out of seclusion every day? The East Moon Imperial Ancestor stood with his hands behind his back. The aura of an otherworldly master rushed out. Imperial Ancestor, your cultivation. The East Moon Imperial Lord was surprised and overjoyed. You're quite observant. That's right. My cultivation has already broken through to the half-step saint state. The East Moon Imperial Ancestor said indifferently. He seemed calm on the surface, but he was extremely smug on the inside. Rise and speak. Tell me what's going on. The East Moon Imperial Ancestor said indifferently. He also knew that if something major that even his great-grandson could not handle had not happened, he would definitely not dare to disturb him. The East Moon Imperial Lord hurriedly told him about the situation in the East Moon Imperial City. What? The saints, divine princes, and demon princes of the various sects have come to the Imperial City at the same time. This. Chapter 58:16. The great ancestor of the East Moon Empire, the East Moon Imperial Ancestor, thought that after cultivating in seclusion for 1,000 years and breaking through to the half-step saint realm, he would be able to trample over the tyrannical Sky Empire and beat up all the surrounding forces, establishing his own territory. However, just as the grand ancestor of the East Moon Empire's lofty aspirations emerged when he was still miles away from showing off his abilities, his great-grandson drenched him from head to toe with a pail of cold water, directly chilling him. What kind of calamity have you committed to actually alarm these ancestors? Pa! The East Moon Imperial Ancestor gave Overlord East Moon no chance to explain. He swung his hand and gave Overlord East Moon a resounding slap, causing Overlord East Moon to spin around on the spot. He was completely dumbfounded. I'm innocent. The East Moon Overlord directly cried out that he was innocent. Actually, he really had died of injustice. What kind of outrageous thing could he have done? Ever since he ascended to the throne, he had been living in fear and trepidation, fighting openly and covertly with the likes of the Dongshin clan, the Dragon Elephant clan, and the Imperial Capital Tiger clan. On the surface, he was the emperor, but in reality, he was just a poor guy. Even something like conferring an empress was not up to him to decide. Although the East Moon Royal Lord was the ruler of the empire on the surface, he could not actually do as he pleased. He had to consider the situation and the interests of all parties in everything he did. Moreover, he didn't even get the great ancestor's understanding. Now, he was given a resounding slap by the great ancestor. Moreover, when the imperial ancestor slapped the imperial lord, Crown Prince Dong, you just happened to walk in from outside the hall. He was dumbfounded when he saw this scene. Crown Prince Dong Yu's hand trembled, and the letter in his hand fell to the ground. Right now, the overlord of the East Moon Empire was truly depressed to the extreme. The incomparably authoritative and domineering monarch persona he had built up in front of the crown prince had directly collapsed. What are you waiting for? Come over here and greet your ancestor. Overlord East Moon roared furiously at the dumbfounded crown prince. Yes, yes, yes. Only now did the crown prince realize that the white-haired, white-browed, white-bearded, white-robed old man before him was the legendary ancestor of the East Moon imperial family who had been in secluded cultivation for 1,000 years. He hurriedly picked up the invitation on the ground, then quickly walked to the old man and knelt down. Greetings, old ancestor. The crown prince of the East Moon Empire's attitude was extremely respectful. This was the legendary strongest cultivator of the East Moon Empire. Just the thought of it excited him. With the imperial ancestor out of seclusion, would the other two clans in the imperial city still dare to cause trouble? This is your son. The East Moon imperial ancestor glanced at the crown prince indifferently. Yes, my son is useless. Please forgive me, old ancestor. Royal Lord East Moon said hurriedly, You know he's useless, yet you still made him the crown prince. The voice of the East Moon's sovereign ancestor became even colder. This sweat beaded on the East Moon overlord's forehead. Cripple the crown prince for me, then choose the strongest member of the imperial family to be the crown prince. If you don't have the ability, Then don't be a dog in the manger. The East Moon's sovereign ancestor said coldly, Imperial ancestor, please don't do that. At least you can't remove Zengzing Sun's crown prince position now. Crown Prince Dong, you kept kowtowing to the imperial ancestor in fear. His father, the East Moon royal lord, trembled on the side, not daring to speak at all. Give me a reason not to cripple you, the East Moon's sovereign ancestor said impatiently. Wasn't it just a matter of a word for the East Moon's sovereign ancestor to cripple the crown prince of the East Moon Empire? Not to mention removing the crown prince. Even removing the East Moon royal lord was a piece of cake for this old ancestor. This Crown Prince Dong was sweating profusely. In the panic, he suddenly saw the invitation in his hand. Invitation, invitation. This is the invitation sent by the Tianwu's sacred son. Old ancestor, these days your great-great-grandson has moved the Tianwu's sacred son with my sincerity. The Tianwu's sacred son is finally willing to see your great-great-grandson. Crown Prince Dong, you said hurriedly. What? The East Moon's sovereign ancestor could not help but be stunned when he heard this. An invitation from the Tianwu's sacred son? He took the invitation and opened it. As expected, it was an invitation to the East Moon royal lord and Crown Prince Dongyu to attend a banquet at the Everlasting Inn. The East Moon's sovereign ancestor pondered. It seemed that he really couldn't remove the crown prince. It seems that you're not completely useless. The East Moon sovereign ancestor nodded. He was a little surprised. This crown prince was not even in the godly state, but he could actually make friends with a big shot like the Tianwu's sacred son. This was the Tianwu's sacred son. The Tianwu's sacred land was a first-rate force in the East Pole with a Saint Realm big shot, and the East Moon Empire was not even a third-rate force, because there were many godly state cultivators in the East Pole. For a force like the Tianwu's sacred land, there were definitely no less than thousands of godly state cultivators in the sect, and there were countless heavenly state cultivators. There were also many half-step Saint Realm experts. There were at least 10 Saint Realm experts. As the Holy Lord of the Tianwu's sacred land, he was also a big shot in the Saint Realm. If they could hug the thigh of the Tianwu's sacred land, then the East Moon Empire would definitely soar. The time for the banquet tonight? The East Moon sovereign ancestor pondered. Then prepare well for the banquet. Don't embarrass the East Moon imperial family. The East Moon sovereign ancestor said indifferently, Yes, old ancestor. The East Moon royal lord and crown prince hurriedly responded. At this time, Gufei's team had already left the East Moon Plain and arrived at a pass. A pass separated the East Moon Plain from the East Moon Imperial City. After this pass, they would enter the core area of the East Moon Empire, which was also the most prosperous area of the East Moon Empire. The East Moon Empire really did not have any natural defenses. Once Black Chelan City was breached, the army of the tyrannical Sky Empire could march straight in, directly kill their way through the East Moon Plain, and kill their way to the pass into the Imperial City. We've arrived at Chaotian Pass. Dongyue Shui, Er's bodyguard, Yang Feiyun, directly urged his horse forward. Her Royal Highness has arrived. Quickly open the gate. Yang Feiyun shouted at the guards on the city wall. Just because you say the princess has arrived, she has arrived. On the city wall, a guard said loudly, How dare you? You don't even know Her Royal Highness. Are you blind? Yang Feiyun suddenly became furious. Now is a special time. How can you prove that Her Royal Highness has arrived in person? The guard on the city wall sneered. Yang Feiyun was furious. Just you wait. Yang Feiyun turned around and urged his horse back. I say, why are we wasting time with these guys? Can't we just blow up this pass with a punch? Fatty said disapprovingly. Lord Fatty is Lord Fatty, simple and crude, but it seems to be the most effective. Wang Zhan directly gave Lord Fatty a thumbs up. Keep a low profile. Saint Lord Mingyang suddenly said. That's right, keep a low profile. Hearing this, everyone immediately came to a realization. Their master was very low profile. Even their master was so low profile. As servants, if they were too high profile, wouldn't they make their master unhappy? Chapter 58:17. In front of the first impregnable pass of the Eastern Moon Empire, Skyward Pass, Gu Fei and his saint-level subordinates kept a very low profile. Gu Fei himself was also too embarrassed to continue role-playing as a normal soldier. He returned to being a black-clothed youth riding an ordinary black scale colt. There was a group of people in strange clothes around Gu Fei. Among them, there were white-haired and white-bearded old men, middle-aged Taoists in Taoist robes, and young men with jade-like faces. There was also a fat man without any hair or eyebrows. These guys were the big shots of the Saint Realm at the level of the sect masters in the Far East region. All of them had restrained their auras. At first glance, they were simply a group of ordinary people. This was because those with lower cultivation than them would not be able to see through them. In this group, only Gu Fei's cultivation was higher than this group of fellows. Therefore, only Gu Fei could see through them. However, even though this group of sage realm experts had restrained their auras, they hadn't changed their clothes. After all, they were sect masters, holy lords of holy lands, or tower masters of the first floor. He was very particular about his clothes. Patriarch Violet Flame wore a purple robe that was embroidered with 9 violet godly suns. Within the godly suns, there was a faintly discernible divine bird. Even ordinary people could tell at a glance that the purple robe on Patriarch Purple Flame was extraordinary, let alone cultivators. There was also the Sky Martial Sacred Master. He was wearing a pair of cloud ascending boots, a dragon-patterned celestial robe, and a purple gold crown with 9 dragons on his head. Even though he had concealed his aura and cultivation level, he unintentionally exuded an aura of superiority. There was also the Shadow Demon Master, Ju Saint Lord, and the others. All of them pretended to be ordinary people in front of Gu Fei and kept a low profile. However, they had no idea that the extraordinary temperament they unintentionally revealed had already heartlessly betrayed them. Among all of them, only Gu Fei acted the most like a mortal. At this time, Yang Feiyun had already ridden to Dongyue Shui's side. At this time, Dongyue Shui was wearing a bright silver phoenix armor and riding a horned fire tiger. She held the East Moon bow in her hand and looked around. Her superior aura was not something that could be faked. Ordinary people would not be able to fake it. Your Highness, Yang Feiyun wanted to say something, but hesitated. Dongyue Shui directly threw her token to Yang Feiyun. Yang Feiyun quickly caught the token and urged his horse forward again. She went straight to the closed door. Open your dog eyes and take a good look. This is the token of Her Royal Highness, personally bestowed by the Emperor. Aren't you going to open the door and welcome Her Royal Highness? Yang Feiyun raised the token in his hand and shouted at the general on the city wall. Let me see. The general on top of the city wall took a closer look, and a layer of cold sweat immediately appeared on his forehead. However, he was very arrogant just now. Admit defeat now. The princess medallion was made of a special material. The guard on top of the city wall could tell at a glance that the medallion was genuine. The problem was that it was hard for him to back down now. If he admitted defeat, he would probably end up in a miserable state. It seemed like he could only bite the bullet and continue. How do I know if this token is real? The general said coldly. How dare you? Tell me your name. Yang Feiyun was enraged. A mere general dared to question the authenticity of the princess medallion? This general will never change my name or my surname. I am Long Xianglai. The general said loudly. So you're from Long Xianglei's family. No wonder you dare to be so arrogant. You've got guts. Yang Feiyun angrily gave the guy on top of the city wall a thumbs up. The current situation is chaotic, and Chaotian Fortress is the entrance to the royal capital. How do I know you're not from the tyrannical Heaven Dynasty in disguise? Long Xianglai said loudly. This guy was also an expert actor. At this moment, he was full of righteousness and righteousness. Yang Feiyun was gloomy. Disguise? But this guy refused to open the door. What should I do? How troublesome. Wang Zhan was getting impatient. He was about to walk out and break through the gate. At this moment, a figure descended from the sky and landed on top of the city wall. Pa! The man swung his hand and slapped the dragon elephant thunder from the top of the city wall, heavily throwing it in front of the gate. Ignorant fool! How dare you block Her Royal Highness outside the gate? The person said fiercely. Long Xianglai, who had fallen in front of the gate, got up from the ground and spat out a few bloody teeth. He was about to curse at the person on top of the city wall. However, when he saw the appearance of that person, he was so scared that his legs went soft, and he directly knelt on the ground with a plop. Great, great general! This general greets the great general. Long Xianglai's voice was trembling. Greetings, great general. Yang Feiyun was shocked when he saw the person on top of the city wall. The person was Long Xiangfei, the general of the East Moon Empire. My subordinate has neglected Her Royal Highness. I hope Her Royal Highness won't take offense. Long Xiangfei said politely. When he glanced at Dongyu, Shui, and the others, he almost fell off the city wall when he saw the sect master-level Saint Realm bigwigs beside Gu Fei. He wanted to say something, but he was too shocked to say anything. Why would these monstrous figures appear here? Long Xiangfei almost peed in his pants. Even Long Xiangfei was not qualified to greet the Purple Flame Ancestor and the other big shots, but he recognized the disciples and grand disciples of the Purple Flame Ancestor and the others. At this moment, the Purple Flame Ancestor and the Sky Martial Sacred Leader had summoned some of their disciples and grand disciples to listen to their orders. For example, the middle-aged man who carefully followed the Sky Martial Sacred Leader was the eldest disciple of the Sky Martial Sacred Leader, the half-step sage Windflame. The purple-haired young man who served beside the Purple Flame Ancestor was the Fire Dynasty Sect Master, who had the heavenly fire Taoist physique. There was also Xian Wushang from the 9 Profound Sacred Ground. These people were all great figures. Usually, they could not even curry favor with them. Even if they wanted to kneel and lick their boots, they were not qualified. Long Xiangfei actually dared to block these people. He was simply courting death. At this moment, Long Xiangfei really wanted to slap the idiot Long Xiangfei to death. Long Xiangfei saw that the big shot of the family on top of the city wall was scared out of his wits. He was also scared out of his wits. Master wants to keep a low profile. You have to arrange it well. A voice suddenly sounded in Long Xiangfei mind. Yes. Long Xiangfei forehead was sweating. Her Royal Highness's master? Long Xiangfei imagination was filled with fear. Open the door and welcome the princess in. Long Xiangfei forced himself to calm down and ordered loudly. The next moment, the closed door immediately opened slowly. Dong Weishui rode on the horned fire tiger and led the group into the city majestically. On the surface, she looked very impressive, but no one would have thought that she was panicking inside. Chapter 58:18. The great general of the East Moon Empire. Long Xiangfei personally came to greet Shui. Actually, with the dragon elephant soaring eagle status in the East Moon Empire. Even Dong Yue Shui had to address him as great general when they met. The dragon elephant soaring eagle could simply ignore Dong Yue Shui. Although Dong Yue Shui was the esteemed princess of the East Moon Empire, she was nothing more than a little girl in the eyes of Longxiang and Fei Ying. However, Dong Yue Shui was different this time, as she had a super expert backing her up. It had been some time since the chosen of Tianwu arrived at the imperial capital. The forces in the capital had already figured out the chosen's purpose. The Holy Sun had suddenly come to the East Moon royal capital to welcome a great figure, and this great figure happened to be in Dong Yue Shui's group. Of course, no one was able to find out who this monstrous figure was. The Longxiang clan obviously did not dare to be negligent. Longxiang Fei Ying personally came to Skyward Pass to welcome them. This was the best proof. However, as soon as Shui and the others entered the pass, a group of people rushed over on the main road. The person in the lead was a handsome middle-aged man dressed in battle armor. His face was as clear as jade, and his eyebrows were sharp like swords. The middle-aged man rode a snow-white steed without a single strand of discolored hair. It was a real horse, not a black-scaled colt with scales. However, this white horse was not ordinary. It had 2 wings on its back. It was a rare Pegasus. "Greetings, Your Highness." The person arrived in front of Shui and dismounted, kneeling on the ground. "Uncle God of War." Dong Yue Shui was shocked when she saw the newcomer. She was even more shocked when she saw the newcomer kneeling before her. This was because the person was the #1 god of war of the East Moon Empire, Dong Yue Lingxiao. Moreover, he was also a member of the imperial family. In terms of seniority, Shui had to call him uncle. As the #1 god of war of the East Moon Empire and a member of the imperial family, Dong Yue Lingxiao's status was extremely noble. His status in the empire was even higher than that of the great general Longxiang Fei Ying. "Greetings, Lord God of War." Dong Yue Shui's subordinates, Yang Fei Yun, Longxiang Man, and the rest hurriedly bowed to Dong Yue Lingxiao. "Uncle War God, please get up." Dong Yue Shui hurriedly jumped down from the horned fire tiger's back and helped Dong Yue Lingxiao up. At this time, the dragon elephant eagle also came down from the city wall. "Greetings, Lord War God." The dragon elephant eagle bowed to Dong Yue Lingxiao. "Great General, you are even faster than me." Dong Yue Lingxiao gave the dragon elephant eagle a meaningful look. This general traveled alone, while Lord War God came with his personal guards. This general was only half a step faster than Lord War God. The dragon elephant eagle said indifferently. At this moment, the 2 important figures of the Dong Yue Empire, Longxiang Fei Ying and Dong Yue Lingxiao, carefully looked towards the people behind Dong Yue Shui. When they saw old ancestor Purple Flame, Juju's Sacred Master, and Heavenly Martial Sacred Master, they were extremely shocked. Especially when he saw those big shots carefully serving these people, he was even more shocked. Could it be that this group of people had a great background? Even if they scratched their heads, they would never have thought that this group of sage-like people was actually a sect master-level expert of a first-rate force in the easternmost pole. This was because they usually did not have the qualifications to see such high and mighty saint realm bigwigs. As for Gu Fei and the crowd, they automatically ignored him. This was because Gu Fei was too ordinary. He was simply a passerby among the important figures like Juju's Sacred Master, Heavenly Martial Sacred Master, and Dark Shadow Demon Master. Who would notice him? The key was that the Heavenly Martial Sacred Master and the others were too eye-catching. "Your Highness, that esteemed guest," Dong Yue Lingxiao suddenly transmitted her voice to Dong Yue Shui. Low profile, low profile." Master doesn't like to attract attention. Dong Yue Shui was so frightened that she hurriedly transmitted her voice back. She subconsciously looked towards where Gu Fei was and was slightly relieved when she saw that Gu Fei was not displeased. Dong Yue Lingxiao's heart was currently in turmoil. The noble princess actually addressed that existence as master. Dong Yue Shui's words contained too much information. Even Dong Yue Lingxiao, the #1 war god of the East Moon Empire, was dumbfounded. He was planning to go up and greet the first disciple of Heavenly Martial Sacred Land, Half-Sage Wind Flame, and the successor of Violet Flame Patriarch, Hua Chaozong, as well as Xian Wushang of 9 Profound Sacred Land. These were all-important figures. Normally, even Dong Yue Lingxiao was not qualified to meet these important figures. However, Dong Yue Lingxiao recognized the successors of the major forces, but these important figures did not recognize him. "Why did you stop again?" Wang Zhan said somewhat impatiently. "It's getting late. I think we should spend the night here." Gu Fei looked up at the sky and said, "Yes, master." Wang Zhan quickly replied. Since Gu Fei had spoken, who would dare to object? This heaven-facing fortress was actually a small city. "Uncle God of War, go and book the best inn in the heaven-facing fortress." Dong Yue Shui received Wang Zhan's voice transmission and said to Dong Yue Lingxiao immediately, "All right, I'll get it done right away," Dong Yue Lingxiao said, and left with his personal guards. On both sides of the street, people were surging. Everyone was extremely excited. This guy is the #1 war god of the tyrannical Sky Empire. Why is he so cowardly? Is this guy really the tyrannical war god? The people on both sides of the street pointed at the tyrannical Sky Empire in the prison carriage and whispered to each other. They had long received news that their princess had captured the #1 war god of the tyrannical Sky Empire. Therefore, when Dong Yue Shui's team entered the Heaven Fortress, everyone in the fortress ran out to admire the princess's elegance, and at the same time to see who the so-called sky-dominating war god was. However, they were disappointed. At this moment, the tyrannical war god was lying in the prison carriage like a dead dog, ignoring everyone. "Smash him to death! Smash him to death!" It was unknown who threw a rotten egg directly at the overlord war god in the prison cart. This rotten egg accurately smashed into the overlord war god's head, and then a stench filled the air. With someone taking the lead, countless people followed. As a result, rotten eggs and rotten vegetables rained down on the tyrannical war god in the prison carriage. This Dong Yue Shui could not help but frown when she saw this. The tyrannical war god was still lying in the prison carriage like a dead dog, letting the rotten eggs and vegetables fall on him, but he remained motionless. Chapter 58:19. The first pass of the East Moon Empire, the Skyward Pass, could be described as a sea of people on both sides of the main road. There were lanterns and streamers everywhere, as if it was a festival, because today Her Highness had finally come. She had come. She had come. She had come with the Overlord War God. In the eyes of the people of the East Moon Empire, the Overlord War God was a terrifying butcher. The army under his command had attacked the East Moon Empire countless times. Countless soldiers of the East Moon Empire had died in battle, shattering countless families. No one would have thought that their princess would be so powerful that she could actually capture the death god of the tyrannical Heaven Dynasty. Everyone in the Heaven Gate rushed out of the gate just to throw a rotten egg or a few rotten vegetables at the tyrannical Heaven War God. The troops escorting the Overlord War God had only walked a few hundred meters on the main road when the Overlord War God was drowned in rotten eggs and various rotten vegetables. This smell, the surrounding soldiers all hid far away, afraid of being smashed by these things. The driver pulling the prisoner carriage was about to break down. Others could hide, but he had to drive the prisoner carriage. There was no way he could hide. His food from the previous night had already been smoked out. At this moment, Dongyue Lingxiao and Longxiang Feiying had already ordered people to book the best inn in the Skyward Pass, the Skyward Inn. The Skyward Inn was the best inn in the Skyward Pass, but it could not accommodate thousands of people at once. The others naturally stayed in other inns. The #1 war god of the East Moon Empire, Dongyue Lingxiao, and the General Longxiang Feiying personally led the way. They did not dare to be negligent. The successors of the super sects behind them were all important figures. If they did not find a chance to curry favor now, when would they find a chance to do so? This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to curry favor with these super sects. After all, even the half-saint Feng, Yen, the Fire Dynasty sect with the heavenly fire physique, and the 9 profound sacred lands Xian Wushang were all rare existences. These people would cause a stir wherever they went. Dongyue Lingxiao and Longxiang Feiying never expected these rare existences to appear here together. They hurriedly sent the news back to the East Moon Imperial capital. Chaotian Pass was already not far from the East Moon Imperial capital. Just as Gu Fei and the others checked into the Skyward Inn, undercurrents were surging in the East Moon royal capital. This was destined to be a sleepless night for countless people. After nightfall, the East Moon Imperial capital was brightly lit, and the streets were bustling with people. Because Princess Dong, you had already escorted the #1 war god of the tyrannical Sky Empire to Chaotian Pass. At this moment, the citizens of the East Moon royal capital were spontaneously holding various celebrations. Brilliant fireworks bloomed in the sky above the East Moon royal capital from time to time. All the citizens of the East Moon Imperial capital were looking forward to Princess East Moon's arrival. The princess had captured the #1 war god of the tyrannical Sky Empire alive. To the East Moon Empire, this was an unprecedented great victory. The morale of the entire East Moon Empire soared. For a time, Dongyue Shui-Er's reputation in the East Moon Empire actually showed signs of surpassing the East Moon Imperial Lord. This was not good news for the East Moon Overlord. However, Royal Lord East Moon did not have the time to care about this at a time like this. This was because he was going to the Longevity Inn with the Crown Prince to participate in the banquet hosted by the Tianwu Holy Sun. At this moment, the Holy Sons, Divine Sons, and Devil Sons of the other super sects also began to head to the Longevity Inn. Although these important figures each had their own ulterior motives, they also wanted to know the purpose of the Tianwu Holy Sun holding this banquet, so they all came. The Tianwu Holy Sun had put in a lot of effort to prepare this banquet. The banquet was set on the top floor of the Longevity Inn. It was a banquet hall with a circumference of several thousand meters. The place was resplendent, and every item was a rare treasure. Even the table was made of 10,000-year-old phoenix wood, and the carpet on the floor was made of 1,000-year-old fire tiger skin. Everyone felt a sense of warmth when they entered the banquet hall. Of course, this was the best banquet hall in the Longevity Inn. Even the East Moon Imperial Lord had to make a reservation in advance if he wanted to receive a royal guest here. It could not be helped. The Longevity Inn had a powerful background that even the East Moon Imperial Lord was wary of. Of course, without a powerful background, who could build such an inn in the best location in the East Moon Imperial capital besides the Imperial Palace? Cultivators also needed cultivation resources. Some powerful forces had extended their tentacles into every industry. Opening an inn was also a way to earn cultivation resources. In the cultivation world of the limitless realm, the division of labor was very clear, and there were various industries that served cultivators. However, who was the Tianwu Holy Sun? He was the Holy Sun of the super cultivation sacred land, the Tianwu Holy Land, and also the next holy leader of the Tianwu Holy Land. Given his status, it was just a matter of a word for him to use the best banquet hall of the Longevity Inn. The 9 profound Holy Sun has arrived. A loud voice came from the entrance of the banquet hall on the top floor of the Longevity Inn. Hee, I didn't expect the first person to be an old friend. The Tianwu Holy Sun had personally won. Good brother. The Tianwu Holy Sun hugged the 9 profound Holy Sun, who was striding in. Good brother. The 9 profound Holy Sun hugged the Tianwu Holy Sun tightly. Very few people knew that the Tianwu Holy Sun and the 9 profound Holy Sun were bosom buddies. It should be pointed out that although the Tianwu Holy Land and the 9 profound Holy Land did not have any grudges, they were still competitors. After all, there were only so many cultivation resources. If one wanted it, the other wanted it, and everyone wanted it. Naturally, there would be all kinds of disputes. Opening up a new territory was too dangerous. The unknown regions of the limitless realm were very dangerous. There were some places that even infinite primes would not be able to escape unscathed. Why did you invite us to a banquet? The 9 profound Holy Sun asked, even though he already knew the answer. He had already guessed what the Tianwu Holy Sun was planning. Nothing much. We haven't gathered in a long time. It's time for a gathering. The Tianwu Holy Sun smiled. The Golden Sun Holy Land's Elder Mujinshan has arrived. At this moment, that loud voice came from outside the door again. The profound East Mountains young master has arrived. The Infinite Sword Sex Holy Sun has arrived. The Purple Sun Immortal Sex Holy Sun has arrived. The East Moon Royal Lord has arrived with the Crown Prince. The Holy Sons of the various Holy Lands arrived one after another. The Longevity Inn's top banquet hall immediately became lively. Everyone was familiar with each other, so they started chatting politely. I say, Brother Tianwu, you didn't invite us here just to drink and chat, did you? The Dongxian Mountain young master suddenly stared at the Tianwu Holy Sun and said, Isn't it good to drink and chat? The Tianwu Holy Sun said calmly, Let's not beat around the bush. Did you invite us here because of our master? The dark shadow demon, sex demon, air sneered. These self-proclaimed righteous people were all a bunch of sanctimonious people. Master, these people's master, the East Moon Royal Lord, and the Crown Prince were stunned. Those present were the saints, divine sons, and demon heirs of the various supersections. They had the highest status. They actually had a master. Chapter 58:20. In the highest banquet hall on the top floor of the Longevity Inn, the saints, gods, and demon heirs of the super forces of the East Pole gathered together. Although not all the heirs of the super forces of the East Pole were here, more than half of them were here. In front of these prodigies, even the East Moon Imperial Lord was not so conspicuous, and the Crown Prince of the East Moon Empire was even more like a passerby. The Tianwu Saint, Jiujua Saint, and the others did not take the East Moon Imperial Lord and the Crown Prince seriously at all. Master is coming. You guys are obviously going against me by appearing in the East Moon Imperial capital at this time. The Tianwu Xingzi glanced at everyone and said coldly, That's right. He as expected. The shadow demon's son sneered. The other saints also stared at the Tianwu Saint with unfriendly expressions. They were here to welcome the arrival of their master. Brother Tianwu, do you want to eat alone? Humph, master is not your master alone. That's right. Why are you the only one to welcome master? The other successors immediately fell out with the Tianwu Xingzi. They were all weirdos, and they were all saints. The sects behind them were also about the same. What right did the Tianwu Saint have to be so arrogant? The shadow demon's son said coldly, Do you think you can defeat all of us here with your strength alone? You bunch of trash. Do you think I'm sick if I don't show my power? The Tianwu Saint said proudly. What? You actually think we're trash? Are you crazy? The Jiujues saint, the saint of the Skirich Tower, the saint of the Purple Sun Immortal Sect, and the other powerhouses were instantly enraged. One had to know that everyone present was a chosen of the various major forces. Each and every one of them was a prodigy of the heavens, and they were the top figures among the younger generation of their respective sections. These big shots were all very arrogant. Now that they were being looked down upon by the Tianwu saint, they were all furious. He, the shadow demon's son, sneered. Brother Tianwu, it seems that you really want to fight all of us alone. The shadow demon's son had a gloating expression. Everyone stared at the Tianwu saint. Among the people present, the imperial lord East Moon and the crown prince were the most flustered. If these people started fighting, they would be in trouble. After all, this was the imperial capital of the East Moon Empire. If anything happened to any of them, they would have to bear the consequences. As a result, the East Moon Overlord prayed for these people to not start fighting. Even if they wanted to fight, they could not fight in their own territory. So what if I fight all of you alone? Tianwu's holy son said calmly, as if he was talking about something insignificant. What preposterous! All the successors were furious. They glared at Tianwu's successor. You're not convinced? Come and give it a try. Tianwu's holy son said indifferently. Bam. Just do it. Who's afraid of who? The shadow demon's son slammed the table and stood up. Not bad. The other successors also slammed the table and stood up, staring at the Tianwu Shengzi. Haha, the heavenly martial saint smiled. You bunch of trash really don't know life from death. Tianwu's holy son did not take these guys seriously at all. Let's all sit down, talk about life, and drink. Isn't that good? The East Moon Overlord said carefully, F***ck off. Get lost. This is none of your business. The young master of Dongxian Mountain, the Jiujues Sacred Lord, the Heavenly Evil Palace's young master, and the others scolded East Moon Overlord. The East Moon Overlord was so scared that he did not dare to say anything. The Crown Prince was even more terrified. He was afraid that his father would offend the important people here, because he could not afford to offend any one of them. At this moment, the Crown Prince realized that the Crown Prince and the Overlord were not even comparable to an ant in front of an absolutely powerful person. The high and mighty Crown Prince finally realized how insignificant they were. In the East Moon Empire, they were the overlords, the crown princes, the noblest existences in the entire empire. But now, they were nothing in the eyes of the people here. They were too lowly in front of these people, the East Moon royal family, and the crown prince were extremely curious. Who exactly was the person who could be the master of these people? How powerful was he? It was hard to imagine. Unbelievable. And unbelievable. What's the matter? You want to fight, but you're not going to fight. The Tianwu Holy Son was stared at by a group of experts, but he still sat calmly. He picked up the wine cup in front of him and drank it in one gulp. He was simply looking down on everyone. He was looking down on everything. This deeply hurt the Holy Sons. They were all Holy Sons, and his cultivation was about the same as theirs. How dare he look down on everyone? Who gave this guy the courage? Since this guy needs a beating, what are we waiting for? The shadow demon's son stared at the Tianwu Holy Son and said sternly. The Holy Sons immediately took out their respective Tao artifacts. In an instant, the banquet hall was filled with primordial qi. All kinds of Tao artifacts burst out with colorful divine light, illuminating the banquet hall. It was extremely gorgeous. These guys were all either at the peak of the godly state or half-saint. Now that they had all taken out their protective Tao artifacts, the entire longevity inn was shaken. The innkeeper was scared out of his wits. My ancestors, please don't fight. If they do, my place will become ruins. The innkeeper was extremely terrified. He kept praying and praying. On the top floor of the Longevity Inn, the atmosphere was tense, but the Tianwu Holy Sun was still sitting calmly. Meanwhile, the East Moon Imperial Lord and the Crown Prince were scared out of their wits. The aura that erupted from these holy suns was too strong. It almost suffocated them, and they almost had a mental breakdown. Only now did they understand how terrifying these important figures were. Any one of the existences here could destroy the entire East Moon Empire. Even if their imperial ancestors' cultivation broke through to the half-saint realm, it would not be enough. This was because the Holy Suns had the support of powerful sects and resources. They had both cultivation and Tao artifacts. How could the East Moon Empire compare to these people? The East Moon Empire was not on the same level as these superforces at all. Just as the Shadow Demon Sun and the others were about to attack the Tianwu Holy Sun, footsteps were heard outside the door. Someone walked in. The Mountain Yin Moon Mountain Lord is here. A loud voice was heard outside the door. What? The Mountain Yin Sacred Ground. The Mountain Yin Moon Mountain Lord? Never heard of him. The Holy Suns in the banquet hall were confused. The Tianwu Holy Sun invited someone from the Mountain Yin Sacred Ground. Wasn't the Mountain Yin sacred? Lord, the master of the Mountain Yin Sacred Ground. That old man was already dead. The news of the Mountain Yin Sacred Lord's death had already spread. Many forces were eyeing the Mountain Yin Sacred Ground. However, for some reason, all the forces that had gone to attack the Mountain Yin Sacred Ground were annihilated. Not a single person escaped. The elder of the Golden Sun's sacred ground, Mu Xinshan, immediately put away his Tao artifact and trotted forward. The Mountain Lord is here. Mu Xinshan, please forgive me for not welcoming you earlier. Chapter 58:21. The East Moon Royal Capital. As the master of this place, the East Moon Royal Lord truly felt extremely aggrieved. The Holy Sons, Divine Sons, and Demon Sons of the various super organizations that he could not normally invite had actually all come to the East Moon Royal Capital at the same time. This directly gave the East Moon Royal Lord a huge headache. It could not be helped. Even if he was the East Moon Imperial Lord and the entire East Moon Empire was his, he could not afford to offend any of the Holy Sons, Divine Sons, and Demon Sons. This was because in the infinite world, an empire like the East Moon Empire could not compare to the sacred lands, sects, and cultivation clans that had existed for countless years. In the limitless realm, the strong were respected. Any elder from one of these sacred grounds would be able to destroy the entire East Moon Empire. Even if Royal Lord East Moon dared not do so, he did not dare to slight these great figures. That night, the Sky Martial Saint had invited the saints, divine princes, and demon princes to gather at the highest level of the Everlasting Inn. Among the people invited were the East Moon Royal Lord and the Crown Prince. At this time, the banquet hall was already in a state of mutual hostility even before the dishes were served. The Tianwu Holy Sun was really impressive. He was actually looking down on the other Holy Suns. He didn't even take these geniuses seriously. Just as the group of successors was about to teach this arrogant heaven martial successor a lesson, the Shadow Mountain's mountain master actually arrived. What the hell is Mountain Lord? Is Mu Xinshan's head flooded with water? To actually kneel down and lick the boots of this Mountain Master? Everyone was filled with disdain when they saw Elder Mu Xinshan of the Golden Sun, Holy Ground, eagerly greet the Mountain Holy Lord, who was walking in. When did the elders of the Golden Sun, Holy Land, become so spineless? The Shadow Demon Sun sneered disdainfully. I heard that the Golden Sun, Holy Land, was almost destroyed by those guys on Mountain. I wonder if it's true. A saint said thoughtfully. There's such a thing. The other saints were astonished. Some of the successors had been in seclusion for many years, and were completely unaware of this matter. Haha, I finally made it. The person who came was the new mountain lord of Een Mountain, one of the disciples of Een Mountain Holy Lord, Time Flow. What right does a mere divine, realm expert have to appear here? That's right. This isn't a place where a little fellow like him should appear. Hurry up and scram. The group of arrogant chosen did not take a fellow whose name they had never heard of seriously at all. Are you sure you want to tell her to scram? The Tianwu Holy Sun sat on his seat and said to the other Holy Sons with a faint smile, "Puffed, she's just a God-state warrior. I can kill her with one finger." "It's just an ant," Yi Fuqian said. The other saints were very disdainful of the passing of time. Such a guy didn't even have the right to talk to them. "All right, you guys are awesome." The heavenly marshal saint gave a thumbs up to these arrogant saints. Of course, Shueiyue didn't scram. Under Mu Jinshan's lead, she directly arrived in front of the group of holy sons. Do all of you know who she is? When Mu Jinshan saw the group of holy sons' disdain toward Shueiyue, he couldn't help feeling very displeased. These guys had never seen Shui use power. It was true that Shui, you only had God realm cultivation, but the thing in her hand was a peerless killing weapon. She was the woman who had almost destroyed the Golden Sun, holy ground. However, all the holy sons present, except for the Tianwu Holy Sun, did not know Shueiyue's background. After all, Shueiyue was a nobody in the eyes of these holy sons. Although the Yinshan's sacred lord was very powerful, his Yinshan's sacred ground had only risen in the past 20 to 30,000 years. The forces behind the holy sons were ancient forces that had been passed down for countless years. They had an extremely deep foundation, which was not something that the Yinshan's sacred ground could compare to. She's just a God-state warrior. Do we need to know who she is? I'm in a bad mood tonight. Scram, do you want me to send you to hell? Some of the holy sons were very impatient. Ha, brother Dark Shadow, you want to send her to hell? Why don't you send her to hell? The Tianwu Holy Sun laughed loudly. She's just a God-state warrior. So what if she's killed? The Dark Shadow Demon said coldly. Then kill her. If you can kill her, I'll leave immediately. The Tianwu Holy Sun sneered. Humph. The Dark Shadow Demon sneered, and a cold, murderous intent immediately spread from his body. The surrounding chosen couldn't help but be alarmed when they saw this, and they quietly retreated. Dark Shadow, what are you trying to do? How dare you be so presumptuous in front of the Mountain Master? I won't stop you if you don't want to live. I'm just afraid that you'll implicate the demon sect and the Dark Shadow Demon Master. Mu Jinshan, the elder of the Golden Sun, holy ground, shouted at the Dark Shadow Demon Sun. Mu Jinshan, don't take advantage of your seniority in front of me. She's just a God-state warrior. If you're afraid of her, that's your business. If I want to kill her, she'll never see tomorrow's sun. The Dark Shadow Demon Sun was furious. You're the Dark Shadow Demon Sun? Shueiyue, who had been silent all this while, looked at the Dark Shadow Demon Sun and said calmly, Humph. The Dark Shadow Demon Sun could not be bothered to talk to Shueiyue. He pointed at Shueiyue's glabella. He was really going to kill Shueiyue. Upon seeing this, the Tianwu Holy Sun and the Elder of the Golden Sun, holy ground, Mu Jinshan, were shocked. They did not expect this guy to kill Shueiyue. Shueiyue was invited by the Tianwu Holy Sun. Of course, the Tianwu Holy Sun was not worried about Shueiyue. He was worried about the Dark Shadow Demon Sun. Presumptuous. The Elder of the Golden Sun, holy ground. Mu Jinshan, who was standing next to Shueiyue, shouted angrily and threw a punch at the Dark Shadow Demon Sun. His fist instantly turned golden, as if there were golden flames burning. The violent power of the Golden Sun erupted from his fist. It was unstoppable. Mu Jinshan, you're courting death. The dark shadow demon son's expression was cold and arrogant. He still pointed his finger at Mu Xinshan's golden fist. In the next moment, the sound of bones breaking was heard. Mu Xinshan screamed in pain as he was pushed back by the dark shadow demon son's finger. His fist was dripping with blood, and there was a bloody hole in it. Shui West seemed to be scared out of her wits. She stood rooted to the ground in a daze. The dark shadow demon son sneered and pointed at Shueyue's glabella again. The surrounding holy sons looked at this scene in disdain. They did not even bother to attack a God-state warrior like Shueyue. At this time, no one was going to save this guy. Just when the holy sons thought that Shueyue was about to be stabbed to death by the dark shadow demon son's finger, a divine light suddenly erupted from Shueyue's body. In the next moment, the dark shadow demon son screamed and was sent flying. Boom! The dark shadow demon son smashed through the wall and fell from the top floor of the Longevity Inn. Chapter 58:22. How is this possible? Shueyue did not even make a move and sent the shadow demon son flying. This caused everyone present to be dumbfounded. They stared at her in disbelief. Is this really a little guy with godly state cultivation? Jiujue's saint said with a trembling voice. It couldn't be helped. This scene was too shocking. That was the shadow demonic son, but he was sent flying just like that. He even smashed through the wall and fell outside. Bam! Everyone also heard a dull sound coming from downstairs. Obviously, the shadow demon son had fallen directly downstairs. This was the top floor of the Longevity Inn. It was at least a few hundred feet from the ground. The Longevity Inn was the second tallest place in the entire East Moon Royal Capital. The tallest building was naturally the Canopy Moon House in the East Moon Royal Palace. Although it was a little exaggerated, it was enough to show how tall the Canopy Moon House was. Rumor had it that reaching the top of the Canopy Moon House was like standing on top of the clouds. One could overlook the entire East Moon Royal Capital. Although the Shadow Demon Son was an awesome existence who was half a step away from the Sage State, falling from such a high place was probably not a good feeling. Everyone looked at Shueyue in a different light. You guys are all so arrogant. Do you think you're invincible in this world? How dare you look down on the Mountain Lord, Mu Xinshan, an elder of the Golden Sun's sacred ground, mocked. At this moment, no one dared to make a sound. They had seen how powerful Shueyue was. Mountain Lord, please don't lower yourself to the same level as these little guys. Mu Xinshan smiled apologetically. A group of little guys, black lines appeared on the successors' foreheads when they heard this. They were the high and mighty successors, who dared to be impudent in front of them in the sect. Even the elders of the sect had to be polite when they saw them. However, they did not dare to be angry because they did not want to be like the Shadow Demon Son. They were so aggrieved. All of them put away the Tao artifacts they had taken out. The Shadow Demon Son was already like this. They knew that their cultivation and combat power were only on par with the Shadow Demon Son. Weren't you all very arrogant just now? Show me how awesome you are. The Tianwu Saint was amused when he saw these guys being humiliated. He wanted to see these guys being humiliated. Tianwu, don't go too far. Purple Sun Saint stared at Tianwu Saint and gritted his teeth. So, what if I'm going overboard? What can you do about it? As the Tianwu Holy Sun spoke, he stood up and looked at the crowd in disdain. Everyone glared at the Heavenly Martial Saint. The Heavenly Martial Saint was even more delighted. He wanted these people to hate him and not dare to attack him. He wanted them to suffocate to death. Mountain Chieftain, you've come just in time. Please take a seat. Heavenly Martial Saint said to Shueyu. Shueyu smiled, then walked over and sat beside the Holy Son of Tianwu. All right. You can serve the dishes now. Timwu's holy son also sat down. What? Are you not going to give me any face? Why are you still standing there? Let's all sit down and talk about how to welcome our master. The heavenly martial saint said coldly. What? Master is coming to East Moon Imperial City? When Shueyu heard that, she was instantly shocked. Only then did she know the whereabouts of their master. Why else would I invite you here? The heavenly martial saint said calmly. All right, I appreciate this favor. Shueyu's expression changed several times. It was her greatest honor to be able to welcome her master. Moreover, this time, her master was definitely not a clone. She could not help but be extremely excited to see her master's real body. Talking to the mountain chieftain is really convenient. The heavenly martial saint smiled. When will our master arrive? Shueyu hurriedly asked. He should probably arrive tomorrow. I invited them here to discuss how to welcome our master. The heavenly martial saint glanced at the unfriendly successors. What's there to discuss? Do whatever you want. The Jiuju saint looked unhappy. All right, let's do it this way. All of you better obediently work for me. Otherwise, you know the consequences. The heavenly martial saint laughed loudly. All the successors present dared not say anything even though they were angry. They had no choice. After all, the heavenly martial saint had invited a ruthless person. This so-called mountain chieftain of Een Mountain was simply an expert in disguise. He was clearly at the godly state, but he could instantly kill the shadow demon's son. At that moment, footsteps could be heard from outside, and a person walked in. This person was covered in dust, his hair was messy, and his face was covered in dust. He looked extremely pathetic. This person was the shadow demon's son who had fallen from the top floor. Hey, isn't this the shadow demon's son? How did this happen? The heavenly martial saint smiled. Heavenly martial, the shadow demon's son, glared at the heavenly martial saint angrily, but when he saw the person beside the heavenly martial saint, he was so scared that he almost knelt down. The experience just now was too terrifying. He almost thought that he would become the first demon son to fall to his death since the establishment of the devil sect. This was because when he was sent flying by Shueyu, his cultivation was actually imprisoned. Fortunately, the moment he was about to fall to the ground, the power that imprisoned his cultivation suddenly disappeared, and he instantly recovered his cultivation. If he did not recover his cultivation, he would really fall to his death. The shadow demon's son immediately turned around and fled. I'm really stupid. Why did I come up? Seeing the shadow demon's son turn around and flee, all the successors present were dumbfounded. All right, from now on, I'm your boss. Do you have any objections? The heavenly martial saint said proudly. At that moment, the longevity in signature dishes began to be served. The dishes were served by beautiful young women with fair skin. Moreover, these were not ordinary women. The women who served the dishes all had cultivation bases. The force behind the longevity in was also not ordinary. At that moment, who would dare to have any objections? The heavenly martial saint had successfully become the boss of all the successors. It could not be helped. After all, he had invited Shueyu. This was definitely a brilliant move. So, what if these guys were powerful? Shueyu had a peerless killing weapon that Master had given her. That peerless killing weapon had almost destroyed the Golden Sun, Holy Land. How could these saints contend against a peerless killing weapon that could easily annihilate a sacred ground? Thinking of the power of that peerless killing weapon, even the heavenly martial saint was terrified. All right, let's discuss how to welcome Master into the city now. The heavenly martial saint said to everyone with a smile. Just as they were discussing how to welcome Gu Fei, a person was sitting at the top of the tallest building in the Skyward Pass. This person was dressed in black. He was not very handsome, but his features were well defined. Anyone who saw him would never forget him. He was Gu Fei. The night wind blew, and his hair fluttered. He looked up at the sky, which was dotted with stars. The night sky here was no different from the human world's night sky. However, this was the limitless realm, a super-perfect great world that could allow people to live forever. If family and friends could come here, they would not have to worry about their lifespans running out. They could be together forever. However, it is easy to enter the limitless realm, but it is difficult to leave. If I can enter, I can leave. I will definitely find a way to connect the limitless realm to the other worlds and bring Yen-Er into the limitless realm to enjoy the happiness of a family. In the dead of night, he missed his wife and daughter. He wondered how they were doing. At that moment, a figure suddenly appeared behind Gu Fei. Chapter 58:23. Chaotian Pass, the first pass of the East Moon Empire. This was also the final barrier of the East Moon Empire. As long as the army of the tyrannical Sky Empire breached Chaotian Pass, they could directly kill their way to the East Moon Imperial City. In the history of the struggle between the East Moon Empire and the tyrannical Sky Empire, there had really been an incident where the army of the tyrannical Sky Empire killed their way to the Chaotian Pass. However, after competing with various parties, the army of the tyrannical Sky Empire chose to retreat in the end. The situation in the East Pole had always been very delicate. The tyrannical Sky Empire had a backer, but the East Moon Empire also had a backer. The fate of the two empires was not decided by the imperial families of the two empires, but by the manipulators behind the scenes. At this moment, a chance for the East Moon Empire to rise to prominence had appeared. This was definitely a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. As long as they grasped this opportunity, the East Moon Empire would be able to dominate. Even the tyrannical Sky Empire would have to submit. At the moment, Chaotian Pass was brightly lit after nightfall, extremely lively. The pass was decorated with lanterns and streamers, as if it was a festival. There was no other reason than that the princess had entered the pass with the tyrannical Sky War God. To the people of the East Moon Empire, this was definitely a great victory, greatly boosting their morale. At this moment, in the best inn in the pass, Dongyue Lingxiao and Longxiang Feiying, the two important officials of the imperial court, directly held a banquet to welcome the princess. However, this time, Dongyue Shue's team had several thousand people. Dongyue Lingxiao and Longxiang Feiying had put in a lot of effort, directly setting up several hundred banquets and inviting everyone. The banquet had even been set out on the streets. Thousands of soldiers drank wine and ate meat, enjoying themselves. In the VIP banquet hall of the inn, there were only a few tables set up. In fact, in Dongyue Shue's team, there were many people with higher status, identity, and cultivation than her. The Saint Realm experts did not participate in such a banquet, but their disciples and grand disciples were present, and they were treated as distinguished guests by Dongyue Shue, and the others. The fatty Wang Zhan, Meng He, Saint Mingyang, and the Lord of the Dark God Ridge were also present. They directly sat at the main table because they were qualified. Even the successors of Sage Realm experts had to be careful in front of Wang Zhan. They were afraid of offending him. After all, Wang Zhan was backed by a peerless expert. Even their powerful sect masters and sect masters were the servants of that peerless expert. What did they count as? Brother Wang, where did old Gu go? During the banquet, the fatty suddenly asked Wang Zhan. Everyone in the banquet hall froze as if they had been cursed. Some people had just picked up a piece of meat and brought it to their mouths. They opened their mouths wide and were about to take a bite, but they stopped. Some people picked up a big bowl and took a gulp of wine. Then their movement stopped and they almost choked to death. Everyone looked at Wang Zhan at the same time, and the originally noisy banquet hall suddenly became quiet. Even the sound of an embroidery needle falling to the ground could be heard. Everyone was indescribably shocked. Only Fatty dared to call his master like that. How would I know where master is? Are you looking for him? Wang Zhan glanced at the Fatty and said, No, I'm just asking. The Fatty smiled and said, What's wrong with you guys? Continue drinking and eating. The Fatty glanced at everyone. Seeing that everyone was staring at him, he was a little unhappy. Eat, eat, eat. The frozen people immediately moved and continued to eat and drink. By the way, why did old Gu go to the East Moon Imperial City? The Fatty asked. Everyone was instantly frozen again. Everyone pricked up their ears. I say, Lord Fatty, how can we speculate about Master's actions? Wang Zhan was a little impatient. The Fatty nodded and said, That's true. What the hell are you guys doing? The Fatty glanced at where everyone was frozen again and could not help but frown. No, no, no. Everyone continue. Everyone began to eat and drink again. Brother Wang, the Fatty wanted to ask again. Everyone was instantly frozen again. Are you guys done? The Fatty was depressed, but everyone was even more depressed. Continue, continue. Seeing that the Fatty was angry, everyone began to eat and drink again. Forget it. I'm going out for a walk. The Fatty stood up directly. The dishes are not finished yet. Master, don't you want to eat more? Wang Zhan smiled. What's there to eat? I have no appetite. The Fatty said, and left directly. Dong Yue and Shui did not know what happened, and did not dare to ask. Wang Zhan smiled, but did not think much of it. At this time, under the moonlight, a young man in black was sitting on the highest pavilion in Chaotian Fortress. A figure like a ghost appeared behind him without warning. A faint fragrance wafted over. You're the new master of Juju, and the others? The person said. Her voice was pleasing to the ear, and it revealed a strange sense of temptation, as if it could draw away one's soul. Since you know who I am and still dare to show up, I admire your courage. Gu Fei said indifferently. He did not stand up, nor did he turn around. I'm not your enemy. Why don't I dare to show up? The newcomer said, casually, Is that so? Are you so sure that I won't kill you? Gu Fei's voice was emotionless. Do you want to kill me? The person was not afraid at all. I didn't expect there to be such a courageous person under Wu Chu. Gu Fei said after thinking for a while. The person who came was shocked because she never thought that the other party would know her background without even looking at her. Which disciple are you among the 13 disciples of Wu Chu? Gu Fei continued. The person hesitated and said, I'm Wu Chu's 13th disciple, Long Qianyu. Oh, the youngest disciple of Wu Chu. Gu Fei said in realization, Why are you looking for me? To kill Wu Chu. Long Qianyu gritted her teeth and said, What? Gu Fei was finally moved. She wanted to kill Wu Chu? What was going on? Wu Chu was her master. She wanted to kill him? Why do you want to kill Wu Chu? Gu Fei asked curiously. I'm from the extreme East Dragon clan. Wu Chu killed my entire clan just to get my clan's treasure. Is this reason enough? Long Qianyu said coldly. He actually accepted you as a disciple. Interesting. How do you know I can help you? Gu Fei smiled. Because you killed 2 of Wu Chu's disciples. The other 2 disciples' deaths were related to you. Moreover, you destroyed Wu Chu's Extreme Emperor Palace and ruined his plans. Why do you think Wu Chu will let you go? Long Qianyu said calmly. Ha, good, wonderful. Gu Fei smiled. The person's meaning was clear. Even if he did not look for Wu Chu, as long as Wu Chu knew where he was, he would come for him immediately. What do I get for helping you? Chapter 58:24. Emperor Infinity's 13th disciple, Long Qianyu, had approached Gu Fei and wanted to join forces with Gu Fei to kill her master. This left Gu Fei somewhat dumbfounded. It must be known that regardless of whether it was in the Unbounded Realm or other great worlds, killing one's master was an extremely despicable act. It was a crime of betraying one's master. However, when Gu Fei found out the reason behind Long Qianyu's betrayal, Gu Fei was relieved. Long Qianyu was from the Extreme East Dragon tribe. The Extreme East Dragon tribe used to be a powerful tribe in the East Pole with countless experts. The Extreme East Dragon tribe had a treasure left behind by their ancestor. Emperor Infinity had destroyed the Extreme East Dragon tribe in order to obtain this treasure. Long Qianyu was the only one left in the powerful Extreme East Dragon tribe. However, Gu Fei was really curious. Emperor Infinity was someone who would do anything to achieve his goals. He was also extremely ruthless. Why would someone like that spare Long Qianyu? Infinity definitely did not spare Long Qianyu because he suddenly found his conscience. There must be a reason. What was the reason? What do I get out of helping you? Gu Fei, who was sitting on the roof of the pavilion, said calmly, "My ancestor's treasure. I wonder if you are interested." Long Qianyu said, "The treasure left behind by the ancestor of the dragon tribe. What is that?" Gu Fei's tone was still calm. "I don't know either," Long Qianyu admitted. "Then this treasure is definitely not in your hands." Gu Fei's tone was still emotionless. In Long Qianyu's eyes, this person who dared to go against Infinity and was beaten to death by Emperor Infinity was a cold person who did not seem interested in anything. This made her a little nervous, because people without desires were the hardest to make use of. To put it bluntly, Long Qianyu took the risk to find Gu Fei because she wanted to make use of Gu Fei. "I know where this ultimate treasure is. It's an ultimate treasure that even the extreme Emperor of Beginning couldn't forget about." Long Qianyu emphasized the importance of this treasure. However, she never would have guessed that Gu Fei had no interest in the Extreme East Dragon Clan's treasure. What kind of treasure had Gu Fei not seen before? His brother, Old Tortoise, was one of the 9 sons of the dragon ancestor. "Is that so? This is not enough," Gu Fei said indifferently. "Not enough." Long Qianyu was shocked when she heard this, and a layer of cold sweat immediately appeared on her forehead. The person in front of her seemed harmless, but he was actually a ruthless character. Otherwise, he wouldn't have destroyed Extreme Emperor Limitless Extreme Emperor Palace and Extreme Emperor Limitless Treasure Tower. He had made Extreme Emperor Limitless Life's work go to someone else. This was someone who even dared to mess with Limitless Extreme Emperor. Long Qianyu had already thrown caution to the wind in order to deal with such an existence. "Are you mistaken? Do you think I'm interested in what Limitless Extreme Emperor wants?" Gu Fei shook his head. At his level of cultivation, what treasure in the world could tempt him? He could casually pluck a handful of leaves from a roadside tree and refine it into a treasure with Taoist aura. This Long Qianyu was shocked when she heard this. She really did think that way. She could never have imagined that the person in front of her, with his back facing her, could guess what she was thinking without even looking at her. This person was much more terrifying than she had imagined. Long Qianyu panicked. "All right, you may leave." Gu Fei's tone was indifferent. "Senior, what do you think about the East Extreme Divine City?" Long Qianyu suddenly had a flash of inspiration. East Extreme Divine City? Gu Fei's eyes lit up when he heard this. The brick that fell from the sky on the East Moon Plains came from the East Extreme Divine City. That brick was given to Fatty by him. "Hey, old Gu, I've been looking for you." At this moment, a figure suddenly rushed up from the pavilion and landed in front of Gu Fei. "Ah, so you're on a date. Sorry to disturb you," Fatty said, and was about to leave embarrassedly. Looks like I'm unlucky to have interrupted Gouffet's plans. However, is this what Gouffet likes? A secret date with a mysterious woman. There must be a story here. Fatty was very tactful. Nothing good comes out of a dog's mouth. This is the 13th disciple of Extreme Emperor Wuchu, Long Qianyu, Gouffet said calmly. What? Fatty, who was about to leave, turned around and glared at the woman behind Gouffet. A murderous aura exploded from his body. They were enemies with Extreme Emperor Wuchu's people. Fatty had stomped the third disciple of Extreme Emperor Wuchu to death previously. It could be said that he had formed a deadly feud with Extreme Emperor Wuchu. We won't be enemies. Long Qianyu said calmly. Sage State. This Fatty was actually a Sage State expert. In the Heaven Fortress, there were more than 10 powerful sage auras. These sages were all gathered in the small Heaven Fortress. Even Long Qianyu dared not underestimate them. One should know that there were more than 10 sage state experts here. If she didn't use her Taoist treasure, Long Qianyu knew that she would definitely not be a match for them. She wants to kill Extreme Emperor Wuchu. What do you think? Gouffet looked at Fatty and said, What? Fatty was shocked. Extreme Emperor Wuchu's disciple wants to kill Extreme Emperor Wuchu? She must be tired of living and seeking her own death. That was Extreme Emperor Wuchu, the strongest expert of East Pole, the supreme ruler of East Pole. The entire East Pole was Extreme Emperor Wuchu's territory. Someone dared to say that they wanted to kill such a powerful person. Are you out of your mind? Fatty was depressed. You're the one who's out of your mind. Long Qianyu said angrily, Are you out of your mind? How dare you say that you want to kill Extreme Emperor Wuchu? Fatty said in disdain. Extreme Emperor Wuchu is in the East Pole Divine City now. This is a rare opportunity. If Senior is willing to help once you succeed, you will be the ruler of East Pole. Long Qianyu ignored Fatty and continued to speak to Gouffet. What? East Pole Divine City? Are you talking about the East Pole Divine City that even an unparalleled prime might die in? Fatty was really shocked. Is there another East Pole Divine City in this world? Long Qianyu glared at Fatty snappily. Old Goo, this is a huge trap. Don't jump in, otherwise you won't even know how you died. Fatty quickly said to Gouffet, killing Extreme Emperor Wuchu would allow him to become the ruler of East Pole. This was a very tempting offer. If it was someone else, they would really take the risk. However, Gouffet was no ordinary person. You can go back first. Gouffet chased him away. All right, Senior, whenever you want to see me, just send someone to the Longevity Inn in the East Moon Royal Capital to look for the manager. Farewell. Chapter 58:25. The East Dragon Tribe was truly pitiful because of their ancestors' treasure. They were exterminated by the Boundless Emperor. That was one of the strongest tribes in the East Pole. However, the beginning Extreme Great Emperor destroyed them as easily as killing a few ants. He didn't care at all. However, he spared Long Qianyu and took her in as his 13th disciple. The most confusing thing was that the Boundless Emperor really did pass on his true skills to Long Qianyu. Therefore, Long Qianyu's cultivation level was not low. However, it was impossible for her to kill the Boundless Emperor and avenge the East Dragon Tribe. The Boundless Emperor was a supreme being in the infinite prime realm. He could exterminate billions of lives with a flick of his finger, shatter the void with a flick of his finger, and change the world with a flick of his finger. This was a supreme being in the infinite prime realm. This little girl is quite interesting. Fatty watched as Long Qianyu disappeared into the night. He was also confused by Long Qianyu's actions. Fatty had just arrived and did not know about the feud between Long Qianyu and the Boundless Emperor. Interesting. Tell me more about the East Pole Divine City. Gouffet smiled at Fatty. You're not really planning on taking over the East Pole Divine City, are you? Fatty looked at Gu Fei in shock. Is there a problem? If the Boundless Emperor can take over the East Pole Divine City, why can't I? Gu Fei said calmly. No, you're not really planning on teaming up with Long Qianyu, are you? Fatty was depressed. Tell me, I want to know. Gu Fei was still calm. Isn't it just a city? It's just a little old and has some secrets. What's there to talk about? Fatty said nonchalantly. Gu Fei stared at Fatty with a sharp gaze. All right, I'll tell you, all right. Fatty quickly admitted defeat. There were not many people in this world that could make Fatty admit defeat, but Gu Fei was one of them. Then he unwillingly told him everything about the East Pole Divine City. I see. After listening, Gu Fei understood. As it turned out, Infinite Prime was not the end. As it turned out, in the distant past, there was actually someone who wanted to break through to Infinite Prime and become truly unkillable. This was because even Infinite Primes were not truly invincible. The Primordial Emperor had already killed off many Infinite Primes. The true invincibility, the realm of immortality. What kind of realm is that? Is there really such a realm? Gu Fei was very doubtful, but he had to admit that he was tempted. This was because he knew the reality that even Infinite Primes could die. Infinite Primes were not truly immortal. Eternal life and indestructibility meant that no matter what happened, one would never die. Even if one's body and soul were destroyed, and the mark of one's life was completely erased, one could be reborn and come back to life. Immortality meant that no matter how powerful an existence was, it would not be able to kill him. This was the true freedom. This was true freedom. This was true worry-free. Freedom, worry-free. Wasn't this his ultimate goal? However, even if he cultivated to Infinite Prime, he would still not be able to be free, let alone worry-free. How can there be a realm higher than Infinite Prime in this world? Fatty did not think much of it. There are some lunatics in this world who have nothing better to do. They cause trouble for no reason, and when they get too big, they get themselves killed. Fatty continued, Infinite Prime Emperors, lair is not bad. Gu Fei suddenly said. Fatty was speechless. Not only was it not bad, it was the best cultivation ground in the entire East Pole. It was also where the ancestral vein of the East Pole was located. Are you really planning on doing something to Infinite Prime Emperor? Can I just live well? Why do you have to do this? Fatty was really depressed. Sai, if there is no goal in life, then what's the difference between you and a salted fish? Gu Fei sighed. I would rather be a carefree salted fish. Fatty said indifferently. Everyone has their own choice. This is your choice. Gu Fei pondered. Makes sense. Fatty fell into deep thought. All right, it's getting late. Wash up and go to sleep. Gu Fei said and disappeared into the void. Wash up, go to sleep. Fatty was stunned. What did that mean? He thought about it and left too. Inside Chaotian Fortress, it was still brightly lit. Everyone was celebrating the princess' arrival through the night. Time passed. The next day, at dawn, Dong Yue Shui had already organized the team and was about to leave Chaotian Fortress. Their next stop was their destination, the East Moon Royal Capital. At the moment, the atmosphere in the East Moon Royal Capital was a little strange. The successors were all well-behaved. However, Royal Lord East Moon was even more uneasy. The reason was that he did not know who the Heaven Marshal Saint and the others were talking about was. This made Royal Lord East Moon extremely depressed. Their master was coming, the Heaven Marshal Saint, and the others were also troubled because they could not think of a way to welcome their master. However, they all knew one thing. Their master liked to keep a low profile. What should we do? Are you all mute? In a hall of the Longevity Inn, the Heaven Marshal Saint shouted at everyone, "Even you can't think of a way. What can we think of?" The 9 absolute saints and the others shook their heads. "Don't you want to be a big shot? Don't you want us to be your subordinates? Don't you want to ride on our master's coattails? We all admit defeat now. We'll let you do it yourself." The other saints were only pretending to obey the heavenly marshal Holy Son. They were not willing to help the heavenly marshal Holy Son. Of course, how could the heaven marshal saint not know what they were thinking? However, he could not do anything because they were the successors, divine sons, or demon sons of the various superforces. He really could not do anything to them. What's so difficult about that? We'll openly welcome the princess and secretly welcome our master into the city. If our master wants to keep a low profile, we'll keep a low profile. Shuewa suddenly said, "That's a good idea. Then let's put on a good show." The successors could not help but nod when they heard that. In this way, the Princess of East Moon would become the center of attention. With so many successors supporting Dongyue Shui, the tyrannical Sky Empire would definitely have no hope. Soon, Dongyue Shui's team arrived near the royal capital. After receiving the news, the East Moon Empire immediately sent the highest level team to welcome them. Royal Lord East Moon personally led the civil and military officials out of the East Gate. However, the Heaven Marshal Saint and the others quietly left the city and went to welcome their master, Gu Fei. No one knew how Gu Fei entered the city. No one knew that Gu Fei was the master of these guys. Chapter 58:26. The sun was high in the sky. Colorful ribbons fluttered everywhere in the East Moon royal capital. The entire city was in a festive mood. Everyone was in high spirits on the streets. It had been a long time since the East Moon royal capital was so lively. It was even more lively than a festival. The streets and alleys of the East Moon royal capital were filled with people, especially the eastern gate of the East Moon royal capital. It was even more crowded. Almost everyone in the city rushed to the eastern gate because Dongyue Shui's team had finally arrived. She was escorting the number 1 war god of the tyrannical Sky Empire into the city. At this moment, groups of armored imperial guards were lined up outside the city. Every soldier was wearing brand new armor and holding brand new spears. The carriage of the imperial lord and the crown prince. Someone suddenly called out. All the citizens on both sides of the street looked in the direction of the imperial palace. They saw banners fluttering in the wind as the imperial carriage slowly approached from the end of the street. A stalwart figure stood on the huge chariot. The ones pulling the chariot were actually 9 tigers. Each tiger was larger than a bull, and the black stripes on their golden fur were particularly eye-catching. Moreover, the eyes of each tiger were golden. This was the East Moon Royal Lord's 9 tigers chariot. The 9 golden divine tigers were all Heaven Realm beast kings. The killing intent from the 9 tigers made the surrounding people's hearts palpitate. The person in golden armor standing on the 9 tigers chariot was the ruler of the East Moon Empire, the East Moon Royal Lord. Beside the East Moon Imperial Lord stood a young man, who was also clad in golden armor. He was the crown prince of the East Moon Empire, as well as the next heir to the throne. "Greetings, Imperial Lord. Greetings, Imperial Lord." Wherever the East Moon Royal Lord's 9 tigers chariot passed, the citizens on both sides of the street all knelt down respectfully. This guy is quite impressive. Many people stood on the buildings on both sides of the street, seeing the arrival of the Imperial Lord. Not only did they not kneel down, some of them were even very disdainful. The East Moon Royal Clan's extravagance was definitely not small. However, countless disciples of superforces had surged into the East Moon Royal capital at this moment. These people did not take the East Moon Royal Lord seriously at all. In the eyes of the disciples of the 9 absolute sacred land, the heavenly martial sacred land, and the dark shadow demon sect, the East Moon Empire was merely an insignificant force. The most powerful cultivators in the entire East Moon Empire were at the godly level. Of course, not many people knew that the imperial ancestor of the East Moon Empire had already broken through to the half-step saint level. But so what? These forces all had Sage Realm experts overseeing them. At this moment, the grand welcoming ceremony began, as the main characters, the Royal Lord Dongyu, the Crown Prince, and Princess Dongyu were naturally extremely dazzling. They became the focus of everyone's attention. Of course, our sky-dominating war god was also one of the main characters. Moreover, he was the most important main character in this drama. Without him, there would be no drama at all. Overlord Martial Immortal also cooperated and finished the show. After all, he had no choice but to put on an act. He knew very well how powerful and terrifying the people behind Dongyu Shui were. If he did not put on an act, the tyrannical Sky Empire would most likely be destroyed very soon. After all, whether it was the Sky-Piercing Tower, the Infinite Sword Sect, or the Heavenly Martial Holy Land, any one of them could destroy the tyrannical Sky Empire thousands of times over. Just as this drama was going on, Gu Fei secretly entered East Moon Imperial City. Wherever Gu Fei went, the 9 Ultimate Divine Lord, the Heavenly Martial Divine Lord, and the others followed. Gu Fei stayed in the most distinguished room of the Longevity in Longevity number 1 in a low-profile manner. When the group of Divine Lords carefully accompanied Gu Fei into the Longevity Inn, the innkeeper was so shocked that his hands trembled. The abacus in his hands fell to the ground. 9 Ultimate Divine Lord, Heavenly Martial Divine Lord, Dark Shadow Demon Lord, Tower Master, Infinite Sword Master. What am I seeing? The innkeeper of the Longevity Inn wondered if he was dreaming. These people were all overlords of the easternmost pole. Why were they all here at the same time? And who was this black-robed young man? So many divine lords actually lowered their status and escorted him in. These divine lords even seemed to be very careful and fawning over him. How was this possible? This was unbelievable. Unbelievable. Could this black-robed young man be one of the 13 heirs of the Infinity Emperor? In the entire easternmost pole, apart from the Infinity Emperor, the only people who could make these divine lords kneel and lick their boots were the 13 personal disciples of the Infinity Emperor. The innkeeper of the Longevity Inn was not an ordinary innkeeper. However, he never would have thought that the high and mighty Infinity Emperor's heir was nothing in front of this black-robed young man. Don't disturb me. After Gu Fei checked into the Longevity Inn's Longevity Room number 1, he immediately told these fellows to scram. This place was really not bad. Although it was a guest room, Gu Fei found that it was a small grotto heaven when he entered. There were pavilions, bridges, and even a small lake. The scenery was not bad, and it was very pleasing to the eye. It seemed that this inn was not simple. Gu Fei did not care so much. He had to think about what was going to happen next. The 5 extremes divine city had appeared, and the easternmost pole was the Infinity Emperor's territory. There was also that coward sacred Lord Void Sky. This guy was shameless and even more cunning than the Infinity Emperor. It was definitely not a good thing to be targeted by such a guy. However, Gu Fei was not afraid of sacred Lord Void Sky. He had a feeling that the 5 extremes divine city might be an opportunity. There was definitely a huge secret hidden in the 5 extremes divine city. Otherwise, even an Infinity Prime wouldn't want to take the risk to enter the city. Gu Fei was worried about how to increase his cultivation and open up the passage between the Infinity Realm and the other worlds. The higher his cultivation, the more confident he would be in opening up the passage between the Infinity Realm and the Void Realm. He would then be able to summon the Infinity Prime subordinates from the Void Realm to the Infinity Realm. How could he fight for hegemony without powerful subordinates? The first step was to establish a foundation in the Infinity Realm. Gu Fei subdued these sacred lords and demon lords so that they would work for him. Otherwise, he would have killed them with a flick of his fingers. Do I really have to look for Long Qianyu? Gu Fei walked into the pavilion and saw that there were a few types of spirit fruits and a jar of wine on the stone table. He wondered how much it would cost to stay here for a day. Being able to stay in such a beautiful little grotto heaven and breathing in the dense spiritual energy of heaven and earth was already a kind of enjoyment. Who said that cultivators lived a poor life? Cultivators also knew how to enjoy life. Disciple, you did well this time. At this moment, in the banquet hall on the top floor of the Longevity Inn, the Heavenly Martial Sacred Leader gave the Heavenly Martial Sacred Son a thumbs up. The other sacred leaders didn't look so good. Heavenly Martial Sacred Leader, you don't have any morals. The 9 Extremes Sacred Leader said, unhappily. They didn't expect the Heavenly Martial Sacred Son to be the boss of all the saints and demonaires. They didn't get any benefits from welcoming their master. TSK, you guys are too useless. The Heavenly Martial Sacred Leader said in disdain. What did you say? The sacred leaders were enraged. The atmosphere in the banquet hall instantly became tense. You guys are a bunch of people who are about to die. At this moment, a figure appeared in the banquet hall without any warning. Yuan Gu. When the sacred leaders saw the appearance of the person, they were scared out of their wits. Tell me, how do you want to die? Chapter 58:27. Today, the capital of the East Moon Empire was extremely lively and jubilant. Everyone spread the news that the princess had captured the sky-dominating war god alive. The morale of the entire East Moon Empire soared. The East Moon Imperial Lord even decreed that the entire empire would celebrate for 10 days and be exempted from taxes for 3 years. As a result, all the citizens of the East Moon Empire were grateful to the East Moon Imperial Lord. With this decree, everyone sang praises of the East Moon Imperial Lord as a benevolent divine lord. One had to admit that the East Moon Imperial Lord's move was extremely clever. He had stolen the limelight from his daughter, Dong Yue Shui. However, what would the people of the imperial court eat if there were no taxes for 3 years? Of course, this was not a problem for the East Moon Imperial Lord. The East Moon Imperial clan had a deep foundation. The royal clan's assets were spread across the entire empire. Spirit stone mines, spirit jade mines, and all sorts of cultivation resources could provide a rich income for the empire. Even if there were no taxes for 10 years, the East Moon Imperial clan would still be able to live comfortably. While the citizens of the East Moon Empire were celebrating this great victory, the divine lords at the top floor of the Longevity Inn looked at a white-robed youth in fear. Yuan Gu. The person who had come was someone no one had expected to appear here. He was the first disciple of the ultimate emperor of beginning, Yuan Gu, a powerful half-step ultimate. No one dared to be impudent in front of Yuan Gu. How dare you betray me? You've got guts. Yuan Gu said, indifferently with his hands behind his back. This cold sweat appeared on everyone's foreheads. No one dared to speak. Yuan Gu, who do you think you are? At this moment, a lazy voice was heard. What? Everyone was shocked. Someone actually dared to say something like this in front of Yuan Gu. Was he courting death? Was he tired of living and in a hurry to reincarnate? The divine lords immediately moved aside. They saw a fatty sitting at a table, eating meat and drinking wine. Who are you? Yuan Gu stared coldly at the fatty. A chilling, murderous intent emanated from his body. He wanted to kill those who dared to offend him, those who dared to be impudent in front of him, and those who dared to disobey him only had one ending, being killed with a single slap like a fly. In Yuan Gu's eyes, the fatty in front of him was just a fat fly. A puny Saint Realm cultivator dares to be presumptuous in front of me? I'll slap you to death later. Me? I'm just a puny sword immortal. As Lord Fatty spoke, he picked up the big bowl and took a big gulp. This wine is all right, but it's still worlds apart from the wine brewed by my Grandpa Fatty. Lord Fatty did not even look at Yuan Gu as he continued to eat and drink. Yuan Gu was enraged. This damned fly actually dared to look down on him. Damn it! Who am I? I am the head disciple of the limitless Extreme Emperor. I am the ruler of the easternmost continent, second only to one person and above billions of people. This damned fatty is just a fly of the sage realm. How dare he ignore me? At this moment, everyone was staring at the fatty anxiously. This fatty was amazing. He actually dared to provoke Yuan Gu. Did he know who Yuan Gu was? Yuan Gu was the famous smiling killing god. He would kill anyone he didn't like. These sage experts were usually very arrogant. However, they were all terrified in front of Yuan Gu because they didn't want to die. Very well. Do you want to live? Yuan Gu suddenly smiled and said to the saints, "What?" The saints were both surprised and happy when they heard this. Had the smiling killing god changed his personality today? After being stunned for a moment, the saints nodded hurriedly. Survival was the most important thing. Everyone present shouted in their hearts, "Master, come quickly. If you don't come, we will have to sacrifice our lives. Kill this fatty, and I will let you all go today." Yuan Gu smiled even more happily. All the saints were stunned when they heard that. Kill Lord Fatty? Let's not talk about whether they could kill him or not. Even if they could kill him, not many of the sage experts present would be able to survive. Lord Fatty's awesomeness was obvious to all. After all, he was the fatty who had beaten them all by himself. Furthermore, there was an unknown and terrifying power within this Lord Fatty's body. Once this power erupted, not to mention everyone attacking together, even Yuan Gu would have to admit defeat. Ha ha, bang! The fatty laughed and smashed the bowl in his hand on the ground. Then he stood up and turned to stare at Yuan Gu. "Yuan Gu, you're nothing here, yet you still want to trick this group of people to kill me? Are you stupid?" The fatty looked disdainful. Everyone saw how unyielding the fatty was, and how he directly rebuked Yuan Gu. They couldn't help but secretly give him a thumbs up. This fatty was truly amazing. Why aren't you guys making a move? Yuan Gu's smile became even brighter. The brighter his smile, the more the saints were shocked. The brighter Yuan Gu's smile, the more he wanted to kill. This was bad. Why wasn't Master here yet? At this moment, only 2 people were still sitting calmly at the table in the entire hall, enjoying the various delicacies on the table. These 2 people were treating the first disciple of the limitless emperor as if he was invisible. This made Yuan Gu lose face. Therefore, he wanted to kill and establish his might. He wanted everyone to know that Yuan Gu was not someone to be trifled with. He wanted everyone to know the consequences of provoking Yuan Gu. None of the people here can live. How could they make a move? The saints were in a dilemma. They knew very well that with Yuan Gu's personality, he would never let them off. They would all die. Blood was bound to flow when Yuan Gu wanted to kill. Lord Fatty already said that you're not even a green onion. Who would listen to you? Wang Zhan said indifferently, "Sigh, some people just don't know their own limits." A lady beside Wang Zhan shook her head and sighed. This lady was Shui Wei, the current mountain lord of Yin Mountain. She was the one who possessed the calligraphy that Gu Fei had bestowed upon her. The calligraphy that Gu Fei had bestowed upon her was a peerless killing weapon. You too, Yuan Gu was so depressed and angry that he almost couldn't laugh anymore. Had the world changed? Why did these two godly state bugs dare to ignore him? Were these two fellas really at the godly state? How could two godly state warriors mingle with a group of sages? Godly state. They were just two bugs in Yuan Gu's eyes. He would be dirtying his hands if he killed them with a slap. All right, in that case, I will personally send you on your way. Yuan Gu didn't waste any more time. He had to vent the anger in his chest. The sages in the hall were scared out of their wits. Only Fatty, Wang Zhan, and Shuiwei remained calm and steady. The group of sages immediately took out their respective Dao weapons. A powerful force of the Saint State erupted, causing the entire pavilion to shake. At that moment, Yuan Gu took a step forward. In the next moment, all the sages screamed and flew out. They directly smashed through the walls of the hall and fell outside the Longevity Inn. Only Fatty, Shuiwei, and Wang Zhan were unscathed. This was because a scroll floated above their heads and blocked Yuan Gu's power. Who do you want to kill? A faint, illusory figure emerged from the scroll. It's you! Yuan Gu's eyes widened in shock when he saw this illusory figure. This illusory figure was the embodiment of Gu Fei's divine consciousness. Master, servant greets master.